Where is he?
He's coming. All right. Oh, and Shane, but I don't know where Shane is. Oh, there he is. As I said his name. He appears.
I'm really testing my computer right now. So if I disappear randomly, it is not because I've just beaten the crap out of my computer by having a video editor, 20 Chrome tabs, and Notion running at the same time. It's definitely not the reason. Boom, there we go. Of course it doesn't do spacing. I'm gonna get you guys a document. Everyone's like, I'll just do one document.
Panel scheduled for it is a 45-minute panel.
Yeah.
Which we're gonna start like in 5 seconds.
Yeah, but I just want to get you guys like a single document for this. File, share. Make this link, copy link.
I can fix this cramp. It's in my leg.
And paste. There you go. There's a link for you guys to open up for the questions. They made it public, so you guys should be able to add in there.
This leg.
All right, Greg. I think we can start welcoming them up one at a time, and then have them, have them just say a quick name, and then we'll do a round robin? Is that the thing where you go through everybody?
I don't know.
Just bring Shane up first. Right, mid bite.
All right. There's Marvin.
Howdy, Marvin.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Doing pretty good.
Awesome. Good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Good to see you as well.
So we got a bunch of people in the chat, so let's get it crunking.
Yeah.
Hello. What's up, guys?
Christian. Howdy.
Always good to be seeing you guys. How's everything?
Doing good. Stuff with turkey.
Yeah. Saying hello from the all content.
Howdy, Patrick.
Howdy, folks. How's it going?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Then we got Carmelo.
Hi, everyone.
And finally, we've got Shane.
Brad will be here. I don't know where he is.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Great.
Cool. Now, what I want to do is I sent a document in like the private chat. Does anybody want to volunteer as basically the moderator to kind of move along these questions here?
I don't know if I could moderate, but I'd be happy to move us along to keep us on pace. Do you want to get through all these questions, or do you?
No, you don't have to.
As many as possible.
Yeah, if you can get through them, that's fine. It's mostly just to give some guidance on like what to discuss.
And I'll share each question that you ask because they're all banners, and I'll just share them up as you ask them. So.
All right. So I don't know if I'll moderate in the sense of refereeing, but what I might do is if the conversation goes a direction, I'll point us to the question and say, hey, that's
perfect.
Cool.
Show yellow card.
Oh my God, the police are coming for somebody. Who is that? Is that Greg?
That's me. That's over here.
Run for your life. All right, let's see. How do I? Let me check the. No, not that. Oh, that's cool though.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna go in the background in a second.
I know. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find one that's better with more panelists. Is the square one? Oh, not that one. This one. Isn't there a square one? Am I going crazy? Oh, it's Greg. Greg's in front now. How do I? Oh, here's the edit. Edit. No, that's not what I want. Cancel.
You should have figured this out before.
No, I thought I had this already. That's why I'm like, where the heck is it? Nah, that's fine. I think I'm gonna do this one. You guys like this one? Nice little zoom up.
Yeah, that's good.
You guys like the wider one?
I prefer wider.
Previous one.
One second. Let me remove Greg and I real quick so you guys can see it without us.
Okay, pretty good.
Yeah.
You guys good with that one? All right, cool. Yeah, and then when Brad gets in here, we'll bump him in. Cool, but yeah. So welcome everybody. I'm gonna bounce out in a second so that it's a little more balanced once Brad gets in here. But this way, I can at least get you guys started. So welcome to Nova Comic. It was SNCC 24 Virtual Expo, the first panel of the day. Outside of the that really long intro where we're all working on trying to make sure everything's functioning. But yeah, this first panel is the business of comics, and we've got a collection of questions for you guys. Feel free to, actually let me make these larger. I just realized because you guys can all see this if I edit it. There we go. Boom. Put some spacing in here, make it easy to read. Nice. Cool. And so let's see, who was it? Was it Carmelo? You're the one that said that you're gonna be able to moderate here? Perfect. Well, we got this. What order are these in? Here we go. There's the order. Cool.
I might go out of order depending, but I know where I'd like to start if that's okay.
That's fine. Yeah, absolutely. And
We'll
let you guys kick it off.
Well, I guess I'll introduce myself first, just because I'm moderating. So, and then we'll go left to right as I see him on the screen. So, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Carmelo Chimera. I was the founder of a chain of comic book stores called Chimera's Comics for 11 years before I gave one of them away in an essay contest a few years ago and had my 15 minutes of fame from that. I'm a small press publisher, published the graphic novels Magnificent and Cellar Door, and most recently Pots and Panels, which was just successful on Kickstarter, which was our biggest project yet. It was pretty cool. I'm also a film producer. I wrote and directed the movies Sin Eater and Name the Demon, which just came out and was kind of a viral hit. So that's where I spend most of my time now. But it's great to be here. Great to be with so many other esteemed colleagues in the business. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to whoever would like to introduce themselves next. I can't see everyone's name on the screen. Otherwise, I would call you guys out.
Left and right, so it'll be me, right?
Yes, you're up. Yep.
Right. So
Marvin. There's the name. Perfect, Marvin. Go for it.
I am the writer and creator of The Edge for Comicsburg.
Very cool. Christian?
Yeah, I'm the editor and one of the head writers of the Popular Studio. We've been going on for 11 years now.
Wow.
We had participated in several anthologies and released 6 books in more than 15 countries, 4 languages now. And the latest one we published is Pinocchio #1. We found it in less than 72 hours. So incredibly happy to be here. We're surrounded by some esteemed colleagues for sure.
Wonderful.
Sweet. I'm Patrick. I'm predominantly an illustrator, but I just did a Kickstarter for the first book that I wrote earlier this year, which was Maggie Thorne issue 0, which is pretty cool. But I've done other stuff like Granite State Punk and Blackout Bombshell and Discordia.
Wonderful. Great to meet you. And Shane?
Me? Hi. My name's Shane Moore. I am creator at Electromagnetic Press. I was the artist on a book called The Omens. A graphic novel came out a couple years ago. I am currently very close to finishing this book that I wrote and drew. It's called My Name is Lady. Issue 1 will be in Kickstarter on January 1st.
Fantastic. And it looks like we have a one last person joining the panel. Brad, are you there?
Yeah, man, I'm here. Facebook hit me with a security check right as I logged in. I was like, are you kidding?
Unfortunate. Do you have a face, or are you a talking piece of paper?
Actually, I'm going to be sketching today because I've got a ton of projects around the office.
That's cool.
You can probably hear the fan going in the background. We're doing some renovations, and I've also got books laying everywhere because I've been working all year, and they're coming out starting in January, and I've just got artwork everywhere right now. So I had to do the whole sketching, thing today.
Oh, very cool. Well, today we're here to talk about the business of comics. So I'd like to kick it off with the question, why is creator-owned content vital for the future of the comics industry? And we don't have to go in any particular order. I don't want to put anyone on the spot just because they happen to be to my right. So anyone who feels like they want to speak on this, feel free to dive in.
I'll start out. I mean, I think creator-owned content is important and exciting because it feels like one of the only avenues where anyone's doing anything original anymore.
Right.
I mean, as if you go to the movies or watch, like I just spent several hours last night with my family after Thanksgiving dinner watching Rings of Power, which is yeah. I really like Lord of the Rings movies. and the Lord of the Rings books. But multiple generations of mining that same IP for content later, it's like, I don't know. I don't really know if that's as a creator, at least that's not what interests me. Whereas original content really does, and I feel like comics are interesting because it's a reasonably low production cost, so it's a pretty low barrier to entry compared to other forms of media.
Sure.
And so if we're doing original content, I feel like it's actually one of the only avenues that's left. I suppose like indie publishing for short stories or novellas as well. Maybe web comics as well. I guess I don't know if any of you all do that. I haven't really looked at that at all. Seems like that is also,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So I can't really speak to that, but anyway, broadly, I feel like that's what's cool about it.
Well, I mean, you have an idea there where it's not 60 years worth of backstory for those items or those characters that you're trying to read. Like speaking to people at conventions, it's one of the things that usually brings them over when you're talking about your titles to them is that, how old is the book? How long has it been out? Is there an issue 1? Can I buy the issue 1? So that breaks a barrier there where they can get as many books as they can, and it's not going to cost them an arm or a leg or have to go back and read something from 6 years ago to find out why characters doing what they're doing.
Right. Which may be like a totally different artist or writer,
Right.
like
or
to find
a different era also.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of like the cars are different. There's no computers. They don't have cell phones. So it's a different era of a character from that. It's set in that time, and it doesn't really age up properly. So when you're looking at an X-Men book from the 60s, and then you look at a newer X-Men book, you're like, well, why does Iceman look like a snowman?
Right. That's interesting, right? Because you both said something that was similar, but on different sides of the equation. On the creator side, Patrick's point out, look, it's a lower barrier to entry for original work for the creator, right? And then what you're saying is it's a lower barrier of entry for the fans, for the readers, because they don't have all the backstory, they don't have all the baggage necessarily, right? So it makes it accessible to creator and fan.
Well, I'm going to jump in and intersect here because that's a fun part of doing independent work, because it actually leads to our favor because of Marvel and DC specifically taking the continuity out of everything. Mm-hmm. They've made a big, massive mistake there because they don't bond that continuity of the mentioned state of the snowman form of Iceman versus the overpowered, slick version of today. I mean, even in social stuff as well, with him now being, a part of the alphabet crowd and that kind of thing, with his being gay and all that. And I'm not going woke, don't get me wrong. I'm not going either way on that. That's cool, whatever. Diversity in characters is awesome. But what I'm talking about is that the example of the snowman form versus the slick ice form now, they don't connect that continuity anymore. Because you remember in the beginning of the old Spider-Man comic books, that was the big thing, with great power comes great responsibility on the front end, and that review and that little bit of a panel recap. And they don't do that anymore. So all that longevity is wasted if it's not connected. So it leaves a perfect opportunity for all of us to jump in, even with a lot of the used and abused public domain characters that are out there. And I use a lot of those, but I revamp them, and it's not just re-storytelling stuff. It's really approaching it from a new, different perspective to bring it up to date because, I'm sorry, but everything's done digitally and socially now through social media and stuff like that. Entertainment is totally different in your pocket in comparison to the way it was. So creativity alone, it's a massive undertaking, and the independent market has embraced it all along. And the new guys that are coming out are just tearing it up because of that. Marvel and DC are way behind in that regard.
Yeah, for me, it's a combination. For me, it's a combination of three things. First of all, was mentioned before, freedom. So you have whatever you want to create, whichever you're going to create, however you're going to create it. Number one. Second one is a little bit of what was mentioned before, control about what you create. We all know the horrible stories of especially artists who are like in bankruptcy, asking for GoFundMe pages, who have created several or worked for the big two for decades and haven't got anything out of that except from a paycheck back in the day. So, and that's for me mainly my two reasons. It's like I can control what I can create, and it's always gonna be mine. It's not gonna be exploited, and if it's exploited, I'm gonna control who exploited, how exploited, when exploited, etc., etc. So I think that for me the two main ones is freedom and control.
Right, absolutely. And this is so you've talked about a lot of the benefits that it has for creators, right? We talked about the lower barrier to entry. We talked about the freedom that you get when you control your IP. And for me, I think one thing that's creatively freeing about creator-owned work is that you can do what you want to your IP without worrying about preserving the asset. And what I mean by that is characters like Spider-Man or Batman that we all love are rarely, if ever, allowed to experience a truly transformative arc because they have to keep the status quo. Batman has to be a brooding loner forever. And really, it would be better if we had stories like, say, The Dark Knight Rises, where he comes full circle and stops being Batman and gets over his trauma and all that, right? That's like a character arc. But if you arc out Batman, then you lose a multi-billion-dollar intellectual property asset, right? So Batman can never change, right? Spider-Man can never really change. Otherwise,
Right.
they've cost themselves a lot of money. And that's very limiting creatively, right? But I could create a character and do 3-4 comics with them, kill them off or whatever. And that's up to me. It's my IP to do that with. So I think that's a good point.
Yeah. Does anybody have any other examples other than like The Walking Dead as sort of a series that sort of popularized that type of storytelling? Like, is that kind of one of the first major comics where that
The
was?
biggest one that everybody knows, I think, is the most. I think one of the best. The first one that did it was the Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was an independent comic back in the day.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Well,
to get
yeah,
one of
the
those like black and
original-
white issues they cost millions now.
Really?
Because they self-published back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that, but I guess where I was going with that is like having characters that you weren't married, like killing off characters and changing the story. Although I don't know, maybe The Walking Dead's pretty repetitive, so maybe that's not the best example. But
Well,
you can
no.
certainly kill off a character easier in the series like that than you can in Batman or
Well,
Spider-Man.
the reason they kill him off in the Walking Dead, Robert Kirkman actually addressed that in one of the best ways. He simply said because we had to move the story along, and you have to take a major loss to bring that high of a really entertaining show or a really entertaining comic. It works interchangeably. So if you want to take them off that high of wow, that's a great book, you have to give them that opportunity, as they say, to embrace the suck, and it's killing somebody off so the story will transition and move. That's the reason a lot of those characters are interchangeable. G.I. Joe was supposed to be that way when they originally did it as a comic book, but the reason the toy line moved it into the cartoon, of course, was to sell toys. But that was the reason we got the Transformers movie. That's the best example of it, because the only reason we got the Transformers movie in '86 is so they could kill that toy line off.
Huh.
That's
Interesting.
the only reason we transitioned from the movie of Generation 1 to Generation 2 with the new toys, is because they wanted to kill them off. That's the reason they tossed out those characters. They killed almost 36. I think it was 36 or 37, but they almost hit a 40 mark in production for that window. That's the reason they killed off all the first generation, so they can do more product. But in comics, we have that same transition to move the story along. For the Walking Dead example that you gave, that's a perfect example of it. Game of Thrones did really well with that in their series, and that translates into comics as well. The first major death in comics was Marvel killed off Thunderbird, Warpath's older brother in the original '70s X-Men group.
Sure.
So they had him ride a nuclear rocket off into the sunset. And the reason for that was because it was self-sacrifice, and it was an environmentalist story of nuclear fallout for the Earth, which he was a Native American. That's why they stereotyped that to handle it. But you know, you got to be diverse with it. I kill a couple of characters off in a book I've got coming out in January. I actually killed the main character off right in the first issue, and he's replaced with his well, I don't want to give that story away, so they replaced me. You know,
Spoiler.
I want to pivot slightly because we have a lot to go through today, and you touched on something that's important. And you know, as we talk about the business of comics now, right? We've talked about the importance of the creator-owned work, but now we got to talk about money. So you brought up how important the IPs were to the merchandising and how important they were to to sell toys and things like that. And because that's ultimately, when we're talking about the business of comics, we're talking about selling, we're talking about exploiting for profit, as Christian was talking about before. So my question is then, as creators who own our own work, how do we turn that into revenue? And most importantly, how do we create diversified revenue streams, right? Because you can make whatever comics you want to make. There's nothing in the world that stops you. Barriers to entry, there's zero barrier to entry. I can make a comic today. Can I make it and make money off of it is an entirely separate question. And how much money, right? Can I make a living off of it? Can I become rich off of it? All different questions. Mm-hmm. So how do you, the six of us here, how do you diversify your revenue streams? Where do you see most of your revenue coming from? How do you decide where to put that focus?
I think that in some of those instances, you're looking for the tap other markets. So for us, like we have action figures coming next year. We have a trading card game coming next year. We have a video game coming next year. So you're trying to look for ways to cross those things over. So you're going to go out and you're going to say, hey, we want to grab people who play video games, don't read comics, so we can kind of swap back and forth. So you want people, and you want to be able to push those things into those other things. So then they go and say, and come back to the comics. Everything you want to do as far as like mass media or cross media is to get to sell more comics. So you're putting those in other spaces and you're saying that, hey, guy who plays board games, here's some comics that are based on that game that you just played.
So that's interesting. So merchandising, licensing, obviously a critical part of exploiting the IP.
Well, yeah, that's what blew Superman up in the 40s and 50s was they had him everywhere. I mean, he was the number one marketed property short of Mickey Mouse. As far as superhero comics was, he is top dog, period. And Batman is only beating him by 10%, even in modern times with the accessibility that it has. You know, Marvel hasn't really embraced that so much, but Batman is the Barbie of comic books, plain and simple. He's everywhere. And Superman is a close second. And thanks to the crossover of that stuff, I totally agree with getting into markets because I've got a trading card game coming and a couple other things in that genre as well. I totally get where you're coming from. To add to that, think about interior or within the comics niche as well, because a lot of people go, well, nobody's reading my comic because they can't see it because I can't get it out there. Well, that's where the default comes from too, because think about it like this. Comics is an open format of artistic medium. You can put it digital, you can put it in print, you can put it on web, you can put it in multiple formats, multiple genres, anything you have access to. It is just a plethora of that stuff. And that's what I do. I do web comics, I do digital comics, print on demand. Then I do publication issues with variant covers and variant additions for those additions. So everybody in those different mediums and format, however you consume it, is how I give it to you. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't want to embrace the digital versus print. And I'm like, screw that, man. It's digital and print. Because if you're not going to both markets, you're losing thousands of dollars an issue easy.
Right. I mean, don't cut off any channels arbitrarily because you think you're either afraid of it or you think something's going to happen.
Right.
I mean, some people are concerned about making digital comics because they'll be out there for free. I mean, in some instances, that's a marketing tool to even get that digital copy out there for free because you're honestly trying to sell the second issue, not the first issue.
But see, a lot of people miss that too, and you don't have to go that route with it. I sell my comics all the time. I sell my comics for $3.99, anywhere from 99 cents all the way up to $5.99 on Amazon and Kobo and all these places, because you can. If there's a digital market for it and the comic's good enough, they will come for it. You just have to make it presented to where the comic book is interesting to them.
Right.
So don't sell out for being just for the digital has to be free aspect of it, of giving it away so you can get exposure, because you don't. I mean, I do. I give away my web comics and then print them in full editions after, so you can put them in your collection. I do that all the time with no problem. We took on a free first model with that same understanding, but be sure not to just forfeit your comic and your IP and give it away for free because you feel you have to, because you can sell it. I do it all the time.
What I meant was that people are worried about it being on like those websites where you can download things for free.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
no.
piracy.
Don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean to step on you, because I was agreeing with you. I was telling anybody that listens, jump in on that and don't get scared of it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
Shane,
and
you've been quiet. I want to put you on the spot, Shane.
Yep.
What do you think about this? Yeah, you, the one named Shane.
I will admit that I don't have answers. I probably have as many questions. Every topic that comes up is like, oh yeah, how do you make money on comics? That's a great idea. I feel like as like purely a creator, I would really love to just focus on like making comics, drawing. I'm open to other venues, but honestly, the most times, the most opportunities I have to sell are at conventions, like just meeting people and making like a physical connection with somebody and talking about it a little bit. That's
right.
where.
So can I jump on that right quick before? So one thing that what you want to do sometimes in those convention settings is make sure you're getting people's email addresses. Like newsletters are the key to barriers or everything. Even if they don't buy anything, get their email address, because that's a sale later on. So I mean, gathering emails and creating a newsletter is going to be a lot more important to you in marketing than it is than social media, because it's a direct connection to someone and not just a posting something and hope they see it. You're hitting them right where they are. So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's. Oh yeah, sorry, Shane. Do you have any?
No, I'm wrapped up, I think.
Word.
yeah, it's one of the 3 steps of marketing. You know, first you have to know you, they need to trust you, and then when they buy from you. So the email is the most important tool, because social media you get lost, and the problem with the social media is that you don't control it. We go back again to control. Those are big corporations who don't care about you. They just care about selling their products. So you are at their mercy. Your email, that's why we have a website. That's why we have an email account. That's why we have an email provider. That's why because we control that. And going back on how you make money, well, independent comic is not there are a few examples people get rich or very profitable about that. My idea is, for me, the comic is just an excuse to open other spaces. Like, for example, we do novels based on comics. We're gonna start doing short films soon, and we also do short animation. So that's just an excuse to get in other markets, like they were mentioning, action figures or board games or cards. So the comic, as was mentioned before, is one of the low entry, so it's one of the cheapest way to create IP. Yeah. So for me, those are excuses for everything else that comes down the pipeline. And we make money. We only make money mainly on crowdfunding and events. Mostly,
I'm sorry, I mean to step on you. So with that, you're saying that you're taking the approach of using it as a stepping stone medium to get to other bigger financial exposures.
Yes.
Okay.
So with an issue I have with that, though, is that we're sort of this diversifying the revenue streams was a good question, but what it sort of sounds like everyone's saying is there's no money in comics. There's only money once we start bringing in these other things.
That's not what I would say at all.
And Brad, I feel like you were getting at this earlier because you were talking about selling your issues probably more aggressively. I mean, the first answer we got was action figures and board games and stuff, right? That was the first thing anyone said about how to exploit the comics for profit. But the question that I have that doesn't seem to have been answered directly yet is there money in just selling comic books?
Yes. Absolutely. That is a misnomer to say that it's not. And the reason it's not is because most people want to just say they want to create comics, or they want to do stepping stone options, which that's not a bad way to do it, because you should diversify and expand your market, because I mean, that's what we're there to sell, the accessibility of action figures and movies and cartoons and animation and other things like that. Bring all that back to the core comic media that started the IP. But the big crutch is 99% of comics you see out there don't know how to be businessmen. They want to just create the comics and show up and say, hey, this is me, buy my comic. But the problem is, the market is so saturated over and beyond the market itself of the internet being so high strung now, to where it used to be last year it was 3 seconds. Now they're saying a Yale study just said that the business marketing response on the average viewer is less than 30 seconds for the entire duration of whatever you consume. And they're saying you have less than a second to respond. It's 0.007 points of a second to respond now before they're swiping you off.
Right.
So
Right,
if you're not,
there's too much other stuff out there for them to grab their attention.
so you got to work your butt off to get in that pocket and know your market. And like the guys have been saying, nurturing is the best way to do it, through an email and a newsletter and a constant contact. But social media is there too, because here's the thing: where they find their media that they're going to consume, what opens the door is actually being in front of them for social media. So that's why I do online comic strips, and I do online comics and web comics and things like that, because when I'm in their face daily, just because they're not buying that, it leads them right down the rabbit hole, right into my funnel, man. And then I'm making money all day long because they're buying comics.
Right.
So,
Well, it's the checkout at the grocery store where if you're standing there and you see it, you're probably going to pick it up.
So, well, yeah, I mean, you've got to nurture that connection to where they know you, and then if they're watching your channel, or they're watching your feed, or they're coming across you, and you have them subscribe to your channel, then you're going to pop up in their feed. So there you are as the impulse buy of the day to get their attention. So you have a 60% chance higher response rate of being on their social media feed and in their email than anything else for modern technology of advertising for comics, because comics have no advertising budget to begin with. I mean, we're pulp magazines, whether you still want to call it an independent magazine or whatever, it's still going off of 1930s distribution. And that's sad. And that's part of what I do to train people not to do anymore when they're selling their comics. I tell people all the time that, get your butt out there and draw something. Well, I don't want to be on social media. What are you doing right now? Well, I'm sketching while I'm talking to you. I know I can hear the pencil grinding. Get that freaking thing up on social media and post that sketch. Show what you're doing. Document.
So this is interesting, because we started talking about diversifying revenue streams. Now we're talking about advertising, and I think that moves us nicely into another class of questions that we want to make sure we're addressing today. And I think the question that we're circling is, what role does audience engagement play in the longevity of a comic series or any of your intellectual property that you own, that you try
100%.
And how do you foster it, right? So that's the question. Is how do you maintain that? And you're saying posting social media, meeting the people where they're at is important. But does anyone else have any insights that they want to share about how you engage an audience and build that, as Christian was saying, know you, trust you, buy from you? How do we get them on that journey?
But I think a lot of it is trust. Like, does that person trust you to put out a product that they're willing to part their money with? Because they have other options. I mean, that $5-6 that they're spending on that comic, they could buy a cup of coffee. Or that $5 or $6, they could buy a Marvel DC book. They could buy something else. They could rent a movie. So it's building trust over time with your audience, that says that every time I release something, you're going to want to get on it right away, because it could be gone. So if you're not supporting me and you want that thing, and if you don't support it, then it guess what? It's no longer available for you. It's not this thing where it's going to revitalize itself every couple of years because it's got this big corporation behind it.
I think people like that too. Like, people like being part of the process for like Kickstarters, or I just have started a Patreon now too, which is I don't know how useful that's going to be in a long-term sense, but I'm having fun with it at least. But it's similar in that people who are supporting you like feel like they are part of the process of creating it, and that, like you're saying, they feel
Yeah.
integral
Yeah.
to that, and they know on some level that these types of projects wouldn't happen if they weren't supporting them, as opposed to like, well, I mean, I guess comics aren't in the store anymore, like aren't in the grocery store anymore, but like when you used to walk through, or bookstores don't really exist anymore either, but when you used to go through a physical place and look at something, I guess now it's just scrolling social media. Yeah, you're going to see a Spider-Man book or a Batman book or a Superman or whatever. I guess now it's when you pull up your YouTube to watch a cooking video, you see an ad for the newest Marvel movie. You know that that's going to be there whether you go see the movie or not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the biggest point we've got, that's the one we have to keep hammering home. Think about it like this: it's with anything else. The only way you sell the product is to get the attention on it. And what's the biggest way to get attention for the buyer's market these days? Anything anybody shops, they're going to do two things. They're either going to find it through word of mouth of a friend that suggested it to them, or they're going to find it on social media in passing through an impulse ping. And then they're going to do the second thing, which is to go and verify and validate and price check to see if it's really for them. They're going to see if they can find it online free first and not pay for it redundantly. And then they're going to see how easy it is to get it and how affordable it is to get it, depending on what it is. And they're going to read the reviews and go through that. People actually read those reviews out there, whether you think they do or not. I get pinged for them all the time. Thousands and thousands and thousands of reviews on my book feeds. And Barnes & Noble online is the biggest one for that. They give me feedback. Almost hourly, I get anywhere from 100 to 150 responses. And I've only got a few books out, but I'm still selling them because of that fact right there. So you got to keep that attention going, and you got to stay in front of it. So remember, it's about them and the attention of being in a state of enjoying the book. Because if they're not going to be interested. That's the number one flaw. If they get confused, they're out. If they lose attention, they're out. If they lose interest, they're out.
Right.
So you got to maintain those things.
Right. And I think that's one of the hardest thing is to bring someone back when they've decided they want to give up on something.
Oh yeah, if they bail, they're gone.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we've recovered some people sometimes where it's like, oh, well, money. And then all of a sudden I've got money. So here. And we find that at conventions all the time where it's people come looking for us. They're like, what do you got new? What do you got new? What do you got new? And I mean, do other people feel that way, that when they go to conventions, that people come looking for what they have new? If they're if you go to a show every year, do you find that happening?
I personally don't. I can answer that right out of the gate. I don't do shows. I've done 5 shows in the last 15 years. And the reason is because, and 3 of those were remote, believe it or not, just like this. I just don't.
You do shows, right?
Yeah.
I do shows. Yeah. I also collaborate with the writer of The Omens. I'm in upstate New York and they're in West Virginia. And a lot of, it's not people coming back. And Marvin mentioned that, like, a lot of our sales will be people that are, like, it's their first comic ever, like their first comic book convention. They're looking for, like, people want to buy into the experience.
Yeah.
So if you give them a little bit of that, like, they're very supportive.
So in that instance, do you feel like they're more or less buying your story or buying the book?
I think they're validating their experience.
Okay.
So they go to this convention, it's the first time, like, I don't know whether they watched the shows or whatever, or they came with somebody and they had, like, a little bit of a positive experience. And then there's somebody that has something for $4 that, they have a conversation with, like, that has a tendency to be, like, a large percentage of the business, as opposed to people that come to comic book conventions and just don't read comics.
We get that like 10 times the show. I don't read comics. What do you? Why are you here?
Right. They got to spend $600 on Funkos. That's what they're there for.
Yeah.
What are you
It
talking
depends
about?
on the asking the question if people go for you. For me, it depends on the convention. If it's a, I don't know, mid-tier, normal or small one. Especially if I've done it before, yeah, there are some people that I know that are regulars that come for commissions or they come for X for Y, asking for a new thing. But if it's a big show, very complicated because you have we kind of like saw it clearly in New York, for example. It's like the internet coming alive. Nobody cares about what you're selling, dude. It's a spaceship going out there, so nobody cares about your small little comic book. So it's a different beast depending on where you're going, and what are you offering. So
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I also feel like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, please, because I was going to change topics.
Oh, word. Well, yeah, we can segue. I just also was going to say, I think because my experience is mostly working in comics as an illustrator, not as a writer, and so I guess I've been doing this full time for about 4 years now, with like part time for about 6. Was when I first started, and I have done a handful of shows. I did more when I was first starting out. And I mean, one, I only do well at shows if I'm going to sell a lot of original pieces or do a lot of commissions from a business perspective. That's the only way that I'll break even really. But that's also just because I don't know. I feel like as an artist, I'm doing maybe 3 or 4 books a year probably, and those are probably not all coming out that year. That's just like how many I can draw. And so it's pretty hard. I feel like it's harder for me as a artist to show up with new books for people to buy, as opposed to if you're a writer and maybe you have 3 or 4 projects cooking at any given time, and then if you go to a show every couple, say 3 months or something, you can have new books because you can have more stuff in the production line. So yeah, I don't know. I think conventions have always been odd for me, and I'm always shocked when people do.
Can I intersect for a second, man?
Business. Sure.
I just because I don't go to conventions doesn't mean I don't work them, because I have partners that do go to those conventions, and I'll tell you, and I do that. I hard press this, because if you're going to go to the convention, don't go there to get commissions and drum up work. That's the backwards way to do it. Go with a product. Make a product. If you're only doing 4 books a year, you're going to have to pressure it just a little bit harder to get at least one convention book that you can show up with that is an original project for that year.
Yeah.
Daniel draws Transformers. He just came off of it. I don't know. He just did the Transformers 1 through 5, and I think he's working on it through 13 or 15. But yeah, you guys really need to get over there and talk to guys like that and make like Ashcan comics, mini comics, even if it's just a short anthology book with a couple of short stories in it, man. Have something on hand that you can sell, because otherwise, if you don't have a comic, they're looking at you at your last work, and they're going to start squawking and saying, hey, he's looking for commission pieces. I don't want to buy your commission because you got nothing for me to sell, to sell to me now. So what's the last thing you did?
So I'm really glad you said that, Brad, because we have maybe 60 seconds left in this panel, and I wanted to make sure that I addressed, frankly, a really big topic in this space, where this barrier to entry for artists to have that physical product. I see a comment from the audience too about how artists are always kind of stuck waiting for those physical books. They don't have that thing to sell besides their own commissions, but that's what crowdfunding is here for, right? And I know we have at least probably all of us have been on it in some fashion. Christian, I can see, just looks like had a very successful campaign recently. So
yeah.
Or still going. So what role does crowdfunding play in your strategy, if any? And again, we have to keep it relatively brief. So let's just do one round, and then we'll say our goodbyes. But Christian, if you want to kick us off, because it looks like Pinocchio.
For a business model, it's almost 70% of our revenue is crowdfunding. Wow. And the rest is shows mainly. Right. And some licensing we do on the side, translations and international rights, stuff like that. But yeah, mainly it's crowdfunding in our sense. And it's and for entry level, for people, for artists, I would recommend anthologies. That's the best, because it's short stories, few pages, quick, and hopefully you can get a couple of them a year, so you can have a couple of new books a year. So that would be a suggestion for me. So for
absolutely.
Artists. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and again, so as primarily an artist, I'm mostly just working on commission per book, per page, per cover, etc. But I think that probably 95% of that is coming from writers who are doing crowdfunding campaigns.
Mm-hmm. And have you thought of doing your own to generate something physical to sell?
I did, yeah. So I just did this one for this book that I had written,
That's right, issue
Maggie
0.
Thorne. Yeah, which was really cool. I'm glad that I did it. I think I learned a lot. But in terms of like time invested in it, I don't think it really penciled out in the end. And again, it's because I hadn't done all of the marketing stuff ahead of time. Like I didn't have an email list, etc.
Not easy.
Right.
No, it's really
The
hard.
thing is, I just say, hey, give me money. Put this thing, give me money now.
Yeah. Totally.
Well, since we are at the end of our panel, I know we probably could have done an entire panel just on crowdfunding. I didn't want to ignore the elephant in the room, but wanted to make sure we addressed it. So I want to thank everyone for being here today. I want to thank the audience for the thoughtful comments and questions we got along the way to guide us. Thanks to everyone for your patience with me as I kind of mushed us along. I didn't want to interfere with the conversation, but I want to be clear. I was last minute volunteered for this. This was not up to moderate this, so I kind of got.
You're not getting paid this month, Carmelo. Sorry,
definitely not getting paid. No, definitely this is a volunteer job. So,
Thanks
but it was
for taking
great.
one for the team.
Yeah, happy to do it. It was great meeting. It would put less pressure on me to say something smart because all of you said the smart stuff. All I had to do was ask questions. But great meeting all of you. I hope if you're in the audience listening, go ahead and connect with all of us. We were all on social media. We can do a quick. No one's kicking me off, so let's just do a quick. Where do you want people to connect with you? Christian. Start with you. We'll go to the right then.
Oh, it's very easy. Just go to the website of the studio. It's Unpop Studio, UNPOP Studio.com. So there's all those socials there. You have the links to the crowdfunding. So we don't have anything now on
Wonderful. Patrick, what do you want people to connect with you?
But that's the easiest way. You have all the socials there. It's Pop Studio, Unpopular Studio. You can Google Pinocchio too. You're gonna find us really quick.
Nice and organized.
Yeah, I'm at patrickbiermeyerart.com and on all the socials as Patrick Biermeyer, Patrick Biermeyer Art.
Very good. Shane, where can we find you?
At EMP Comics on most. Also Kickstarter. Let's see if I can do that. You do the QR code.
Right.
My Name is Lady comes out in January.
Very good. Very good. Marvin?
You can get me on theedgecomic.com and comicsburg.com. All the socials are linked from the websites.
And Brad, where would you like folks to connect with you?
Just like the other guy said, I'm everywhere on the socials under my name. That's fine. That's the easiest way to reach me. Also through thecrimsonterror.com, where I premiered Tom Powers, and I had the first issue of the short lead-in story for the Crimson Terror comic before he passed away. I'm currently working on the next chapters of that in his honor and memory, as the family let me take it over. So you guys check that out.
Wonderful. And you can find me at Chimera's Comics on Facebook and Instagram is where I'm the most active, and also on Kickstarter as well. So thanks again, everyone, for being here. It was great meeting all of you. I hope we all get a chance to chat more and work together. I followed everyone here myself, so I'm looking forward to your future projects. I'll hop off now and hand it back over to the mods, okay?
Cheers. Thanks,
Thank you, guys. Been cool.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for that hosting. It was excellent work. Sweet.
Greg's become Jerry Lewis.
What was that? I ran away for a second.
No, I don't want you to kill my connection, man. I'm just tongue-in-cheek in it. Don't worry about it.
Nice. No, that was an awesome panel. It was great to. It's also great to like not be leading any conversations. It was nice to kind of like watch that, go back and forth a little more organically, which was fun. Again, thanks for was it Carmelo that was hosting that or moderating that? And by the way, what are you drawing down there?
That is Tornado Man. I'm sketching from the Mighty Heroes from the 60s.
Nice.
So yeah, I just had to have something on the fly for the doodle here for something to show up for you guys. I was just like, what am I going to draw? Because I'm at the table all day today. I've got 2 more pages to do before dinner this evening. So it's just like, come on. So keep it light.
Very fun. And yeah, we're about to. Yeah, well, our next what's it called, segment is going to be a teaser for the Seer Chronicles, because we are working on getting the 3rd issue of that released, and I'm currently working on the trailer that will be used for the what's it called, the Kickstarter. So, Greg, I'm going to show it in a second, but if you want to, you want to take it away about what our plans are for the Seer Chronicles 3, when we're looking to launch it, when it's looking to come out, etc. You're muted, by the way. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm talking to myself."
Classic.
What a nerd.
I don't know how to do the computer.
We all know that's not the first time he's done that.
So in February of next year, we're going to be launching the Kickstarter for Seer Chronicles 3. It's been over a year that we wanted to put this out. But our artist, Hector, very good friend, he got busy with life, and then he had to have like an actual job and, pay bills.
Does make it hard, yeah.
Selfish.
Ugh, he's so selfish. So
Wants to eat and all that, yeah.
So February we're going to be launching that. I don't know the day yet, but I know it'll be in February. So it took over a year to do the first 2 when we were working on those, and we remastered the first issue like more than once because I'm a perfectionist, but not a perfectionist. So can you upload the trailer, or are you not able to? Oh, you are able to do that, right?
I'm gonna screenshot what I've got, or like screen share what I've got so far. Because I'd have to download it and what's it called, render it and all that stuff. As I was building it, I realized I'm probably gonna do something pretty fun with this, which is I think I'm going to create 3 different trailers for this. And this first one is basically going to be the John arc trailer, and I've got a good chunk of the beginning of it done. But
okay. Well, I'll show the finished cover first.
Yeah, if you want, show the finished cover while I finish something up real quick.
Yeah. So we had this cover like a year ago, but Dylan actually put the title and everything on it. So this is the cover. Hector did the cover.
Sick.
Yeah. In the 3rd issue, the dude in red, he is all burned up and stuff. That's why it looks like Freddy Krueger. So he's in issue 1. If you read it at all, spoiler if you haven't. It's been out. So this dude that's going through some crazy shit in his life, and his kid is really sick, and they don't really know what's going on. He's at the hospital, but they're not really helping him. So he's that dude that you'll see at a hospital yelling at nurses and shit. So they don't get to helping his kid. So he ends up leaving with the kid, goes back home, and then he's arguing with his wife about that. Then his wife and the kid go out to go get ice cream or something like that. I should know my story, but I don't remember. It's been forever. So then they go out, get some ice cream. She forgets her purse or whatever. While they left, he's like, I'm gonna get money for all this stuff, so I can kind of fix my life. And he runs a line of gas from the backyard to he opens his gas line and stuff in his house, and then he lights a match. The fire gets to the house as his wife and child get to the door. They open the door. The first issue is called Born in Fire. They die in fire. That's mean. But
Fire.
yeah. So then he freaks out because he's like, I just killed my family, basically. So he runs.
A tough break. Yeah.
Running from the cops. Explosion later on as he's running from the cops. He falls into the sewer, and then you don't see him at the end of issue 1, and then issue 2 it'll pick up, and then you see him floating down the river, all burned up and everything. And he's basically our Joker-esque character, but not the Joker. We had a 3rd business partner, and he had a voice for him, if we ever like one day have like an animated show or something, and it's fucking weird. He's like, seriously. So I was like, okay, he's not gonna sound like that.
He could though.
Yeah. So yeah, he's this like super serial killer guy. Then we have the hero arc, which is a firefighter goes into a building that's totally not General Electric here, and it explodes. So he's also born in fire, and then he's reborn as, I really wish I had that poster right now, but I don't. He has this like rock skin that's under his skin because it heals back, and he gets like jacked because of the rock skin and stuff. So he's got a healing factor and all this other stuff. There's this.
Greg, you realize you could pull up like screenshots of the actual artwork.
I could, and I would have to download all those pages.
You're doing really good with the visual storytelling vocally, but yeah, you could show like snippets of the pages.
But too late. So then, so yeah, he goes in, dies, and then is reborn. Then there's a group called the Facility, because we don't have like a name for it. There's a couple people, and they think like there's a whole conspiracy going on, which there is, with the company that owns the building that blew up, and they capture John Benson, the main character, one of the main characters. So they capture him, even though this is a jack dude, but I guess you hit him with a lead pipe in the back of the head or whatever, and he'll fall. So they capture him. Issue 2, he wakes up, and then he's kind of confused on like where he is, but he's with that group, and then they kind of explain what's going on. They got a whole cork board, which we literally I made in Canva. That's probably the best graphic design that I've ever done. And then Dylan like connected stuff with like, these like yarn things, but it's just red. Like, yeah.
Just Charlie Day smoking the cigarette.
Yeah, it's like
sweet.
There's no Pepe soup. So they talk about that. Then issue 2 mostly focuses on like our mafia side of like the Sear City, which is like where everything takes place. So we have the Italian family, because there's obviously always got to be an Italian mafia and a Russian mafia. So those two, they're like going at it, and then they actually have an arms deal that they're trying to like kind of like have a time of peace. And then things don't happen like that, because the Matthew guy that started becoming the villain in issue 1, he kind of like is the cause of all of that. So he steals their van of explosives and stuff, and so he steals that, and then he does his own thing and leaves the area. And then you follow mostly this detective, this like bad cop, Tyler Silva. He's just like alcoholic gambler. He gets like super deep into debt with like the Italian mafia, the Boschetti brothers. They're gonna break his legs and stuff. And so yeah, that kind of happens going on like midway in the comic. Then his partner actually gets caught in like crossfire, but you don't know if he's dead or not. But in like a future issue, he'll be in the hospital or whatever. So yeah. Tyler's character I was actually gonna kill like super quick, and then Dylan's like, "Why are you like killing characters so fast?" So I didn't end up doing that, but yeah. And then like in this cover, there's a third character that's actually my vigilante character. That's me, but his name is Kenny Quinn. I don't know, I spoiled it. And there's actually a new series, which I'm going to talk about tomorrow, and that involves him. But he shows up in the third issue of this, which he's like the vigilante that like nobody knows where he came from. So
nice cross promotion there.
Yeah.
Well, here, fellas, it was really nice to meet everybody, especially Greg and Dylan. I've been seeing your guys' stuff since I've been doing comics,
Yeah.
I think. But I gotta roll. But thanks so much for having me on, and good luck with the rest of the show.
Yeah. Coming.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Totally. Cheers, folks.
Okay, I was saying, you guys gonna show the clip or no? Because my idea is like to show that so you have the promo, and then because I have the panel a couple more later. So
For the video clip?
yeah.
Let me share what I got so
I'm
far.
literally waiting on Dylan. That's why I'm just like rambling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wanted
So
to,
right now, I think I've only
showcase your stuff. You know.
I think I got about a minute of it done, and then this will be like the John story arc that's going to be broad. That'll be like, so I want to make, like I said, 3 different trailers, and as you can see from the from the cover of show the cover again, so you can see the 3 art. So you can see there's 3 main stories that'll be being told in the 3rd issue. So what I want to do is I want to have a basically a trailer for each of them, and for John and for the psychopath, where's my head? The psychopath down there. They each start in the 1st issue, so those trailers are actually going to include part of the 1st, 2nd, and then the 3rd issue as those come into being. So yeah, let me share my screen, or let me get this full screen before I share my screen. How do I get this full screen? That is a great question. Match screen. What is going on here? Let's see. View playback.
If you put it in a folder, I can just download it.
No, again, I have to render it. It's not that easy. This is
I thought it was like in Canva. I'm like, ooh.
Canva. No, you can't do this in Canva.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you can try. How do I do that? One second. I gotta Google this. Don't worry, folks. I'm a professional. Da Vinci. Is it Da Vinci? Full screen preview. How do I do it? Da Vinci full screen. View full screen preview. That's what I want. Tell me how to do it, Match with YouTube. Yes.
Yeah, it is.
What did he just say? You got CC.
What?
Control F. Is that here? Control F. Let's see if this works. I think it did. Okay, cool. Let me share my screen now. Present. Share screen. Share. Entire screen. This screen. Share. All right. I just realized, would you be able to hear the audio? You might not be able to hear the audio. One second. How do I make sure you can hear the audio? I think I have to share the window. Present.
No idea.
Share screen. Share screen. Window. To share audio, share a tab or screen instead. Or screen. Oh, no, it said screen. Okay, so I can share. Oh, yeah, also share audio. There we go. Okay, boom. Got this. Nice. Okay, we've got this. All right, so let me move this off the screen so you guys can actually watch this. And then I'm going to press play and then just tell me if you can hear it. Oh, the volume's quiet. There's a thumbs up. I just realized, why is the volume so quiet? Oh, I know why the volume's quiet.
Yeah, we can hear it.
It's quiet, though, right?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Let's say I got this, though. I'm going to get this. I forgot I turned the volume way down so that I could be editing in the background while definitely paying attention this whole time. Control F. And then rewind that. There we go. All right. Now it might be pretty loud, but either way, it's going to be awesome. Share screen. Share screen. Share entire screen. Share audio. Share this screen. Share. We got this. Boom. Okay. Everybody's ready? We're all ready. And that's about as far as I got.
Oh, okay.
But it's epic, and I'm excited. But this is because we're going to use all 3 of these trailers for the convention, or for the Kickstarter when we run them. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. I think the hardest part about making these trailers is first finding epic music to put it against, and then after that, it's like taking the time to line up all of these panels one at a time. But yeah, it's definitely
that's definitely a teaser.
Oh yeah, we're teasing. But no, what we could do now though is now that they've seen like what the trailer is going to look like, is we could show off some of the first pages of the 3rd issue. But yeah, so we, as Greg explained, the first 2 issues in glorious detail. We now have the 3rd issue, which we've gotten quite a bit of progress done with this. And when are we launching this again? February, yeah. So I'm excited. Yeah, I like making these trailers, although they take an absorbent amount of time. And Greg's looking for him. He's gonna find him.
Indeed. Well, guys, see you later.
Yeah.
On the other panel, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a nice one. Always a pleasure. Bye.
Same. Sweet. Oh, yeah. Here we go. And this is going to be the new character being introduced into our universe, which is exciting.
Yeah.
I think are we making a sticker for that?
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna have stickers and stuff.
There's 3 different stickers. There's 3 different for a couple things, stickers and other things. Yeah. So these are some of the pages.
Who's doing the coloring on these things? This is the first I've seen of you guys doing this. Who's doing the coloring?
That is the famous February. If you haven't heard of him, you're missing out.
It's great.
Great is an understatement. Great. He has taken some of our past projects where we were working with an artist and we couldn't quite match what we were looking for. We got it over to February, and he basically turned it into something incredible. And it's like we found
a really rich animated look to it.
What'd you say?
It's got a really rich animated style to it. It looks really good.
Oh yeah, and honestly, we found out later that he actually can draw, and I think that's part of why
this TV on this page had a basketball game on it. Like Hector put a basketball game playing on TV, and I was like, "What? No, there was supposed to be a news report. That's how he gets triggered." He's like, "Oh." I was like, "Yeah." So February fixed that, but yeah.
Oh wow.
Yep. Yeah, but I really love his design. Like, this is how I thought he was going to look the entire time, and I'm so happy with it. But yeah, there's 12 pages that we got, but there are more. It's just they're not colored yet.
Well, that's why I was hanging around, because I wanted to see what you guys came up with, because I haven't had the opportunity to see it yet. So. Yeah.
Don't worry.
I know I wanted to work with you guys for a while, but it just hasn't meshed up yet. But yeah, man, I mean, that looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super excited, and it's definitely fun. Like I said, making those trailers are fun, but like it's only because the artwork is so good that like we'll be able to like do some incredible stuff with it. So I'm definitely excited about that.
Yeah, I've got my own experience with those things. Yeah, they can be pretty hectic, but they're fun though. When they're done, they're so worth it.
Oh yeah,
they really are. But yeah,
so cool.
So I'm glad I got to see that, man. You guys, thanks for having me on, man. I'm gonna get out of here and let you shut this off. I know you guys got you're hopping with the next set coming up this afternoon and whatever. But anyway, if you guys need any promotion for me or any help for me to plug it out there, let me know, man, and I'll put it up on my page and go from there. But as far as that goes, like I said earlier, I've got a couple pages before I even hit dinner tonight, and it's just, yeah, you know my style. It's over detailed. I admit it, but yeah, lots of stippling, lots of black and white detail, lots of gradients. So I'm gonna get to it. You guys take care, man.
Okay. Thanks.
You do. Ciao.
Now,
next is the giveaway, right?
So
or the announcement of the giveaway.
Talking about it. Yeah. So
spoiler alert.
So there's no giveaway yet. So we used to disappear in December, like we didn't really stick around on social media. We're changing that up, and we're now, if you join our Substack, which is right here. If you join our Substack, I'll even put that link in the comments, which I should do that. You will be able to get these presents or gifts or whatever you want to call them sent to you. You just have to, you just have to be signed up. They will be digital for the most part. There might be a physical one, but I can't send 600 comics to people during December because of shipping. Also, I'm waiting on Mittens 3 to be done, and that's not going to be shipped in December. That's definitely not going to happen. But yeah, so, and I still have to ship ink, which I'm going to be doing this week, which I think I said on Kickstarter it was going to be like a week after I said that or something. But things happened in my life that changed. So yeah, so we're doing a Christmas giveaway. It's going to be 12 days of Christmas, and if you join our Substack, which just join Substack, I'll be doing more in Substack. I was going to be doing a lot more this year, and then like I said, things happened. So yeah, I post short stories which actually are connected to our comics. I've already posted a few of those. There's a bunch written.
I was gonna say, which also are going to be inspiring some ash cans too, which will be fun.
Yeah. Because there's a whole other side of the story of stuff that's within the short stories that is like just other characters that you don't really see in the comics because there's only so many pages that you can do because I'm not a millionaire. Yeah. So sign up for our Substack, and we will be giving away different things. Comics. We do have plushies of Griff and Mittens, and we might be giving one of those away to people. So, but that will be like an actual giveaway. Like you got to be entered in or something. So make sure you tune in for whatever Substack post that will be. Probably near the end, but yeah. So that's basically that. That's all I gotta say about that. Do you have like trivia ready?
Yeah, I'm getting one last thing for
Cool. And then we have an empty slot, and now we're gonna fill it with trivia. So anybody that's watching, you can play along.
Yeah. So yeah, for those who are watching, if you weren't here earlier, the first question, I'll just reiterate it again too, was who was the first superhero comic? And if you were here, you can feel free to share it again. But and whoever's watching, share this with somebody because we're gonna do trivia. So like we want this to be interactive. We want people to answer back. So we're gonna come up with some. We have trivia questions, but we're gonna post them up here. And Greg, if you could put them, create some banners for these, so we can pop these up and leave them on the screen. I put them into the Expo comic trivia. Nice.
Also, if you do as a ticker, the names stay. So I think going forward, the banners will just be a ticker, so it can questions can stay on the screen while you can.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that until I did that thing.
I didn't know that until I saw that.
And it looked like you can also pop up questions as well. So like
so that's good. Do you have the questions somewhere?
Yeah, they're in the Expo thing. The what's it called?
Oh wow. Oh,
yep. Put a bunch in there. Yep. Yeah. Just start from the top and just put them up on. Yeah.
So not the first one though.
No, that's the first one because I want to answer that again because we did that one.
Oh, okay.
Put it up for the people that are watching now. Let's see. Great.
Not the answer. I don't want the answer. So you want this a ticker, or do you want them to just be showing up like on top?
You can put them up on top, like make them big questions. It's okay if they can't see our names, like for now, and then we can shrink it.
That's easy. Who wouldn't know that?
Yeah, honestly, that's the point. Like, if we get people in here that
If anybody answers any of the questions correctly, you'll be entered for our giveaways, because I need people to be entered for the giveaways, not the Christmas one. So we're giving away scales after this. Well, we're going to be giving away scales, and I only have one name so far on that wheel. So I would like 3 or 4 or 10. So
would you get the first question up?
I do. These are easy.
Yeah, some are gonna be easy. I'm getting the harder ones ready.
See, I didn't know that one, but I knew it was early.
You put the first question up too, just so that we have it on the screen. Who is considered the first superhero in comic book history? So for all you viewers out there, put it in the comments. Let's see. I want to get this.
Really?
Here.
Oh, indie comic trivia. That's cool. Really? Now I don't wear the shirt, right?
Nice. Yeah. See, Gerald wasn't here earlier, but he got it. Did you Google? Did you cheat? Or did you actually know that one? Gerald, tell us. Let us know. And Gerald, invite 3 friends so we can get more people in here. I want this to be a race.
I knew that question too.
He said no. Was that a no to you did not Google it, or a no that you might have Googled it?
No, to Google. What?
Let's see. Come join us.
That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, did you read one of the ones about us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, somebody gets that. Name of the
I'm Googling the benefit of being lifelong comic nerd.
Oh, there's a bunch of comments. I can't shoot them. Really? It's easy.
All right, well, we got so Greg, put the second question up. What's the second question? I'll read it off while you post it. Where the heck is it? It's Man, I got so many of these. Okay, which comic book publisher created the Justice League? Gerald's like, too easy, nerds. Okay, that's the point though. We want some of these to be easy because some of these are going to be really hard. Like I didn't know them.
Where? Because
they're going to be lower. Don't worry, because I might jump around to the questions. All right, we got our first response. We got JC in there. Now you're just throwing off. Or national. That's interesting. Were they not? What were they when they made Justice League? No, they were DC. Let's see. Come join us for some comic book trivia. Nice. Brian's got it too. Look at it. Brian's first on YouTube. Hello, Brian. Brian, did you share this with 3 of your friends? Brian's like, I don't have any friends. All my friends are wolves.
sounds like it could be a song.
Trivia. Boom. Copy paste. Oh.
Highest grossing single issue. All right. Yeah. Didn't know that. I knew that. There's so many of these. You didn't need this many.
Yeah, you know, we'll probably. I might skip around some, but I wanted to get at least.
Wow.
Let's see. Let me see the next one. Yes. Which superhero made their first appearance in Amazing Fantasy number 15? He was a throwaway character that they were going to be getting rid of. You got that one. There you go. He was a throwaway character that the producer did not like with an entire Discord. Oh yeah. Are you sharing it with a Discord? Yeah, get some people from Discord on here. This is hey Greg, you missed the word the letter W. It just says Hitch superhero.
Hitch. Well, not
Yes.
changing.
I know everybody. This might get everybody confused. So I'll clarify. It is which superhero? Oh, somebody. We got two. We got first on Facebook, first on YouTube. YouTube was first though, and that is the correct answer. It is Spider-Man. He was a throwaway character. Somebody that he was like, hey, if we're gonna be getting rid of him anyways, might as well toss him into this comic book. So very, very good. Nice.
Copying all of these.
So now we got the next one. This one's probably a lot harder. I don't know if I don't know a lot of people that would know this answer. They might know this answer. Maybe I'm too little of a nerd. But the next question we have is who is credited with coining the term graphic novel?
I don't have it. Yeah.
You don't have that yet. It's like did I scoop down? It's right after this. Right after the Spider-Man question.
Wait, what?
It's right after that Spider-Man question.
Which Spider-Man question?
The one we just did.
Yeah, I'm copying like so many of these. I don't.
Gotcha. It's who is credited with coining the term graphic novel.
Yeah. No. Oh, it's there.
Number 19. Sorry, number 19. I just realized there's numbers. I just realized instead of pasting them all.
What?
I said instead of pasting them all, we could just do them as I do them. I don't know how quick it is to just paste them in here.
Well, it depends on.
There you go. So here we go. So who is credited with coining the term graphic novel?
There's so many comments.
If you guys have no idea, I will give a hint. I actually know the name, but I did not know he was the one that coined the term.
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have guessed that he's the one that coined the term. So in the comments, let us know. Put down like no clue or give us a hint, something like that. Let us know. And also share it with more friends. There aren't enough people giving us answers. We need more people. Give us all the people.
No pictures of Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Which is funny because I just put that one in.
Alan Moore, that is not correct.
What a loser.
It's like your nerd card is fading. Who else has a guess? And again, if you have no clue, let us know. Just say no clue, and we'll give you a hint.
Who said that? Oh, Justin.
So let's see. Where's JC? Where's Brian? No clue. Gerald's got no clue. Okay. So the first. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, I totally lost the question. Where'd he go? Okay, there it is. The first hint I will give is the initials, which is W-E. W-E. I feel like there's not that many W-E's in the comic book space of relevant stature that would pull somebody's name.
Another hint, but like then that means like.
Well, no, it's like with W-E, it's like first off, he gets it. Gerald gets it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You
get a cookie, and you get a cookie. You keeping track of the names, by the way?
Yeah, I got it. Gerald almost wrote Will's name.
Let me grab another question on here. This one's fun just because it's the full name. So, Greg, this is just for you to put the question up. Don't answer the question. What is Batman's butler's full name?
Where is this? People are gonna guess it before I even put it up.
No, you're gonna get it first, Greg. I believe in you. Is Batman's butler's full name?
Brian.
Watch somebody put his middle name, and I had no idea, even though he's like, I know. Gerald does get it. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. We have yeah, there it is. And now we got Facebook and YouTube with Justin and Gerald. So Alfred Pennyworth.
Oh.
Got Gerald over here with Alfred W. Pennyworth. The W stand for an extra cookie.
These people are participating. Are we good? Are we good?
Yeah, but if anybody knows what the W stands for, I don't know if he just made that up, to be honest. Like, I actually didn't even know there was a W in there.
I didn't know his middle name.
Let's see. I'm going to find the next one. This one's fun because it's more recent. Wicker. Oh, really? That's interesting. I wonder if it is Wicker. I think I made it up. Oh. All right. So here's a fun one just because there's a recent film adaptation. Greg, number 23. I just realized you can probably copy the numbers. Well, actually, it doesn't copy the numbers, does it? Because they're like numbered lists. But what is Deadpool's real name?
It's not number 23.
That's number 23. I'm looking at it.
Are you sure?
I have it highlighted. It says 23 right next to it. Oh, the numbers start over at one point. I just noticed that. I should let me click on these.
Yep. Because there's a number 23 and it's about.
Yep, I'm fixing it.
I almost said the answer.
Don't say the answer, Greg. Yeah, I'm fixing it. Yeah, the number's like discontinued.
I don't think.
And Gerald again. Gerald is on fire.
Yeah.
Now don't say it yet though. We don't have a YouTube.
Well,
yet.
I have this one. That was my number 23, but I don't have.
I'm fixing them now though, so they say it. So what is that? Oh, yeah, with the H. Yeah. Oh, we got Facebook and YouTube. That is correct. Wade Wilson. Right, Justin. Wade Wilson. Will. Yes, excellent. And then, where's the other question I had? That was right next to that one. What did I just say it was? 23? There it is. There's another one that was near here. This one should be an easy one. In the classic comic book, the Mittens series, what is the name of the panda bounty hunter? Everybody should know this one. I should see so many answers just flying in for the famous series called Mittens. Space Pilot.
You don't look in the comic unless you haven't ever read it. Then go look at the comic.
Yeah, this is the only time you can reference online sources, and it can only be our comic book. I meant the comic book Mittens series. Mittens Space Pilot. Let us know if you read Mittens and how much you enjoyed it because it's your favorite comic.
Nobody. Really?
I know they're all like, wait, Mittens? If you have no clue, just put no clue. It's okay. We'll give hints.
Oh, they're downstairs. Right? No.
What?
I thought I just
in a box. Love that. Let's see. Love that art of Mittens, but no clue. No clue. Gerald has no clue. Does YouTube?
You know. You know.
One sec. What does YouTube have any clue, or does YouTube also need equal help? Facebook is failing today. They haven't read enough of the Mittens series to know.
Come on.
That's what he. Look at that. He's even got a plushie. That's how famous he is.
Come on.
He's got a hat. Where's his staff?
That's not the one with the staff.
You grabbed the one without a staff. That's awesome. There's only 3.
Because we sold the one with the staff.
No, I put a staff on the next one.
Oh, that's in the.
I think I know, but I'm second guessing. Take a guess. It's okay. Yeah, that's what this is all about. Don't worry. Only Gerald will make fun of you, and it's only because he has no clue.
You guys are entered into that giveaway.
Look at this. Represent. I got to get a new one of these with the new logo. Justin with the first guess. What about Facebook? Does Facebook have any guesses? He said there's only no clue. So Facebook,
Ryan with the panda.
He's like, yes, that's exactly it. But okay, the name starts with a G. Starts with a GR.
Not Greg.
It's not Greg though.
Fuck that name.
Facebook, take a guess. Ryan. Yeah, that's Ryan starts with a G. He's like, Brian?
Is it Brian? Grout? Oh, that's it.
No, that was a good guess, but no, we'll tell you the name because it's already shared on YouTube. But the name, guess by Justin Stories is indeed.
Figured I better know it since I voiced him last year. Oh
yeah. I forgot about that.
No clue. Come on. You got to be a fan of all the Sierra Nova comics.
All right, Greg, go to number 37. Go to number 37.
37.
All right. So the next question we have, what is the name of the newspaper?
30. Oh, you're up there.
What is the name of the newspaper where Peter Parker works as a photographer? Ink is more my speed, especially with those cheetah tats. What is the name of the newspaper where Peter Parker works as a photographer? Nice. Facebook got a quick answer. Let's see if we get one from YouTube. Who's going to be the first on YouTube to get this?
Loved admittance. Looking forward to talking about it.
In the games panel. Yeah, nice. All right, YouTube. What is the name of the newspaper where Peter Parker works as a photographer?
I would just keep adding you guys like your names over and over and over again. But
that's right. But yeah, you guys got to share. You got to share with your friends. Get them on here. Tell them it's easy questions.
I already have enough names in that wheel, so that's good.
There we go. YouTube's got an answer, right? So we got that correct. We've got Gerald with the first response, though, so we'll put him up here. Gerald, the Daily Bugle. That's absolutely correct. Yeah. We got get some more people on here so you have some competition. They're over here just crushing it. All right, let's see. Oh man, the numbers start over again. I keep trying to
Yeah, they do, because you're like 37, and then after a certain number, it restarts, and then there's no 37.
Yeah, I'm clicking on them all.
I already had it in here, so.
All right, let's do. What is that one? No, I don't want that. That's funny. This one's actually interesting because I don't know enough people that know the name, but I feel like amongst the nerds here that there's got to be somebody. Greg, number 83. I know I just updated him, so it's right near the bottom. Which superhero's real name?
Wait,
he's getting it in there. Don't worry. Which superhero's real name is Arthur Curry? So what is the superhero's name of the secret identity, Arthur Curry? Great, I just realized, where's that music? We can put music on here, right? Oh, we got the first answer real quick from Facebook. Now, does YouTube have an answer? How do I do the music? I forgot how to do the music. It's under brand? Background music? Yeah, background music. I found it. Look. Let's see. Whoa. Turn that down. Here we go. What about feeding the ducks? This one sounds fun. That too chill? Nah, I like rock. I don't want you guys falling asleep too early. A dance pop.
Just get some G Fuel.
Oh yeah, we gotta get.
Sponsored by Carl's Jr. No.
Let's see. Did we get one? Yeah, there we go. YouTube's got it. Aquaman. But Gerald again with the win. Gerald is crushing it over here. Now I gotta get a harder question for him. Okay. Last one right here. I can turn this. Oh, I didn't add the other ones yet. I have a bunch of other questions that are that'll make this a lot harder. Let me grab these real quick. Okay, Greg, you turn the music down? Yeah, I think I jammed it too much.
Can I turn the music down?
Music control. Yep, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Just subtle. We just need it subtle.
Coming in all aggressive.
All right, Greg. I just added a few more. I'm going to switch genres over here. Coming in all aggressive with the beats. Yeah, exactly. So, Greg. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good show. I never read the comic. That probably is a hint.
Which one? The one you just highlighted?
Yeah.
All right, we'll put that one up. Which comic features a father and his hybrid deer son surviving in a post-apocalyptic world?
I gotta watch the next season.
It is also the name of a truck.
Oh,
Oh, we got our first one real quick from.
yeah.
I'm gonna wait. We gotta wait for Facebook to catch up. Yeah, there we go. We got this. Brian with the first guess. Gerald with the next guess. Sweet Tooth. That's correct.
Yeah.
Now for a bonus, which comic book publisher who was bought by DC created the comic first or acquired by DC?
Whoa. Well, I don't think I had that question.
No. That's just a bonus question. That's
okay.
just on top of it, right? So
I know that though.
yeah, he gets it real quick. Gerald on the quick draw over here. Vertigo.
Nerd.
Nice. All right, Greg. Let's get this one right here. Number. Oh, come on. Like how the numbers just started over for no reason. It's like right after 107.
What?
Yep, you got it.
Uh,
All right. So, wait, where'd it go? Did you do one? No, where'd it go? The dystopian one. Where did that just go? You just delete it?
this
No.
one?
Oh, 109. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, what the heck? That moved on me.
Oh, that one. I thought you
Yeah, do that one. Yeah. All right. So the next question is, what does that say? Premises? The next question is, which dystopian comic by Alan Moore, which somebody earlier guessed was the guy who made what's it called?
Probably watch this
Yeah.
on
Well,
election day.
Yeah, which dystopian comic by Alan Moore explores the story of a vigilante in a totalitarian society? I love that word, Brian. Oh, fremesis. Is that like a nemesis friend? Yeah.
What you got? Yeah.
From YouTube, does Facebook have an answer? See, you know what's happening? These guys are like blocked their friends from joining. That's why it's so they can answer all the questions. They're like, I'm
gonna win. Oh, so we're doing this next year too because this is fun. But
yeah, I definitely
we
like
need to have like points or something. We gotta like figure that
Yeah,
out.
we gotta get like a scoreboard and stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, Greg, if you're tracking some of these, maybe while we get the other questions going,
Not trying.
I
wrote the people that are participating. And not
Oh, you're not doing like little tallies next to them?
No.
Damn.
How
If
many
anybody's
is that?
keeping tallies, maybe they can do tallies. What on a
Maybe
pen?
in the other thing, Emux or whatever it's called.
Do we have one from Facebook yet? Has Facebook got a guess? Does Facebook have no clue? Tell us if you got no clue, Gerald. It's okay.
Who are you? Did you need me to put together a profile image?
Was it just called Vigilante? No, it was not Vigilante.
Huh.
It does start with a similar letter. I gotta share this on my Facebook. See if I can get some other people on here. I need some competitors. These guys are taking all the dubs. No clue. It starts with V. V for what? Yeah, he gets it. Yeah, but the first guess was definitely. Oh, and already go Brian. There it is.
Oh, that was.
Yeah, Brian was first. He got that real quick. Nice. All right, Greg. Let's see. What's the next good question?
My answer. Yeah, Brian.
Let's see. I don't even know that one. That's a tough one. Ooh, what about this one? Oh, this one's a good one.
What are you looking at?
It's after 110. I want to highlight. Yeah.
I don't know that.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Let's see, people.
Brian, my nemesis.
Oh, okay.
All right, so the next question is, what is the name of the main character in Sin City who avenges Goldie's murder? See, this is better with the music, too, because that way it's not like awkward while we stare at each other. Oh, someone's real close. I think that was a typo. I think he knows what it is. But yeah, he got it. Nice. Damn. Look at Brian over here. Dwight. I don't know. I don't even know if there's a Dwight character in there. It's been so long since I've seen it, but I can just picture Dwight from The Office. But no, that is not correct. Gerald, would you like to take another guess, or do you have no clue? Let us know. Let us know if you're clueless.
Somebody.
Yeah, somebody got it already. Yeah, you got it. No, he was like real quick on that one. Ah, you got it. Yes, Marv. That is correct. But the first one to get it was not Narv, but Marv.
Welcome to the game show where the points don't matter.
Yeah, welcome to the game show where the points don't matter. Wait, what was that?
Whose line?
Oh, yeah, whose line is it anyway?
Everything's made up and the points don't matter.
Yeah, here you go. Do you see the one I just highlighted, Greg? It's a little bit lower. All right, so the next question is, which comic series by Brian Lee O'Malley follows a Canadian slacker in his battle against 7 evil exes?
I know.
I would have actually been able to guess this too, so I feel proud of myself. I've earned 1 nerd point.
Dad liked that movie too, which is like, I was like, really?
Nice, Brian. God, he's so fast. Gerald just behind. Yeah, that was so close. But yes, absolutely, Brian. We got this for Scott Pilgrim. Now for a bonus point. Who was the publisher of this series?
What?
Yeah, who was the publisher of the series? It's like radio silent. They're like, I can't remember. Nice. And Gerald Lee snipes it with the Oni Press. That is correct. Nice. All right, let's see. What do we got here for this next question? Oh, perfect, Greg, right here.
Right here.
Scroll down a little bit more. The anthologies.
Ooh.
That's a good one too. So the next question we have, this is for those horror fans out there, and if you don't know, share it with a horror fan. Who's your favorite horror?
Gerald's gonna probably get this.
But. Which horror anthology comic series was revived in the 1970s and featured a crypt keeper as its narrator?
See who gets it. Oh, Brian. One of them. Both like horror. Oh, look at that.
Nice there. Gerald got it. Now let's see. Do we have YouTube? Is YouTube catching up? Is YouTube sleeping over there? Brian's like, no, I took a sip of water. I missed it. Oh, he's so close, but that was definitely a typo. But yeah, Gerald with the correct answer. It is Tales from the Crypt. Perfect. That is awesome. This is fun. See, I'm glad I did the other ones. Let's see. Ooh, that one's a tough one.
Any of these other ones that are under
go up to Supernatural and Dark Fantasy, number 101.
What?
I got it highlighted.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That I feel like big thumbs. Hot takes from the crypt. Yeah. All right. The next question is. Let me get rid of that answer. Oh, I got it. The next question is: which dark fantasy comic written by Neil Gaiman follows the King of Dreams? I feel like I should have known this one, but like I was. Nice answer from Facebook. Gerald, he sniped it. Let's see. Is YouTube how far? Yeah, and YouTube not far behind. Look at that. Sit in the same minute. He gets it. All right. So, but Gerald, he's definitely the. Come on, Gerald. Yeah, Gerald comes in with the Sandman. Now for a bonus question. Another purchase of DC. What is the publisher that originally wrote King of Dreams? Or I originally wrote the Sandman. I'm reading the thing. Originally wrote the Sandman. So which publisher did DC purchase or acquire to put that? And again, Gerald, lightning fast. Vertigo. That is correct. All right, let's see.
Correct.
Oh, here's a fun one, Greg. Number 103, right after that. See that?
Yes.
So the next question we have, in the comic book Hellboy, what organization does Hellboy work for?
I didn't know that.
It's funny, like now that I'm reading it, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that.
I'm not big into Hellboy.
Yeah, and again, if you have look at that, lightning fast, perfect. What does it stand for the bonus point? It's like, oh my god, who can type it the fastest? Oh god, it's such a long name. I'm waiting with bated anticipation. Is that the word? Something like that. Trying to see who's going to type it all out first. I wonder if Gerald's like, I'm not going to even do that. Brian, yeah, he snipes it in there. Gerald is first, but I'm going to show his, but then I'll put out the full name. Oh, you got it. There he is. Bureau of Paranormal Research and Development. That is almost correct. It is Bureau of Research of Paranormal Defense. That's correct. I think it's Paranormal Research Bureau. Wait, actually, neither of those is correct. One second, I got that backwards. It's Bureau for Paranormal Research and Defense. So yeah, these are all over the place. Wait, there you go. Yeah, that one. This one, he's got it. Yeah, Gerald definitely got that one first. All right, let's see. Let's get another category here. Here we go. We mentioned this one earlier today. Greg, number 96.
Mm-hmm.
You see it? Number 96?
Ugh.
This is Greg's favorite story, if you couldn't tell. He loves this story. It's the best of all the stories. Which comic series is set in a world where corpses are reanimated and follows the story of Rick Grimes? Right now, they're like, they're racing for the keyboard. Nice, Brian. Finally, he gets a comeback. Look at that. Gerald's over there like, my fingers hurt. Yes, we got both YouTube and Facebook in here. Boom. Brian for the dub there. Walking Dead. Perfect. We're not going to do this one, but that's funny. Let's see. Greg, some of these questions are stupid. Like look at this one up here.
Oh. Yeah, no, don't ask that. That's stupid.
That's so funny. All the crossover ones, they did it very poorly. Let's see. Greg, go to number 87. This is for those who watch our podcast.
Yeah. Well,
and are big in the comic space.
Well, we didn't have it on YouTube, so you would have to listen to.
That was not on YouTube?
That's fun.
The Walking Dead. Dead. Christopher Walking Dead.
I'm a zombie.
It's like, listen.
I have a prescription.
I need more headshots. Oh, you put it up? Where'd you go? So this one's real deep. So you'd have to watch our listen.
Tim was watching. He might know because
Tim's watching. So this was our most recent podcast episode that has aired. What is the name of the dystopian indie comic that began as a screenplay and is inspired by New York City's art and music scene? And to clarify, it is based in the 80s. I think it was the 80s, right? Yeah. Yeah. This one will be real deep. So this was gonna be a deep cut.
It was. I don't know. I think it still is on there on Kickstarter. Oh! Did somebody get it?
Nope.
No.
Brian's over here like, I'm gonna get it so fast, and then he's like, oh no.
You can just type in sci-fi and
all those nerd points. One of them's taken.
It's not over yet, is it? Is it over?
Nope.
Let's see here. Can you go to the
I
thing?
have to eat brains.
Ended. That sucks.
What ended?
The Kickstarter, because it was like, oh look, but it ended like 2 days ago.
Oh, got it. So I'll give a hint. Not only did the Kickstarter end, the name of this comic starts with the word "end." Right now, someone's like in our podcast.
He's like a brand new creator. So how do you guys not know?
That's why this is a deep cut. They have to have been watching all the stuff that we put out.
Yeah.
The words.
It's not uploaded on YouTube. It was exclusive for just listening because I was lazy and I didn't want to put it on YouTube.
That's why it's a super deep cut. Justin Stories has no clue. So I'll give the second word, and then you guys can try to find it. It's called "End of Blank." End of blank.
Give up.
Look up Kickstarter and end of, and then see what comes up.
Yeah, it'll probably come with a bunch of things. Oh. Yeah, you did it.
Nice, Gerald with the speed run over here. End of Zed. That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had some incredible artwork up there, so I definitely recommend checking that out. I need more coffee. Me
Go
too.
get coffee and we'll
Yeah, go get coffee. Go get coffee.
just drink.
And while you're getting coffee, share this with at least 3 friends. Oh my gosh. Let's see.
All right. So that's gone.
And let me get another question. Oh, where'd he go?
All these after.
Oh, here you go. Greg, number 85. I cannot leave Brian with his fingers.
Should I wait? I can't.
Coming for your brain, Brian.
Superhero's weakness is the color yellow. Did somebody already guess?
No, he was talking about brains. Brian.
Yeah.
Mistype. What's the whole name? Quick. What's the whole name?
They both got it. He just got his real name.
Gerald got it right. He got it, but he slipped up just a little bit. It is not Hal Jordan. It's Hal Jordan. But yes, he did get Jordan. And yes, that is the Green Lantern. Nice. Greg, next question, number 82. This one I actually I would never have guessed this. I wouldn't even begin to know this one. But we've got some real comic book nerds here, and I think that they could guess this one. This isn't an indie thing. This is just one that I didn't know. So the next question we have, what type of dinosaur is Devil Dinosaur, Jack Kirby's creation?
I don't know this either.
Specific. You have to be specific. Ryan wins that one because the GL Corp is really the right answer. Well, actually, honestly, the color yellow for the original Hal
okay, but there's a color too. So
yes. So what color is that Tyrannosaurus Rex? You gotta be very descriptive. Who's gonna guess it?
Come on, writers. And artists.
Right now, they're like, crap. I think it's this one. And Gerald gets
it. Oh, they both got it. Okay.
Yep, they both got it, but yeah, you got it right after them. Yes, it is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it is red. That is correct.
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Here's an easy one, Greg. Put that one up here. The one right above that. So, guys, this one's going to be easy. You have to get prepared.
Yeah. Magical metal.
Yes. What is the name of the magical metal in Wolverine's skeleton? And it is magical because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Nice. And Gerald, YouTube. He spelled it right? They got to make sure he spelled it right. That's important. Yeah, it looks like it. And both of them in here. Gerald, though, for the dub. He got in there nice and quick. Adamantium, that is correct.
Justin's like, I give up.
Justin's like, I don't even know what words are. All right, Greg, number 76. This one's good because there'll be 3 parts to this question, but just put up the thing first. So the next question is, and this one's a hard one. What was the title of the first comic book appearance of Batman? Waiting for this rush of answers from all 1,000 people watching. I hit post here.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Detective Comics. That now real quick, Detective Comics is indeed the correct series. Which issue of Detective Comics does Batman first appear in? I wonder how long that one's going to take. Which issue? Which number issue does he first appear in? Not number 1. Brian was fooled. He thought it was number 1.
Oh.
17. That's real close. 17. The number is close, but not close in range. Close in lookalike. One of those numbers is correct. Who's going to get this one first? $27. Gerald, he gets it. Nice. Yes. Now for the last part of that question, the third part. What year did that comic book come out? I knew it had a 7.
Oh, wow. Man,
Why don't I know this? I don't know, Brian. You should ask yourself. You should reevaluate your entire life. Greg, I'm actually just messaging random people because this is actually fun for random people.
Ooh.
1939. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I'm going to double check. Yes, that's correct. I couldn't remember if it was 38 or 39. So
Did
Brian,
you get the issue
Brian,
number?
great on
Did
that.
anybody get the issue number?
Huh?
Did anybody get the issue number?
Yeah, Gerald got it already. 27. See?
Oh, okay.
Yep. No, that was awesome. That was a tough one. I could tell there was thinking going on in the background. All right, let's see. Oh my God, Greg, here you go. That's one that I would never have guessed. Number 74. Oh, let me check here.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Where's the? Tell me when you got it up there. It's because he's in Italy. What is the name of the alternate dimension the symbiote venom comes from? What is the name of the alternate dimension the symbiote venom comes from? Beyonderworld? No, that's not correct. No, there's an actual name. No, there's an actual name. See if we can get this. I don't know. All right, so I'll give you a hint. It's where'd it go? I'm gonna shrink it out myself. It starts with the letter K, and it's a weird one.
Kellogg's. No, it's not.
Yeah, Kellogg's. Kellogg's. Yeah, that's what let's see. Venopolis. No. It starts with a K. K like Kit Kat. I'll get the next letter too. It's KL. KL. So it's a weird name. More letters. KL.
No.
Verse. No.
Yeah.
Nulltown. No, not KN. No, KL.
Makes sense that you're saying
Like cluck. KL. I think you spelled cluck with a K.
Even more letters. I guess not.
KLY. KLY. It's like I said, this is a weird one.
Yeah, I didn't know it. It's KLY.
That's what I said. KLY.
Oh, I didn't hear the L.
Yeah. I'll keep doing it as a clucking bell. No, what is the name of the alternate dimension the symbiote venom comes from? So far, we got KLY. KLY.
It sounds like a Pokemon.
KLY jelly. That's what I was thinking. All right, KLYN. KLYN. I'm gonna keep doing this until we get all the way through, until I spell the whole thing, and then you guys have to guess if I stop it.
Scrabble over here.
Clean it.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, all you comic nerds, message 3 friends. Be like, hey, come try to figure this question out. This one's probably the hardest one that we've put up so far. There's got to be at least one nerd out there who knows this answer.
I'm doing number 73 after this. I like
73. Yes, that one's a good one. All right, so we're at KLYN. Message that to some friends. See if you got any friends who know this answer. They can't cheat though. Tell them no.
Yeah, no Google. Doesn't exist here. Oh,
that's so close. You're so close. You're one letter off. Quick, get it. Get it before Brian looks. Gerald is so far the closest. He is super close.
yeah, I'm gonna figure out how to like.
That's not right, Brian. Gerald is the closest.
Oh.
I can just feel it's like he's having a panic attack. Like, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm like waiting. I'm like it's like he's like, I'm not inviting anybody.
No.
You're so close. Come on, he hasn't got it yet. You're only one. You have everything is correct. There's only one letter that is wrong. Gerald.
Come on. Playing Boggle right now. Let's go. Just that one letter.
In the meantime, I'm literally just messaging people like, come watch and try to guess.
Oh.
No.
Yeah,
You're close before. Oh my God, Brian's also really close. He's only one letter off. You're both only one letter off.
Oh my God, you're so close.
Too many letters.
I'm writing friends. Yeah, somebody.
It's funny too, because like they can keep it. It's hard enough that they're like, oh my God, it could just be one letter.
I refused.
I refuse to look at it. Like he's
yeah.
Clintar, use the lifeline. Nice. Who was it, Gerald? Invite them to the live stream. Tell. We got to put their name down for the giveaway because that's crazy. That was you're pretty close, Brian. You're missing a letter, but yeah. I'm going to put it up on the screen though. Gerald got it. It's right here. Clintar. I'm sending invite. Nice.
That's the hardest question we've had so far.
That is definitely the hardest question. I would never have guessed that. You could have gave me every letter. I wouldn't have known you were done spelling it.
All right. Which DC superhero has a sidekick named Speedy?
I hate it. Brian's so mad. He's like, I'm so mad. He's like, I was gonna start my New Year's resolution early, but I'm giving it up already. I hate it. I hate life.
Brian.
Greg, you gotta wait till Facebook catches up. You can't just read.
You didn't hear me say it.
Yeah, he said hibbity hoopla. Holy crap.
What?
I actually didn't know this one. 67.
67. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I don't know why I didn't know that.
Yeah, I have that. What do you say? Yeah.
Yeah, put the we got it. Nice. Brian was first though.
All right.
Greg, put number 67. I can't believe I didn't know that one. I feel embarrassed that I didn't know that. What does the DC in DC Comics stand for? I can't believe I didn't know that. I
just learned that like a couple months ago or something. Somebody said it, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't."
It makes perfect sense. I never ever asked myself, what does the DC stand for? Yes, Gerald. Real quick. What about? Yes. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know why I didn't know that. Like, obviously that makes sense. I just thought that was just the name of the series.
We're gonna do this from now on as like a segment.
Yeah, I do like this because it's a good way to get.
I wanna try to get like points and stuff. So
yeah, next year we'll definitely have to get like a point system on the board, and then they can like be leveling up and stuff.
Yeah,
we could probably do that now, but it's like we're so far invested into this.
If you had like Streamlabs.
Oh, here we go. Here's a tough one, Greg. Number 33.
Oh, well, if you read that book.
Yeah, well, only you've read the book, though.
Yeah.
So this question, real simple question, but also a tough one. Who founded Marvel Comics? And there'll be a bonus question after. So
it's one of like the 20 books I ever read in my life.
I feel like if you're going to get into comics, it's probably one of the few books you probably should read.
That
nonfiction books, by the way. We're talking about nonfiction books.
Yeah, this is one of like the few that he's like, read this. I was like, okay.
Yeah. I was like, you should probably know this story. Man, that one's taking a second.
I can't remember.
In a minute, but
it's Gary V. Come on, no.
Who founded Marvel Comics? Again, get some lifelines out there. One of your friends has to know this.
YouTube or Team Facebook. Yeah, that would be kind of cool if like we had.
Yeah, we could even do that. Yeah, the YouTube, Facebook, like watch it like climb. I wonder if I can do something real quick. Let's see.
If you're not subscribed to our channel, do it, Martin.
Ooh.
What? What is it? What's the name?
But Greg, you can't read that though because now you're giving Facebook hints.
Yeah.
All right. Well, since Greg already said out loud, that is indeed the first name. The first name of the Marvel Comics. Let's see. It was in Stan Lee's biography, but I don't recall. Mr. Joe. No. We've got it. Martin is the first name. What is the last name? If you need a hint, let me know. Get some questions out there. See if you got any lifelines out there. And I'm gonna try to come up with a little graph real quick.
Oh, and then soon we got to do our giveaway, and then I gotta invite Peter and Ian. So
you want a hint? All right. So the last name starts with a G. Starts with a G, like Gerald. Starts with a G. Goldman. That is not correct.
Yeah, he is not correct.
It is very close, though. Very close. Martin Gruber. Like McGruber. No, it's not Gruber. I don't think it was Martin. Hint, LOL, JK, sorry. No, it was Martin. Martin's the correct name. McGruber, sorry. No. Martin is definitely the first name. The last name starts with a G. And Goldman was real close, but it's not Goldman.
For fan or something?
What'd you say? Goldblum? No, not Goldblum. No. All right. I'll give you an even bigger hint. It was the last part of the name that was closer.
My uncle back? Like what the fuck? Oh, maybe there's mail.
We need to see if somebody's got.
Oh, okay. That's what that sound was. Who's on my porch? Is that another Kickstarter package?
You got another 60. Dude, you should open.
So many that I'm gonna open.
Anybody get that last name yet? So it's Martin. It starts with a G. I'll say the last part. It's not Goldman, but it's definitely something, man.
Superman. No.
Hartman? No. No, it starts with a G. Got to be Goldfinger then.
Gold.
G, man.
Yeah. Oh, well.
You're close.
So close. That's good. We had some hard ones. Need like one.
While you guys are doing that, I'm going to run back through these questions and see if I can find
one more. Just one more, and then we'll do our giveaway. We'll spin the wheel. And then
where was the first
files? Steam.
Facebook had one. Greg, watch the comments because I'm doing a tally of the old of the points over here.
Pretty quiet right now. They're like, I don't know.
All right. So the next letter is O. The G. What did they say?
Greg man.
No. So it's G-O blank blank man.
I can't.
That's why Goldman was really, really close, but it's not Goldman.
It's like super close.
It's super close. It's one letter off.
Greg Moquin man? No. Nobody wants my name.
Let's see.
How am I tired right now when I just drank a G Fuel?
Because you haven't had enough coffee yet.
I had one. Coffee? I don't have coffee. No, I wonder if he's going to bring the next. I don't know.
Greg, are you watching? Is anybody getting it yet?
No.
How is nobody getting this? Right?
No.
It's not Goldman. It's one letter different than Goldman.
It says Gottman.
Gottman.
Is that even a name?
No.
This might be the last question because we got to do our thing.
It's only one letter different than Goldman.
What did you say? Let me know in the comment. Anytime. We made it to the big leagues, yeah. What? Oh yeah, Mega Man is gonna be in that show. That's awesome.
Wait, Mega Man's gonna be in a show?
Yeah, there's a Prime show that's called Secret Level, and it says featuring Mega Man, which is amazing because Mega Man needs Geldon. Nope. Mega Man. That's the name. No. Can all this snow melt? That'd be nice.
I'm like going through and tallying up all the points now. It's taking a minute.
All right. I have all their names in the wheel, so I'm gonna just. There's one that was
I missed the name earlier when we were asking about Griff. Somebody wrote Groku. Gerald.
That's Marvin.
Somebody just write Max Martin. Is that what you just said?
No, Marvin said that, I think.
No, it was Gerald.
Oh, was it? Oh, wait. Oh, no. Marvin's name is in there.
Man, I'm going back, and Gerald was crushing it earlier, so I'm trying to see who ended up.
I'm just glad that there's names in here. I might keep these names, and then like they could win Christian's book, unless if we do another giveaway. Like we don't have any other time to do like another trivia thing. So
yeah, Gerald was crushing in the beginning. I got like so much. I'm like just trying to. There's another one.
Nobody's got it. It's 2:45. I'm gonna give away this thing.
Here, 1 second. How do I do a screen share? Screen share, share screen, window, no, tab, no, window, this window. I'm going through and counting them right now.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, whoops, I messed that one up.
Oh, Facebook. Oh yeah, Gerald's the only one I want to win all the ink issues. Well, you're gonna have them mailed to you like this coming week, or soon. Brian got it.
Who got it? Put it up on the screen.
Goodman.
Goodman, nice. Now for the follow-up question. So that's the founder of Marvel Comics. What was the original name of Marvel Comics? What was the original name of the publisher, Marvel Comics? For a bonus point.
Oh, I think I know. Yeah. Is that on there?
Yeah.
Where?
It's right next to it. It's the.
Oh. Oh, that's why. Oh, well, he might get that.
Well,
Oh,
keep an eye. Anybody
they
get
both
it?
did. They both got.
Who got it
literally, it says 246.
Well, yeah.
Brian was first.
Brian was first. Damn, Brian's fast. All right, I'm gonna keep going.
But Gerald also said another name after that. So,
What do you mean?
well, it says timely, and they said or Atlas, which that's kind of also right.
Was Atlas between them or before them? Timely's correct though. I'll give a bonus point for Atlas. Let's see. There we go. 13. I'm like going through and counting all these. So you can see.
I wish I had like another thing to give away for this, but no. Well, I have a bunch of shit, but.
Nice. Yeah, this is a tough one. This is definitely. I'm like running through here. I have to like look for the first.
Should probably get that cover on here. Oh, well, that's that. Ow.
And then who was the first one to get this right?
Is the that's okay. I don't think that.
Who got Goodman? Who got it correct?
Brian.
Right.
I have to leave in 2 minutes, but this was fun. Oh, well, then we'll do our little fucking giveaway thing.
Yeah, we'll do it right now. Nice. But yeah, here's the end tally that I got. There you go. I got 21 for Facebook and 13 for YouTube. That was the tally. In the beginning, there's a few other Facebookers that got some points, so I can't say if it was Gerald or Brian who won that one, but this was the Facebook versus YouTube.
So we're now doing a giveaway, and we're going to spin a wheel, but yeah. And we're giving away the foil cover of this. So one lucky person gets this.
You got a copy of that, Greg, to show it off?
Not at the moment.
Go get one for a second. I'll entertain.
It's literally in my car. Like I haven't been able to take.
Oh, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
See you in a minute.
Nope. All right. So now I'm gonna. Where's Peter? Ian, come on.
Did you find the wheel? You got the wheel?
All right. Let's see who wins this.
Who's gonna be the lucky winner? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
He like back to Kickstarter.
Nice.
Okay.
For the dub.
So Justin wins the foil cover of Scales. Unless if he already has one, then.
Oh, I just realized he was cheating. He was colored green the whole time.
So.
Nice.
Cool. All right. Well, yeah. Thanks for playing, Gerald. And yeah, we're definitely gonna do this next year because
that was awesome. Cool. That was fun. And if we have any canceled panels later, that's a good way to fill that in with some stuff. Wee. Is that what that says? Brian does it say wee woo? Woo.
Woo. Woohoo!
Yeah, woo.
See
you guys later. Awesome.
Later soon.
Later soon, yes.
Later soon.
Indeed. Thank you, Gerald. Thanks
All
for
right.
Peyton.
I'm available for any panels tomorrow. Yeah. You can join any of them.
Brian, that wasn't an error. That was perfect. Woo!
Woo!
Yeah, definitely, Gerald. Yeah, if we end up, because we even have like a waiting list of some people for panels, so we'll let you know if there's some fun panels. And when we announce it tomorrow, you'll see them too. So if there's one you really want to jump on, let us know.
Oh my God, there's so many questions. All right.
Sweet. What time is it? Are we about to?
There's 9 minutes until the Nova Files podcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna.
Who's in the Nova File one?
Oh, now Peter's here. All right.
Oh, perfect. They're joining now.
They can technically start now.
Well, no. Let's get the. Where the hell is it? The photo.
Yeah, Justin, you won. Did you back the?
No,
I don't remember.
Well, it doesn't matter now because now he gets it.
Yeah, you get it. So.
Peter's over there. I didn't know there was going to be trivia. Peter, were you watching the trivia? Did you miss that? He's like talking like
I was actually at work and I'm taking a half day so I can do the podcast today.
We're more important than money.
But yeah,
I'm working from home the rest of the day, so I'm going to do an extra hour.
Oh.
Nice. Ian, did you get a chance to see our trivia?
Absolutely.
He's like, I just didn't know any of the answers. That's all.
No, I knew the answers. I just didn't want to voice in because you guys were already recording. So I was like, well, maybe in the next one I'll voice it.
Yeah, I'll definitely want to. Next year I want to get. I'll have to organize them so we get some good trivia ones. But I definitely like that. I don't know why we never thought to do a trivia one. I think it's because we're always so focused on making sure the panels are good. But I'm like, that's a really good audience interaction one. To like do, and then we could do the same thing I just did at the end, which was tally up the Facebookers versus the YouTubers and be like, "What's up?"
Yeah, that was a good idea.
If you do that and you add prizes, you can get a lot of attraction.
That's what we did. We just gave away a comic book.
Oh, nice!
Yeah, Justin Stories just won the foil cover for Scales.
Nice.
All right.
Oh man, I'm just trying to figure out how to adjust my camera because it's so zoomed in.
Oh, sometimes turning it on and off switches it from like that HD to what's it called? I think like sometimes it's like zoomed in standard, then there's HD.
Don't worry, Ian. The logo won't be in your face once we leave. So.
It's just a little weird. I was like, oh God, my head's going.
Oops, Daisy.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for this. I made I think I sent you the list, Ian, but I added a bit more to it. Like I got a list of everything that's comic book related, cartoon, movie, or special that released or is like still playing this year. So you could just like kind of do like an end of the year review of like the media that's been coming out this year.
That's more than fine with me because I definitely have a lot of insight on some of the things that have been announced and some things we've watched. So yeah, let's do that.
Oh yeah, definitely. God, because like some of these on the list, I'm just like, oh God, that happened.
Yeah. Or why did this happen? Why?
Wait, did Kraven the Hunter actually come out this year?
No, it's coming out this month. It's coming out December. It's coming out December.
Really?
Yeah. December 13th.
Yeah, really.
Someone decided that was happening.
Yeah. I am not looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to it.
I straight up forgot it was a thing.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Rhino is, oh my God. It's not great.
All right, well, we should probably save it for the podcast.
Yeah, let's do
it. So we can back out now and then.
Well, I wanted to pull up where is it?
What?
You have the thing? This thing. There it is. There you go. I was just doing this real quick. I put the jams on in the background. Those jams are getting loud. I'm going to turn them down. Let's turn them down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Having some jams might not be a bad idea. Some background music we can be playing.
Yeah. I just turned it down a little because it's like wicked loud. Let's do here. There we go. I'm going to share this. Boom. So this this is the next panel coming up. We got the Nova File podcast, and this one will be yearly movie and recap with Peter Gorgolis. Jorgolis. Nice. And Ian Miller. Yeah, I was pretty close. Peter from Ian Comics and Ian from Triple Threat Comics. Yeah. And with that said, let me back this on here. With that said, Greg and I are going to back out and leave the floor to you guys.
Thanks.
Awesome. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Well, hello everyone. I'm Ian Miller of Triple Threat Comics, and this is my friend Peter of Medallion Comics. Welcome to the Nova Files. Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. It's been a while since we've done one of these.
Yes, it has. We have to do it more frequently because apparently people do like it.
I am glad to hear that because we need to keep. And you're right. We need to keep doing this because you know what? There's always stuff coming out. There's always something comic book related. There's always something in the geek sphere, and dude, that's what we're here to do today. We're here to go over all the stuff from the last year, the good, the bad, and the wait, that happened?
Exactly. Like, and there have been a lot of interesting projects that were announced the past year, especially with movies and television, said obviously in the comic book world, but now as we come to close to the end of the year, we're going to do a recap of, like Peter said, what was best, what was not so best.
Yeah, because we were joking about this earlier, and I'm like, wait, God, Echo was a thing? Kraven the Hunter's actually coming out? Let's be honest, man. We're starting to get some negative returns on some of these properties. I will defend comic book movies from here until high heaven, but man.
Yeah, some of them are just did you guys not write the screenplay properly? Did you not read the comics? Did you not do your research? And this is another point we have to make out. When you're doing adaptations to things that are based on properties, you have to do the research.
Mm-hmm. Here's a controversial one. It's not 100% comics related, but it's still in the same boat. Have you been hearing what's been going on with Warhammer and Henry Cavill and Amazon?
Yes, I actually have been hearing about that. Wow, it's escalated quite a lot.
Yeah, there's a chance that the whole Warhammer franchise might not happen because this is not me taking a side on either side, but this is just what I heard the facts are. In that Amazon programming has certain diversity quotas that they want to meet. But the people, especially Henry Cavill on his side, is Warhammer is a very specific setting with very specific characters and ideologies. This would not work here. Or it might dilute the brand for its fan base. They're at an impasse right now.
Well, look, I'm all for, more diverse, cast members, especially in these properties. But you have to remember, these properties do exist with existing, ideals.
Exactly. It's if your setting is specifically says only the men are used for this because it's actually meant to be misogynistic as a point. I don't know Warhammer. I really don't know Warhammer outside of what my friends have told me through osmosis, so I'm not going to go into it. But it is an interesting battle that's going on right now in the media because, we don't want to do this, but our rules and practice says we should do this. Well, then maybe we just shouldn't adapt it.
That may be a possibility at this point.
Oh, yeah. But on to what actually came out. So I got everything here separated between Marvel and DC.
Okay.
And let's look at first some Marvel movies that came out or are going to come out this year.
All right, let's go.
Okay. So the list I got from Marvel is we can go at these one at a time. We got Madam Web, Deadpool 3, Kraven the Hunter, and Venom 3.
Okay. Let's start with the elephant in the room, Madam Web.
Let's before we go with Madam Web, honest to God question. Well, Kraven's not even out yet, so we can't talk too much about it. But from the other three, which ones did you see or not see?
I did see Madame Web. I did see Deadpool 3. I did see Venom 3.
I decided not to subject myself to Madam Web, but I saw the other two.
Well, you're very lucky in that in that respect of Madame Web, because I think I can be able to voice an opinion about it. Oh my God! I don't know what the lead actresses sign up for. They clearly signed up for or thought they were signing up for another movie. This wasn't it.
I remember like one of the leads just says like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna be in a Marvel movie. This is gonna be great." And it's like, "Oh my poor sweet summer child, you're not in a Marvel movie. You're in a Sony movie."
Yeah. I don't know whether it was the handle of the characters or the fact they just yet again decided to make it a universe where Spider-Man does not exist. I don't know what happened. What clearly happened was they didn't have a handle on the story. They didn't have a handle on the villain because he kept saying, these three are going to destroy me, destroy everything I built. And I'm sort of thinking, what did you build? You didn't tell us what you built.
It has this kind of aura of like a Greek tragedy where it's like, these people will destroy you because you think they're going to destroy you, so you actively go out to destroy them.
Yeah.
And okay, but let's talk about like where this stuff comes from. Like the Spider-Man mythos, the whole thing with the inheritors, I believe they were called.
Mm-hmm.
Like Morlum and his family. You know, in hindsight, those would make really interesting villains to do in a Spider-Man side project. Like, I know Ezekiel ties into that a little bit, into kind of the totem stuff with the Spider-Man stuff.
Yeah. I
don't think that works great with main continuity Spider-Man stuff, because I think it's just it's a level of convolutedness that only a comic book reader can appreciate. Like, Spider-Verse does a good job of not getting too much, if you know what I mean. Like, it's there, but it's not there to the annoying degree that was the whole Spider Hunt and the Inheritor storyline, you know?
Yeah.
So, theoretically, a side project movie as that is the basis, using other Spider characters, is not a bad idea.
No, it's not.
Whatever this was not that.
No, the execution was just poor. It was just poor.
I wouldn't even go as far to say there was execution here. I think it's more like, hey, we need to like do something to hang on to the Spider-Man brand. Hey, let's just throw stuff at a dartboard. Okay. Oh, cool, man. We got female Spider characters. Oh, they look great. Can we make a movie with these characters? Oh, sure, but like they're spin-off characters or they're really different. Yeah, I don't care. Just get them all in a movie together. But we want to keep it cheap, so we'll only have them in their costumes for like a minute.
Yeah, see, this is the problem. This was the problem. You tease that much for like a minute, and you don't show it for the rest of the movie. I understand this is an origin story. I get it. I really get it. But you don't tease an audience like that and just say, you know what? Not going to show it. Not going to show the whole thing. You can't do that.
You know, I'm going to take that away from you for a second and say, like, it doesn't matter that it's an origin story. How much time did Iron Man spend in the suit in Iron Man 1? How much time was Captain America doing Captain America stuff in Captain America 1?
Okay, if we're looking at percentage, I can't give you an exact percentage, but a good majority of the films that you just described, they were in the suits.
Exactly. Even if it was like for Iron Man, I don't know if it clocks it. It probably clocks into somewhere between like 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But you feel the gravitas of the suit. You've seen it. You've seen what it can do. And when it's on screen, it's special. Madam Web is nothing. So
No.
Madam Web is a prime example of, yo, we don't know what we're doing. We're just trying stuff. If anything should have been a tax write-off, it should have been Madam Web.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that, because, folks, I just sat in the theater for what felt like 3 years of my life, you know, just saying, going, okay, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is really wrong. They need to fix this. If I was a film editor, I couldn't save this movie. I don't know what they took out, but they clearly took stuff out.
What is it there? It's like you lost 1 year of your life for every faux spider character in that movie.
I can't get that. I can't get that time back. I can't get it back.
Oh, but speaking of time you can't get back, let's talk about Venom 3. Because I saw that one too. Oh man, that one was okay. The first Venom, unironically, was a lot of fun. Like, it had its problems. It had its like things that didn't quite work. But you know what? The bond between Eddie and Venom was great. Yeah. It was like this weird buddy cop alien movie, and it was fun. Like, I can go back and watch Venom 1 and have fun.
Yeah.
It doesn't take itself seriously enough to be a bad time. Venom 2 started getting a little bad.
Look, I admit there are problems with Venom 2. I get it.
Like, okay, I'm always a proponent of Carnage is so dang insane. There is no we. There's only I. Like, it's not Cletus, it's not the symbiote. There is just Carnage. They're so insane, each of them, that they become one personality. That always make distinguished Carnage more than any other symbiote.
Yeah. And
they've also been screwing that up in the comics. Like, I don't know what the hell there was that whole run about Carnage becoming like a demigod, going from universe to universe, and like, I read that and I groaned. I'm like, who wrote this garbage? This is so unsatisfying, only for it to be undone in an event that, like, it's in a side book. It's, oh god.
Peter, no, I have not been happy with any of these Spider-Man titles except for Ultimate Spider-Man. That's the only good title that's actually working.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Look, I'm just waiting for the day where Paul takes off the mask and it's either Morlem or Norman Osborn.
Oh god. Okay,
let's be honest.
Yeah.
Let's be 100% honest here. You can see that happening, can't you?
Yeah, I couldn't see it happening. Yeah. I definitely see it happening. I wouldn't mind, that happening, to say, peekaboo.
Yeah, no, just Paul, it's like, it was me, the Green Goblin. Oh, that would make so many people mad.
It would very much make a lot of people mad.
But you know what? Then there'd be a portion of the fan base. I'm like, oh my god, it all makes sense now.
Yeah.
But no, Venom really, like, I like the idea of bringing in more symbiotes, but even them with their own rules are breaking their own rules, and it's kind of like off the back of what happened in Spider-Verse. Toxin was super good in the movie.
Yes.
Like, I love that symbiote. I loved what they did with it. The fact that they were just killing symbiotes left and right, and no, Venom 3, no.
It had some moments. I liked the examination of Eddie and Venom's relationship. Especially as it comes to its conclusion. I would definitely do things differently in, obviously, the third act. That's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
The whole, No Way Home thing was kind of a throwaway thing. And I'm like, wow. And then at the beginning, it was like, the multiverse is confusing. No more multiverse. You're like, this was a wasted opportunity here.
And to segue from that, man, did Deadpool call it. Guys, let's just take the L on the multiverse and move on.
It has been miss after miss after miss.
Like, I like multiverse. It's fun. But after a certain point, it dilutes everything. And I feel that that's also a big problem in Marvel. Like, you can do whatever you want in a multiverse and it doesn't matter because it's not your main continuity. You can play around with it. And when you start doing that, it's kind of like well, nothing matters. You can have your heroes die in horrible ways just because you want the shock value of it. You can have the most ridiculous things happen, and oh, your character died. I'll just grab one from another multiverse reality and plop them here. There is just like I like multiverse, but it needs to be done properly and with limitations. Like if the multiverse is something that exists in your continuity, you need to use it sparingly. Spider-Verse does a great job with it.
Yeah.
Because we're focused on one character and we're seeing like how he's different from all the other ones and how actually moving through the multiverse has consequences. So all that to say, I love Deadpool.
Yeah, it was a great third installment of the series, especially with reintroducing a different Wolverine, you know, into the multiverse, but also having the multiverse being threatened, you know, in such a way. It just adds to, you know, the value of, you know, these type of stories.
Oh,
this
yeah,
this is how it should be done.
Exactly. Like, but I also give credit because you know Ryan Reynolds had a big hand in that movie.
Oh yeah.
You know, and I think that's the big differentiating factor between these three movies. You can tell Deadpool 3 is a passion project.
Yeah.
You can tell Madam Web was a dart on a board. And you can tell Venom 3 was an obligation.
Yeah.
But yeah. Love Deadpool 3. Love what they did. And I really believe Ryan Reynolds when he says, Disney's going to make us do this until we're 90.
And he pointed that out twice. But yeah. The way it was written, the way it was directed, I know Ryan obviously had a hand in the writer's room because he's got his writing credit in there. But yeah, it is a passion project because he cares very much about this character. He cares about this universe, and being included inside the MCU was probably a dream, you know, from day one.
Oh, exactly. And it's just, I loved also having characters like Gambit show up.
Yeah.
Like, he was just hilarious. I love the stories of like what the actress who was playing X-23 had to be taken off set several times because she just kept cracking up whenever like Channing Tatum, right? Was that the actor? Or
yeah, Channing Tatum.
Whenever he was doing the Gambit voice, and I just absolutely love that. That was hilarious. But we won't go too much into it, so we have time for everything else. As for Kraven the Hunter, I am not.
I'm giving him for myself. Oh God, I can hear the accent right now.
But yeah, as for Kraven the Hunter, look, I am going to treat it with the same skepticism I treated Morbius. I didn't even see Morbius, and I was right to not see it.
Yeah.
So, look, when it comes to Kraven the Hunter, I personally am not going to see it when it comes out. I will wait for reviews. I will wait for people to say if it's good or not. I cannot, for the life of me, tell if it'll be any good. But I think Sony needs to stop trying to make every Spider-Man villain a hero and give them their own movie. Just take the L, Sony.
And move on.
Exactly. You are not good at making Spider-Man movies. Just give it back to Marvel. Let them milk Spider-Man into every goddamn Avengers property or do whatever they want with him.
Yeah.
All right. So, do you want to do DC movies next, or would you rather continue with Marvel and talk about the TV stuff?
You know what? Let's continue with Marvel and continue with the TV stuff for a little bit. Then we'll get into DC.
Perfect. So, when it comes to Marvel, I have here's the list I got. So, some of these aren't out yet, but they have been announced. So, we had Echo this year.
Yeah.
We had X-Men 97, which like big praise. We'll get into that. Agatha Darkhold, Agatha All Along. Surprisingly, really enjoyed that one.
Yeah.
And we have 3 announced TV shows. We got the Marvel Zombie Show, Eyes of Wakanda, and Spider-Man Freshman Year. So where do we start?
We could definitely start with Echo. I mean,
Echo was a thing. No, I honestly have nothing to say about Echo. It's just like,
Well, it was an interesting, show. It definitely was. I can say that. Um, I'm not sure if it was necessary, but still, it was a fun. She's a fun character, so I was like, why not? Let's go with it.
yeah, like I like the concept of Echo, but man, even in the books, they didn't know what to do with her. She was like a member of the New Avengers, and then she just stopped showing up in the books. It's like, the hell happened, girl?
This is what happens when the writers, don't know what to do.
Yeah, no. Like, I actually think Echo was super interesting when she was Ronin.
Yeah.
Ronin, the costume, the outfit, the power set, like, it's just a guy. It's just a samurai guy. But Echo as Ronin was really cool. I like that.
Yeah.
But I didn't see the show, so I can't really comment on it. It's just like, it's something that came out that generated, in my opinion, little to no hype.
Yeah, that was the thing that surprised me. There was very little hype about it.
Because Echo's that much of an underground character, and I haven't even seen the show, so you can correct me. I feel the show just did not do enough to get on the radar.
I don't think it did. I don't think it did because it did go from Disney Plus. It went also on Hulu. But that was it. I don't think it really, made a serious dent even in the ratings.
Yeah, because think about it. No one knew who Jessica Jones was, but the show was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everyone was talking about it. Everybody was memeing it. Like, I love that meme of like just the purple man just staring like directly at her. And the purple man was such a memorable villain. Like, it was insane. And Luke Cage was good. Daredevil, Jesus Christ, that was amazing. Like, everyone was talking about that. But Echo is on the same level of those characters. They're like the same like field in comics wise.
Yeah, there was one episode where Echo actually fights Daredevil. So Daredevil did make an appearance in that, but that was about as hype as it can be.
Yeah. So what I'm getting is that it doesn't matter if Echo was good or not. It wasn't good enough to get noticed outside of the most hardcore audience for these properties.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was intentional.
Yeah, we didn't have Iron Fist. We didn't want to.
God, like straight up, I watched 2 episodes of 2nd season of Iron Fist, and I'm like, what am I doing to myself?
I couldn't. I just couldn't.
Yeah. All right. So Echo is a thing.
Yeah.
So let's finish the live action, and we'll talk cartoons.
Okay.
Agatha all along, yo, that was good.
I had to say it was a very solid entry, especially with the live action television series that have been kind of mixed.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't quite hit. There were hits or misses. This was actually quite a hit.
Yeah, the thing is, it's also a fairly grounded story. It's very like they don't need like super high tech special effects for this one, and the witches coven stuff, the magic stuff. It's Marvel, but it's underground Marvel. And Agatha, like the actress, was great. I love Agatha.
She's fantastic.
Great. Yeah, Wiccan was pretty good. There is a mystery. Okay, the show benefited so much being week to week. Too many things come out now. Drop everything one shot, and you're done with it.
Well, sometimes that method works. Sometimes you need a week to week thing to really, just figure out and say, okay, what's gonna happen next week? You need that gap. You need that break.
I'm going to disagree with you on that, in the sense that look what happened with Agatha. Look what happened with shows like that. People are making theories. People are talking about it. People are active about it. Agatha was like not the pinnacle of these shows, but compared to a lot of the other live action stuff we've had, it's definitely a step in the right direction.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, when you do have the week to week break, like you said, you can't create theories to say what's going to happen in next week's episode.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Yeah, because look at Stranger Things. Stranger Things drops, everyone forgets about it until the next time it comes out.
Or they just split into 2 parts.
And again,
it's just like a.
Yeah. So straight up, Agatha, I give Agatha props. It's a step in the right direction.
I just hope they have hands on both hands on the wheel.
Yeah. Well, I am very curious to see what they're going to do next. Is there is still that background aspect of, are we trying to build the Young Avengers?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie, I'm still down for Young Avengers. Like,
Anyway.
I didn't like the Marvels. I think it could have been better, but I will say this though: the actress who's playing Kamala Khan, she's infectious.
Yeah. She stole every scene that she was in that movie, and I would definitely love to see her in Young Avengers or even the Avengers to be, going forward. So I can't wait to see that.
I know this will sound very silly, but do you remember that Marvel game that came out a few years ago? It was like it had Ms. Marvel being one of the main characters.
Yeah, Marvel's Avengers. Yeah, I remember.
As a story, I loved it, and having Kamala being like the kid Avenger of the team, it just worked. It was fun. It had a good arc. They did a really good job with MODOK as a villain.
Yeah. So why not? Let's do it.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Kamala Khan has a lot of potential. Having her put together a team of Young Avengers sounds like a lot of fun. So I'm curious to see that happening.
Yeah.
As long as they're not being dumb about it. Let's be honest.
No.
All right, and let's talk about you and me. One of our favorite things that came out this year.
Yes.
X-Men 97.
I loved this series from beginning to end. I can't wait for season 2. And, it's one of those projects that when you hear about, you get very excited about because it brings back, memories from your childhood when you experienced the original series, the 1992 series. So the fact that we're continuing that and getting some of the original voice actors back was fantastic.
Oh, definitely. And it was so, I know it was a very small part. This is a very small part. But for me, I always loved Morph. And seeing Morph being an actual part of the team, even though Morph didn't get that much to do this season, I just love that they're there. I love okay, this is a character who was removed for drama effect, but I'm just happy Morph is there. And we don't get this dynamic very often with Wolverine. Wolverine actually having a best friend on the team.
Yeah.
And I know season 1 was trying to do its best to not overplay Wolverine because unfortunately everything overplays Wolverine. So that's perfectly fine. And I loved everything. Being Scott is just suffering. It's like Scott is the Miles O'Brien of the X-Men franchise.
He has a tough job to do, especially being a leader and also being a father, and then having the kid taken away. It messes you up.
Exactly. The thing I like about X-Men 97 is that it went dark, but it went dark in an understandable way.
Yeah.
We're doing things we couldn't do on the show, but these are things that are actually in the comics. This is actually it was well done. I think I've had this conversation with you before. You remember the Orville?
Yeah.
So when the Orville went from season 2 to season 3 and they went digital on Hulu, they're like, hey, we don't have the restraints from Fox anymore. We can make this show more serious. And I'm like, dude, I kind of liked you better when you were funnier. You're taking yourself too seriously. That's one of the reasons people also love Stargate. Stargate doesn't take itself seriously. It's just fun.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a level of when you start taking yourself more seriously that you lose something. X-Men 97 played it well. They took themselves more seriously, but they didn't lose what they were.
No, and that was great as it was. So yeah, it just add to that and also add to, their terms of storytelling because now they were getting, bigger stories and being a bit more ambitious, I felt, especially in this season. And as season 2 is coming up, they're going to get more ambitious. But
oh, yeah. We're getting an apocalypse origin story, baby.
Exactly, a proper one. But what's interesting also is you have most of the X-Men divided because some are in the future, some are in the past. So you don't know what's going to happen. So you have to ask the question, well, who's guarding Earth while this is happening? So, yeah.
Spider-Man, Spider.
I loved that cameo, especially with Peter and Mary Jane, seeing them for the first time in so many years.
Yes.
Obviously, I speculated, great speculation that there was going to be a Spider-Man 98 series.
Okay. you and I both know that making animation takes for freaking ever.
Yeah.
So, quite frankly, my theory. This is just my theory, and quite possibly my hopes and prayers here. Marvel saw, X-Men 97 did really well. Whoa, people really like the idea of us making a Spider-Man. Let's start it up, but it doesn't have synergy with the movies. Well, let's test it around a little bit. So my theory is if we're ever going to get an announcement of it, we probably won't hear it for at least another year or two.
Yeah.
But the idea of going back to 90s Spider-Man, getting another season or two of it, because that one ended on a cliffhanger. That one needs a proper ending. Come on.
Absolutely.
And you know what the worst thing is?
What?
The absolute worst thing is it did the multiverse first.
And it did better.
Okay. Better than some stuff, but like,
yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if that showed up in the next Spider-Verse movie?
I wouldn't say no to that. I wouldn't say no to that whatsoever. So maybe.
Okay. There's actually this comic that's coming out now. I think it's called Spider-Boy.
Yeah.
I was reading it for a little bit because like one of my favorite Spider characters is Mayday Parker, and she showed up in one of the issues. And apparently what was going on with the character, he was erased from the timeline, and he was jumping from different reality to reality to reality of Spider characters. And he jumped into Mayday's reality, and then he was at that scene with all the Spider people and the Beyonder, and I'm like, oh, this is quaint. I'm like, oh, this is nice. I like this. But yeah, no, I think like considering that was like the first multiverse that we've experienced with Spider-Man stuff in animated anyways, it would be very interesting to see what they would do with it in the next Spider-Verse, or if a new Spider-Man cartoon can cross over into that.
I'd say why not?
Yeah. Well, speaking of which, we can just briefly mention these because they're upcoming animated projects that we got announced.
Yeah.
We got Spider-Man Freshman New Year. We got season 3 of What If, Eyes of Wakanda, and Marvel Zombies. Thoughts?
I think they're very solid ideas for anime projects. The Spider-Man one, obviously, we had known about that for a couple of years now. We just seen some, animation, tests that they were able to, publish. It's a combination of traditional and CGI animation, which I have no problem with. I think it looks great.
Yeah. I'm very much in the mindset of I'll give this a try. I'll see how it is. Like, exactly. I don't know how interesting it's going to be, quite honestly, because it's Spider-Man before he met. It's MCU Spider-Man before he met Tony Stark. So it's going to be very like street level stuff, but that's also what Spider-Man's very good at. So let's see what it is.
Yeah.
Eyes of Wakanda, I did not enjoy the second Black Panther movie. I had a feeling it didn't know what it wanted to be. Like, I feel like it was very much like brand control after your star dies.
Well, you probably have a point there, but I think also it probably just was necessary to take the next step of evolution, really. Mm-hmm. Just say, okay, when your king dies, what happens then? How do you move on? How does the world go on without Black Panther? So you had to try to recreate that, which I thought was very necessary to do that. Unfortunately, with Boseman's passing, which was really tragic and shocking, it kind of forced them to say, okay, we definitely want to continue the brand. We want to continue the message that was started with the first one. It's a very strong message. Mm-hmm. So how do we do that? So the logical choice, obviously, was the sister.
The thing is, like, for me, I know this sounds like a really weird thing to say. Black Panther 2 feels like making Black Manta the main character. In the sense that, like, your main character is just rage-filled revenge. And not to the point of being irrational. And I don't know, I think part of me just, like, didn't vibe with that. And also, like, introducing Ironheart. I'm gonna be honest. I also just don't like Ironheart as a character, in the sense that like I feel building the armor is not something that's done easily, and when people just like, I feel like that it devalues what Iron Man is if anyone can build it out of scraps in their backyard. But like Ironheart, just like, oh, I have access to all this advanced technology. I'm just gonna put together an Iron Man suit.
Well, what do you think about that, folks?
Yeah.
But again, that's just our opinions, and of course, but look,
But
you like what you like. That's the thing. That was the
Yeah.
thing. But I do understand your point, Peter. I do understand your point.
Yeah. So like, just to move away from that, Eyes of Wakanda, I feel like, you know what? I want to see more of what it is first. Like I just have no strong opinion on it.
Yeah.
Just like what I was seeing towards the end in the MCU, was not enjoying much of it. It just felt like it just came and went. So let's see if Eyes of Wakanda can fix things up.
Okay.
All right. Then we got Marvel Zombies.
Now that's always been a fun, fun concept. Marvel meets horror, and seeing the heroes becoming zombies. So that was always an exciting concept, and we got a little bit of that in a couple of the What If episodes. So
Yeah.
yeah,
No, yeah. Sorry, you continue.
so it's just saying why not expand it into an animated series just to see, what that universe is like.
I would say I am interested, but make it limited. Like Marvel Zombies is good. I can tell you straight up, those first comics gave me nightmares. They're terrifying, in the sense that like, because you're seeing it from the zombies' perspective, because they have not lost their sentience, but they are zombies driven by the pursuit of devouring. And then like, oh, I remember it was like, oh, oh man, my feet are so swollen. It's like, yeah, it's because you're dead. Like all the blood's rushing to the bottom. Just poke some holes in your feet and you'll let it out. You'll be fine.
I just had a great idea. They should get to narrate if they did narration. They should get Bruce Campbell to narrate it.
Well, they did have that, didn't they? They had Army of Darkness versus Marvel Zombies. That was a crossover.
Yeah.
And it's another example of Doom being badass, too. But I feel Marvel Zombies shouldn't be more than a 6-episode project and then leave it at that. Like, don't make this a multi-season thing. It's like Marvel Zombies good, but in small doses.
Yeah, it could be like maybe a 10-episode limited series.
Ooh, yeah.
At the very least.
Oh, yeah. All right, so that's like... And What If? I can't wait for What If Season 3.
I'm excited. I'm saying it's the last season, but I get it, it's going to be exciting.
Oh, yeah, no. Like, What If has been such a trip. I love it. All right. So let's move over to DC, unless there's anything else you wanted to talk about Marvel-wise.
Nope, I think we're good.
All right. So Marvel DC movies we got this year. Some are animated, some are live action. We've had Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths. I think it was 3 parts that came out.
Yeah, 3 parts.
We had Joker Folia Dudu.
Jeez.
We had an animated Watchmen project that came out. I think it just recently came out, so I haven't had a chance to see it yet.
Well, I saw it, the first part, so we can talk about that a little.
Perfect. And I have here on my list Batman Azteca, but I don't think that's out yet. So, okay. Let's start with Joker. Have you seen Joker 2?
I did. I had to be very careful what I say because I'm hoping to get the producer, Michael Hewson, back on my own podcast so we can talk about that in more detail if he wants to talk about it. So I have to be very careful.
So for your sake, we're not going to go too in depth on it.
Yeah.
But all I'll say, because I have not seen it, from what I've seen and heard is that what people expected from the movie and what people got was very different. That it came off more as a musical, and taking that direction is a big departure from the original.
Yeah, I will agree with that. It did have a lot more musical numbers in there. You know, it is, even though it's not technically a musical, it does have musical numbers in there.
Yeah,
And,
but I think what I meant it's structured like a musical.
yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like it feels like a very large departure from the theme and tone of the first movie. Like, I can't talk much about its content, but it just feels like they wanted to make a sequel, but I don't know if it was corporate meddling or somebody wanted to take it in a completely different direction. But it seems that the messaging in regards to what the movie was and what it is it's all over the place.
I will say this: if you want the best, experience from Joker, I would see the first one because it is a very, very structured story. But if the filmmakers really want to do this, and they could, I'm not saying that they should, they can always, add both movies together in such a way, that's a completely different movie. But again, I'm not going to tell them to do that.
Or not about to make this another what was it there? What you calls it cut?
Yeah.
I got my colleague here, my roommate, just make an appearance.
That's
okay,
right.
Buddy. Say hi. Okay, now say bye.
I hope to God you don't become a Bond villain, going.
Oh, please. If I was a Bond villain, I'd just like shoot him when he's on the goddamn table. I wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Do you remember that episode of The Simpsons with Scorpio?
Yeah.
Like, you'll never get away. It's like, oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. Like, good job, Homer, tackling that guy. Oh, man. So, moving on. We also had the Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths movies. I'm going to be honest with you. I thought they were incredibly pretentious.
How so?
Just the whole message is like, oh, the multiverse is a mistake. You trying to fix things was a mistake. It just felt so highbrow for the end being everything you do is useless. We're just going to restart and make everything into one. Like, I was quite literally unsatisfied. And quite literally, what I felt, all of this was basically saying is like, yeah, we don't really care if you get attached to our characters. We're just going to, when we're done with it, we're going to cut it, kill it, burn it, pour salt on it, and start over, and then do it all over again.
I think the reason why the series ended the way it did was because obviously they're making room for James Gunn's universe, which I think that was more than obvious, when you're doing Crisis on Infinite Earths project. So it was clearly that this universe was going to be out the door.
I understand that. But you can just end a universe. You don't have to literally take the flamethrower to end it.
I'm pretty sure, the powers that be, maybe James Gunn himself saying, okay, we can't just end it like in the middle. We have to make sure it gets a somewhat proper ending. It's actually interesting. It's actually interesting. I had Michael Carlin, who is the creative director of DEC Animation. He met with Marv Wolfman and George Perez before he passed away to talk about, that they were going to adapt Crisis on Infinite Earths as anime movies. And they said what they, were going to change, to make it fit this particular universe. And both men understood because, again, this is media, you can make changes here and there. They got that. They understood that.
No. I liked parts of it, definitely. I liked the drama. I loved the mystery. I love what was going on. I love the struggle to survive. But the end.
Yeah.
That's why I'm always going to be on the question side. Okay, he's the one who got it right in the end. But the fact is, I also had this exact same problem with Justice League Dark Apocalypse. In that it felt more like, pardon the term, torture porn. In that Justice League Dark Apocalypse was more like, how do we make this as brutal as possible to appeal to that, to be as risque as possible, and then just wipe the slate clean and undo all the movies that came before.
Yeah, you get a point about that. But there are moments in Justice League Crisis where, obviously are true to the comics. The Flash dying, that was a satisfying thing. Supergirl dying, even the Monitor being killed, was satisfying because you're like, okay, these are moments we recognize from the comic. But there are other moments that they end there just to say, kind of goodbye to, which I understand, but also heartbreaking. Like, for example, you got the Super Friends timeline that got taken out. Then the Batman animated series timeline, where you had Kevin Conroy do his last performance as Batman. He still had to towards the end there, and you're like, wow, that's it.
Yeah, but I hate that.
Yeah, I know.
I hate that because of what it does. It's tugging on nostalgia strings. It's saying, hey, because this is happening, everything you knew as a kid is dead now. Because what happened, everything gets erased. So we bring back all these realities just to see them die. We bring back Kevin Conroy just to let him go again.
Well, that one I kind of forgive them for that. I kind of give them for that.
Yeah. I get it. It's a question for me that I don't like this kind of storytelling. I don't like bringing something back just for nostalgia bait and then to make it all not matter. Because I love the things you were saying earlier. I love the Flash's sacrifice. I loved everything they did to go above and beyond what Supergirl did to take down the Monitor. It was all great. But then none of it matters. Because the multiverse was going to get wiped anyways, and everything was going to start back at scratch at step one. What was the point of any of this? Yeah. We were just fighting against the dying of the light. And I understand that that's a powerful message. It doesn't matter what you do. Eventually, the end is going to catch up with you. But it's not satisfying in a comic book movie like this.
No. Unfortunately, it's just saying these are the cards you dealt with, so you got to deal with it.
Yeah, it's one of those, that is a very poignant message to make. That is a very powerful thing to say. But this is not the right medium for it. In my opinion, anyway.
No, you're probably right about that. I don't know what the rest of the animation slate's going to look like, but I hope to God they get back to original, animated movies and not just whatever's connected to the universe.
Mm-hmm. But aside from that, well, you watched the Watchmen project, so why don't you talk about a little bit about that?
Okay. So I watched chapter 1 because it was available on Max. So far, I am recognizing things I remember from the graphic novel. They're doing a pretty good adaptation to it. Small changes here and there, but not really, anything significantly different. But it's still enjoyable.
Okay. All right, so I can't say much about it. But we have had some pretty good TV programs that came out this year.
Yes, let's talk about that.
So, the list I got here, we got the last season of Superman and Lois. It's a shame we're doing this now because the series finale is going to be on Monday, and I'm looking forward to it.
I know.
We've got The Penguin. We have the announcement of Creature Commandos. I think, did Kite Man come out this year or was it last year?
I believe it came out this year.
Right.
I know Batman Cape Crusader also came out this year, which I watched that as well.
Oh, that was so much fun.
Yeah.
We had Suicide Squad, the Isekai. What?
Yeah, that was quite something.
We have Harley Quinn coming back at some point. And we also had My Adventures with Superman.
Yes, which had a very successful second season.
Oh, God, yeah, no, I loved it.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's a question. Are My Adventures with Superman, Kite Man, and Batman Cape Crusader wiped out by the multiverse effect in Crisis on Infinite Earths? Is that why we're not getting more seasons? They all died?
Well, I heard that Cape Crusader got season 2, so that's already in production right now. obviously it's not connected to that universe because apparently it's on Prime Video, so it's not technically part of the
It's
DC
part of
universe.
another multiverse.
Yeah.
It's in the Omniverse. All right, but that's just a joke. But I'm just gonna say this right now, right off the bat. I loved My Adventures with Superman. That is such a great new adaptation of Superman. And I love that it's more anime. It makes it so much more fun. Like, Clark is essentially a magical girl. I love it.
Yeah, I've been thoroughly enjoying the series a lot, especially season 2, because, again, you get to answer a bit more questions about Krypton and all that, and you get the inclusion of Kara, Supergirl.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Kara was great fun in season 2.
Yeah.
And Brainiac, the way they do Kryptonite, the way they did introduce their own little multiverse with Mixius Pitalik. This version of Mixius Pitalik is my favorite little chaos gremlin. I love it. But like I said before, this has a lot of anime inspiration, and I love it.
Oh yeah, especially with not just the exaggeration of the character faces, but also the camera moves. You got that that quick zoom in and then pull out.
Oh yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of dynamic action scenes. Even the stories were just as engaging as the scenes themselves, which I really credit the writers for that, because they were able to take a character that's been around for so many years, making it fresh again.
Mm-hmm. It was very well done, and I cannot wait for more.
Absolutely.
Also, I loved Kite Man. Hell yeah. There's something about Kite Man that's just fun. The way they've written him has kind of like as an everyday Joe who's just kind of like doing this for fun.
Yeah.
He's like one of the better spin-off characters from like the Harley Quinn show, and it was a fun show. I love what they're doing with it. I find I like Kite Man a little bit better than I like Harley Quinn. And that's specifically because it takes itself less seriously.
I agree with you, because I think DC, you should have more fun projects like that. And this is another thing that Mike Carl and I were talking about, because we're noticing, and everyone's noticing this, DC has been taking their project a little bit too seriously, and sometimes you need a break from that, saying, okay, you know what, let's just do something for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have some fun with some of these characters that you don't really necessarily see. So so let's do it.
Oh, definitely. Now, I have not watched the Suicide Squad Isekai, but all I've heard is that, let's be honest, Harley should have died by episode 3 in this show. Like, she should not be surviving half the stuff she's surviving.
Oh, that is rough. Oh.
Yeah, but Harley is just a regular human.
Yeah.
From what I'm understanding, I haven't watched it, so you can correct me if you watch it, but it honestly does sound to me like, they're basically giving Harley plot armor to survive that show.
Unfortunately, I did not see too much of it, but I do agree with they probably did, because she's a insanely popular character, and it's not really a great idea to kill off an insanely popular character. But again, this is the writers, just they're doing their own thing. I can't question that, but like, certain choices obviously are made to to ensure the survival of certain characters.
Yeah, I'm about to say a hot take, and then we're gonna move on.
I'll go on.
Okay, so Jinx is a better version of whatever Harley's trying to be. Moving on.
Okay, moving on.
Hey.
Hey.
We're just talking about some TV show, some DC TV shows. You want to join us before we finish up?
We gotta wrap up now.
All right. So let's wrap it up. Give us 2 minutes to wrap up.
Like now.
Okay.
All right. Well.
Yeah.
All right. Fine.
Like, say where people can find you and stuff, and then.
All right.
Okay.
First of all, sorry we couldn't get more time. You know what, Ian? We'll continue this on our own little podcast. Like, let's aim for doing one a month again. All right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So You can find me on Instagram at medallioncomics.com or at Medallion Comics. I'm posting my comics there. And announcement come February, I'm going to be launching a Kickstarter for the collection of issues 1 through 4. So come on in, help me out, because printing this is going to cost me money.
And you can find me at Instagram as well, one word, Triple Threat Comics, or you could find me at YouTube at Triple Threat Comics YouTube channel. I'm there, hosting my own podcast. So yeah, got announcements going to be coming up very soon.
And we do the Nova Files. We're going to get back to a monthly basis because we also need to do an episode on Lower Decks. I love that stuff.
Okay.
And you can find us on Sierra Nova Comics. You can find us in their podcast section. We're going to be coming back at you once a month.
Okay, and that's it for us. So, Miller.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah.
Mike, rock. Have a great one, and everyone stick around for the rest of these shows. You gotta love what Sierra Nova's doing. They're pushing the indie scene. I love them.
I'll be back on Sunday on Our Sally.
Sign out.
Bye.
What's up?
Hello, hello.
Hey.
Okay, don't like that layout. There's supposed to be another one, but I don't know where Eric is.
Another what?
Another person. But, oh well. So. Okay, sorry about that. But,
Hey, where's the whole,
man?
what?
where's the whole name? We came up with a cool name. It's like Fade to Black, and then Greg had too much of a break. Now he's tired.
Now it's more of like I was trying to get attention from people.
That was so funny. We're like, hey, over here. They were in the zone. They
They
were
were see the messages and be like, oh shit. All right.
Yeah, they were definitely in the zone. That's how you know they enjoy it, because they're like, we're like messaging. We're putting little things on the bottom of the screen. Chad is like,
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks. Chuck.
All right.
At least
Yeah,
I'm
so
not on a
Christian
panel
has,
with
like-
Chuck Panu.
What?
At least I'm not on a panel with Chuck. Like, that's a nice thing. So
Yeah, I don't think you are. Oh.
yeah, no, I'm not. Thank God.
yeah, that's a cooler name.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
It would be funny if that was just Chuck. We just brought him right on.
Not good guess.
Just
All right. So Christian has like a million questions, and
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to go over all of them during the podcast, but whatever. It's just like a conversation piece, you know. It's
Yeah.
something I suggested to Greg back in the day when he was asking for idea for panels, and I think this is a very hot topic that's been going on for a couple of years now. It's the whole decadence of Hollywood and mainly the movies, you know, in general, you know. So I have several questions. I already put it. It's in the chat. It's the second doc.
yeah,
And I'm just gonna open with a statement that I think that is something that as all I think Quentin expressed it perfectly. That he's saying that if we started out today, or these last 5 years or 10 years, he wouldn't have the career that he already had, because the type of movie that he made back in the 90s are not really made anymore nowadays. This like independent, out of the box, crazy stories with not very, or maybe with just one or two well-known actors, and the other ones are unknowns, and trying to push the envelopes. So starting from there, one of the questions that I had is, for example, how's the rise of streaming platforms impacted, traditional Hollywood studios and the revenues? Why is nobody going up to the cinema? Is that one of the causes of it? That now is so prevalent. You can have it in your phone, you can see it in your tablet, you can watch it on. You don't need to go anywhere to consume media anymore. So that would be one of the main aspects of it. I think that's one that I'm gonna introduce. I think what is the other reason for it. So, or maybe it's just me. I don't know. There are some people that say, "Oh, everything's fantastic and doing wonderful." And the thing is that all these cinemas closed just because of COVID and all that. So I don't know what you guys think.
Cool. Yeah, I took the questions too, and I made a simple, like I shortened them like below because I was looking at they're really long. I literally just ran it through ChatGPT and was like, make these more succinct, but like it's the same questions. So yes, that first question was basically, how has streaming platforms impacted Hollywood studios and box office revenue?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I definitely think that there's probably two different ways. The first one is that in some ways it pulled people to like wait until it went on a streaming platform they were already paying for. So it's like, oh, I could go to the theaters and watch, Deadpool, or wait till it comes on Disney Plus or whatever, platform it's going to be on. And I think that definitely hurts when you already know something's coming out somewhere else. Where I remember when I was a kid going to see the movies and you had no idea when VHS was coming out until it was out of theaters. Like the movie would come out of theaters and you're like, where's that movie? How can I watch it? They'd be like, next month it's coming out on VHS. And it's like, there's this huge lag time. So if you wanted to see it, you had to see it beforehand. And then the other thing, I've mentioned this on probably a different podcast before about how the Netflix like bulk releasing of like shows has kind of destroyed this idea of like, we used to all watch The Office and it would come out every week. And then every week we would go to The Office and discuss the show that we just watched, right? Now, one person watches the whole series, and then one person's like, I'll watch one episode tonight and I'll watch another one tomorrow. And then they go into work the next day and somebody spoils the end of the show. And it's because they're released in such extreme measures. So now it's like, I do think that people do wait until it comes to streaming, but I think there's also still a large margin of people who are like, I don't want someone to spoil this. I need to go watch it now, because the second it goes online, people are going to spoil it. And so I'm not sure how much it's impacted the actual moviegoers, because I feel like a lot of the people that wait for streaming probably also would have waited till it was on TV. So that's the thought.
I will say, I think the way it affected the moviegoers, especially with me, I love going to the theater. One of the things that I think it affected is being able to go, as you said, go to the office and talk about that movie.
Yeah.
Like, then you just have people say, well, I'm just going to wait till it comes out on streaming. And you're like, oh, okay. Because going to the movies is expensive. And that's true. Like, I'm not denying that, but it kind of gets rid of that whole, I guess, discussion about the movies. Like, I saw Wicked and everybody at the office was like, yeah, we're just going to wait until it's on streaming. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, and they're like, what'd you think of it? I'm like, well, if you're not gonna go see it and wait, like, but I'll tell you, I thought it was fine. It was okay. Like, so I think it also kind of ruins the hype of movies at a certain points too. Because again, you're like, oh, this is gonna be awesome. This has come to the theater. And then people are like, but it's also coming to streaming. I'm gonna wait. It's like, okay, well, I guess the fun's not there anymore. So
I don't like things being spoiled, like everybody. And I saw it the next day after I saw Deadpool, and I was like, I'm so happy I saw that now, because if I saw that before I saw Deadpool, I was gonna like freak out.
Yeah.
My favorite X-Men character is in Deadpool and Wolverine. And I was like, I swear to God, if I saw this TikTok like the day before, I would have lost it.
Yeah, Azazel, yeah, he's great. He's the best part of that whole movie. That movie was great. I was like, oh, that's the Russian from the Punisher movie. Why is he here?
I think, to echo a lot of those points, and I agree with what everyone's saying. Also, I think it's just even the idea of the type of film that's going out to theaters is probably doesn't feel like, oh, I need to go to the big screen to see this. And like, I'll bring up like Godzilla -1, for example, which I thought was a great movie. I saw it in theaters, and the fact is, like, we don't get a ton of international releases in the US that I think, reach that scope or that magnitude. And it's like, what you can have going on is this. There was so much hype and word of mouth that it was supposed to be, I think, like a 1 or 2 week engagement. It lasted months, and yeah, we didn't know when it was coming out on streaming over here or on physical media. It's like, no, you have to see it, and also that movie was built for the big screen.
Yeah.
Oh, go on.
But I think all of them are built for the big screen. You can. I don't think you have any director that say, "Oh no, don't go to the cinema. Wait so you see on your house." I don't know any. I don't know that many directors, but I don't know anyone that said, "No, don't go to cinemas. Wait to see it on your phone." You know.
It's like, yeah,
So
Steven Spielberg personally never told me that. But yeah, for real, that does seem like the case where it's like it's not. I feel like they want to put it in theaters. But it's kind of like how they make a bunch of toys for stuff just to make as much money as possible. Like even if it's nonsense, like they make action figures and all these other things just to make as much money from something. And I feel like they forgot that this FOMO, like, you know, like the fear of missing out, like the fact that if you don't go see it in theaters now, you might not get a chance to see it until like a year from now. You have no idea when it's coming out, but they kind of like announce all of that at once. Like you were saying, Eric, like you didn't know when -1 was coming out, but like outside of theaters. But for a lot of these other ones, they're like, yeah, it'll be in theaters first for the first month, and then it'll go to Disney. It's like, so I know I just have to wait 1 month. Like now I'm not in a rush, and it's like a terrible sales strategy to not make me want to rush to see your thing. So it's kind of interesting. They're almost like kneecapping themselves, you know, by doing that.
Yeah.
And Wicked actually had a little mistake on their action figures.
See, I have 2 things on that. I think that's a mistake, but I also think that was on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
Because that way it'll gain more traction.
Yeah.
And then the toys will be worth more. So, you know, people will go out and buy those toys.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. The link worked for me.
Yeah, it was great. I was like, I mean, of course I was looking for the musical portion of it, not the other portion.
This is the wrong part.
Alphaba, what are you doing, Spread Eagle? This is a weird thing.
Yeah, but speaking about movies that know how to make money, I'm just kidding.
Well, speaking of streaming services on the effect of Hollywood, the porn industry.
Yeah, another of the legs of the issues, I think, is the whole idea of how much is costing to do anything nowadays. You know, the cost of any movies is demential. Not only movies, you also see it on TV. You know, we're talking back in the day when I had a podcast about how they were spending, I don't know, 50 or 60 million on TV episodes of crap.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, where are they spending this money? Because the CGI is not good, the actors are horrible, the location is terrible, the script is a shame. So where are they spending this money? You know, so I think that's like another leg of the issue. You know, because when you have a budget of that caliber, and there's a lot of people with that, especially, you know, marketing and all that, the producers are very nervous. You have more people stirring the pot and touching things, and you should do this, you should do that, or this is appealing to X, or this is appealing to Y. You know,
yeah, you have you're kind of tied to the Netflix bigwigs of what you can and can't do, or any streaming service platforms, because you got to go through their whole censorship process.
Yeah, and they're making their own stuff now too, so it's like you also have to compete with that, where they've now got large enough budgets to make films. And honestly, it's kind of funny because one of the things that we talk about in the indie comic space is that the reason why these indie stories are doing better is because they're just doing better storytelling. It's not that the artwork or like the creation is much better. It's the storytelling, which most people care about. It's kind of like with video games. At first, it was like, you know, okay graphics, but a really cool storyline. And then eventually it was like really, really good graphics, but like a crappy storyline. And then they started making ones with better storylines, and we didn't care about the graphics as much. And now you got indie, you know, game creators. I think that's the same in like the film industry as well, where like they're not getting good at like capturing like what audiences actually want. And I was actually just putting that was actually the next question.
I was actually just about to say I was going to jump ahead a second because I have a point to make on that, but continue.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah, the next question that I was that kind of falls into is like, is Hollywood failing to adopt shorter attention spans or to adopt for shorter attention spans and demand for diverse content? It's like a lot of people are not they have short attention spans, and then they're told that they can wait because it's going to come out somewhere else. Like it kind of like bleeding off of the streaming thing. It's like it's very interesting that we got the TikTok world now, where people are making short form videos that are actually like good stories. And it's funny. It's crazy that they're doing it there. And then Hollywood has an hour and a half to tell a story or 2 hours to tell a story, and they can't figure out how to get a plot together. Like it's pretty crazy.
They also do the whole ooh shiny keys thing with like fancy CGI, big fight scenes and everything. And that's one of the things when it comes to comics is that you can have bad art and have a good story. However, your story, if it's bad and you have really good art, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Like you might get some people who are like, ooh, pretpretty art, but they're not going to care about the story. They just care about the art.
Unless, of course, it matches the link from Wicked, then you might actually get.
Yeah.
Those comics sometimes do good without good storytelling.
Well, yeah, no, gee, I don't know why. I have no idea why. Weird. But yeah, so they try to do this ooh shiny keys thing. Like look at the Transformers movies; they're all huge. And I haven't seen the new Transformers yet, but I've heard it's pretty good. But they're all good. Just look at the keys, and then you have the smaller stories like A24, Everything Everywhere All at Once, which focus on multiple different things with a smaller budget, where it's like, what the fuck is going to happen now? And you have to pay attention. And I think that does hurt the audience, especially those who want the ooh shiny keys and those who want. I love slow burn stuff where I have to pay attention. So the people who will just sit there and watch a movie.
Yeah, I think first off, I do have to defend the live action Transformers movie Bumblebee, because that one actually does have a really good story, good acting, has a point.
Sure.
And the thing is, I think it was made for a smaller budget than the other Transformers movies. But the problem with that is like people are expecting a huge, overblown Michael Bay style movie. And I think that's why it was dismissed. But yeah, the cost of movies, I think, is just utterly ridiculous nowadays, especially if you actually want to make money back. Like I was reading articles about the failure of that Red One movie. And I have no intention to see it, but the thing I also need to bring up too is that I don't think anyone's asking who really wants to watch this. I don't think it's a matter necessarily as much of like, oh, this movie's like 3 hours long or this movie's 90 minutes. They're like, really, who is this made for? Who's going to sit down and watch this?
Well, The Rock is in it, so obviously everyone wants to watch it.
I second that statement.
Well, sadly, the ticket buying audience doesn't agree, but
it's the same thing with like Netflix shows. Is that that Hot Frosty movie that just came out on Netflix about it's Frosty, but a woman falls in love with the snowman.
Oh, I saw a glimpse of I know the photo of the thumbnail.
Yeah. Apparently, like nobody asked for this. I don't know what it's for.
Like the way of water, whatever that was, where like some lady makes out with a fish. You know what I'm talking
about? Yeah,
that was good. That was the Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah, that was actually good though.
But is that the idea where it's like, but it's a snowman?
Well, it's more creepier than that. Like because the snowman's technically has the mind of a toddler.
Oh, so it's like Big.
Yeah. But that was the thing, like that nobody wanted this movie, but apparently it's supposed to be really good, probably for all the wrong reasons. But yeah, like that was I don't remember what the point was because I just realized that we were talking about a snowman making out with a woman that's also an infant. So I mean,
well, that's part of the problem right there. So
we got snowmen making out with infants.
No, the whole idea of who is asking for this movie, that's not how it should be. It's a very good Alan Moore quote that is the artist is paying too much attention to the audience is not really an artist. He should be part of the audience. So when you want to create something, you have to have a vision and an idea. You're not, oh, I'm writing or I'm creating this because X and Y told me that I should have done this and then that. No. That's not how it works. You're supposed to have a vision. You're supposed to have an idea. You have an objective. And then, of course, you can hit feedback to enhance it and make it better, make it bigger, make whatever, make it more funny. But those are tunings. Those not like the audience doesn't give you the idea to create. It's the opposite.
Yeah,
At least I see it that way, you know?
I was gonna say that made me think of two different things. The first one is Sonic the Hedgehog when that first came out. Which
my god!
I still think they did it on purpose because they too quickly fixed it, and which is brilliant. That's a great marketing strategy. Yeah. And honestly, I love those films. I could watch 100 of those. I grew up I ate chili dogs as a kid because of Sonic the Hedgehog. Like I absolutely would watch a million of those. They could go on forever. And because they're animated, they can stay young and everybody else can get old. I don't care. Swap out the actors. I'd watch them forever. So like that's like something that's entertaining in that aspect. But
we all wanted those movies. My problem with those movies is they were good. Like we all wanted them, but both of them had no business being good. I just watched the first one again the other day.
Jim Carrey's like, I'm retiring this year, and then he's like, I'll do another Sonic movie.
All right, yeah. Keanu Reeves like, I'll turn down multi-million-dollar movies at Marvel, but I'm gonna be Shadow. Like,
yeah, it's absolutely. It's funny. I do like that. It's like they have no business being good, but like that's kind of the idea. It's like they can take stuff like that where like that's good audience feedback. But very often, I like Pixar, the way that they would make movies. They even talk about it. They have like a general plot. They would map out the movie, but by the time it was done, like something great came from it. I feel like it's not even just that they take too much feedback from the audience. I think sometimes what's happening is they get one feedback from one person in one audience, and then they're like, let's make an entire movie about this, no matter how uncomfortable it doesn't work. Like they don't like. They don't like Pixar literally says there's a great book by Ed Catmull, which is one of the founders, called Creativity Inc. And he says like the first rendition of the film isn't comparable to like garbage compared to the final film. It's like not even close. It's trash. And the final film is nothing like the original work. And that is a good thing that you can map out something. Because nobody's first rough draft is gold. Like Leonardo da Vinci wasn't.
That's not true. Mine are amazing. No, but you're right. You're right.
And that's the thing. It's like I tell this to like recording artists, like musicians and stuff, that like they're always worried about like selling off like their early masters or like giving up publishing rights, stuff like that. And I'm always like, if you think your first work is going to be your best work, you should give up now. Like every preceding work should get better. And if you're creating a story, that should be true within the same creation of one story. Your first rendition of the story should be garbage because you're spitting out new ideas, and new ideas aren't always good, right? Like you need to form them into stuff like the hero's journey. Like it needs to actually map out into something, right? It doesn't need to be a superhero, but every character has some story arc it's supposed to go through. And some of these Hollywood films, I feel like they had an agenda to teach. They're like, I'm going to do this thing and forget all other lessons of storytelling. I'm going to force this through all the way to the end until you realize after you've made it that there's no point to the movie. Right? Like the Who Wanted This Movie? It's like, what do you mean who wanted this movie? This isn't a movie. This is somebody with a camera who wanted to like lecture on something for 2 hours. It's like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like the new Alex Cross TV series. Anyway.
Yeah, that was the point that I was bringing up with that. It's like, I do believe that, an artist should come up with the idea to tell a really good story. That's the point, tell a good story. I think that, if you say, oh, I wonder what would happen if this, that's largely where a lot of my storytelling comes from, is the basic what if question. And I think if I want to make a point of like, okay, pollution is bad, and I make an entire script based on that, thinking nobody would probably want to see that, but they would want to see a hero's journey that is adjacent to that. Maybe I'll do a Pixar animated movie about like styrofoam that realize that its goal is to become like biodegradable.
I saw a meme once that said, "What if toys have feelings? What if cars have feelings?
Yeah.
What if feelings have feelings?" And that's a great way to think of storytelling at times. Just like the bare minimum.
Toy Story, Cars, and the emotion one.
Inside Out.
Yeah.
Yeah. The second one was great. That was way too
incredible.
close to home.
Yeah.
But that goes into like the whole. I guess it does go into the next question: Are blockbuster budgets sustainable in an era of successful indie streaming films? Actually, it doesn't. I just wanted to transition into that one.
No. The reason I brought that question up is kind of what we've been talking about, which is they're throwing tons of money at these movies, but like they aren't making good movies. Like I don't know where the money's going either, because every year we make better technology. We've got AI that can handle a lot of like stuff like animations. Like you used to have to pick like frame by frame move the lightsaber for the person to fight, and then years later it was you put the one here, and tell AI to fix the rest of it, right? Or back then, just machine learning, and it's like we've gotten to the point where like technology shouldn't cost that much to create these great films, and yet they're costing more and more and more, but they're not spending it on writers. Clearly,
no, they're spending it on the actors. Is what they're doing.
But
in marketing too. A lot of it's marketing. A lot. Like
it's terrible.
Nowadays, like half of any budget is marketing.
But that's the thing.
Because 100 to produce is on 100, at least on 100 just to market.
But that's the thing is, I wonder if they're paying people to market, but they're not actually marketing. Because Greg and I the other day were at a mall for a convention, and there was like 4 films.
It was a month ago.
Yeah, whatever. But it was like 4 films that were on the the marquee, and I'm like, I don't know a single one of those films. I didn't know any of them were coming out. So like, even if they're marketing, they're not hitting anywhere that I'm watching. I watch YouTube, which has plenty of ads, and you can't turn them off anymore because then they'll lock you out of YouTube. I watch, I'm on Roku, so you got Roku ads, you got like Hulu, Netflix. I don't see any of these, and these are all the predominant places people spend time. All right, I go to Google, I'm on Facebook. I don't see any of these ads. So like the fact that these are failing and yet a huge budget goes to marketing is insane to me. It's almost like, there's some marketing team who 80% of the budget is going to staff instead of ads. It's like, it's ludicrous.
Well, here's the thing. I think that the big budget films focus on marketing, and a lot of the smaller films focus on word of mouth. And I bring up the horror genre a lot, especially during Halloween, where there will be lists of, hey, these low budget, these independent budget movies you should definitely check out. And then also to the whole Barbarian was the scariest movie, and they play off of that as well with big market and budget, and Barbarian was terrible. But anyway, it's just Hills Have Eyes. I'm sorry, it is in an Airbnb. But
it was good. I enjoyed that one. No, but
really?
also you have also a lot of clever marketing in horror. Like for example, the whole Smile campaign, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a really cheap to do.
And
so you say, how can we bait media to cover?
Or even Blair Witch, when that first came out, like the marketing of that was awesome. Like they said, "Oh, this is real. We have no idea where we found this." Like they just went all in on it, and I think big budget movies focus on, again, the shiny keys. Look at this pretty trailer, and then these smaller budget movies, they don't have a great marketing budget, but they have great nuance with their films, and they don't give anything away that makes you want to check them out.
I think it's also that because they have smaller budgets, they have to be clever. We're like, it's kind of like if somebody's like, hey, let's just take out one Super Bowl ad and put our brand up there and we'll make millions of dollars. It's like, no, you even with those, you still got to be creative. So I think a lot of like the horror films, the indie films that do become successful, they're super creative. They're doing like guerrilla marketing style, strategies, as opposed to like just spending a crap ton of money on like a billboard that no one's going to look at and be convinced from. It's like, that's kind of the idea. It's like, I feel like Hollywood takes massive chunks of money and throws it at walls and hopes that it sticks, where the indie group has to like be clever. It's like, we've used up 80% of the budget on the film. We got 20% left. How the hell do we use this to market like crazy?
Yeah, how about we throw, because what was it? Was it a movie or a game where they like put different objects out into the world? And in the movie, like I think it was a movie or it was a game where they had like different VHS tapes you could find in forests and everything, like coordinates. And when you got in there, you got another piece of the story. Like it was really cool. It was. Some of these things get weird. But I love that kind of stuff, and it gets people engaged.
I would have liked to get paid to just smile on camera for Smile.
Right.
If I just get to sit in an audience, maybe for free, just smile for like 10 minutes.
Sure, you have the whole audience, like after the premiere of Smile or like the test footage,
Yeah.
you just have everybody smiling and just make like this really creepy thing. I think that would be awesome. And I think that's one of the reasons why Disney stuff is more successful nowadays than blockbuster movies. Not saying that all
Yeah.
blockbuster movies aren't successful, but you
Of
know.
course.
Yeah.
No,
and-
and sorry, yeah, I interrupted.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I think another thing too about about just the big budgets and that is that indies have to be a lot more, as you're saying, creative. And this one filmmaker actually up here in Washington had a really clever marketing idea. He would just go onto every horror message board and stuff like that, and he's like, "Who is the scariest killer of this year?" And he would include established people like who's the deadliest slasher, Michael, Jason. Then he would have his guy up there as like a third option, then another one, and like for weeks and weeks, people like, wait, who's that? I don't know who that middle guy is. And then he would post the link and say, oh, check out the movie. And he spammed enough message boards to like when I just go to pull up my recommended movies, suddenly that one appeared up there, and I thought, well, good for you, man. The actual quality of the film, that I don't want to say anything too negative, but the point is like, yeah, he was pushing and getting it out there. It was not made for a ton of money, and I think that's Hollywood very quick, because I think that's a really the next point Dylan's going to bring up is a really interesting one. But I think Hollywood's relying on the very old model of stars put butts in seats, which doesn't exactly hold up that well anymore. If you consider a movie like Megalopolis, it's a star-studded cast, and I know of a handful of people who saw it who are like, what the? I don't know if we can swear on this, but
I've already said shit a couple times, I think.
I think I've said fuck many times now.
No, it's not only a cast; it's a very respected, award-winning director. It's not just the cast; the guy behind it is supposed to be good, but it's one of those ego trips that, hey, I have this crazy idea and I will die in that hill. But I think it's sorry, Dylan, just 1 second. I think it's that everything spins onto the second idea of the big budget, because why they choose sequels or remakes, because of course it's an IP that people know, so it's easy to market, so blah blah blah, nostalgia sells, so it's cheaper, quote unquote cheaper, not true, to market that something that is completely new. So I think it's the same topic at the end of it. I think it's the same cause.
And on the getting like leaning on big budget actors and stuff too. I actually this just crossed my mind. Maybe we'd come to it again after, because I want to move on to the next question in a second. But I was even thinking about the fact that we used to like idolize a lot of these major actors, like the Arnold Schwarzeneggers, right? Like when they're in these films, you're like, oh, he's in a film, I gotta see it. But all we knew about actors back then was their film work, right? And maybe some paparazzi photo shoots, right? And then I realized a lot of the actors now, because of social media, get to share all their personal opinions on the world. And I think that actually might be another reason where you could get an actor everybody loves who says one thing about one party or the other, or one policy or another, and suddenly half of their audience is gone.
Right.
And it's like, so I almost wonder if that's another big reason why leaning on those leaning on those, or taking your budget and leaning on a big star isn't the best way to go, because of that factor right there, which it kind of leads into the next thing you mentioned. Like the franchises going on and doing more of the same films over and over again, because I think they're also not just leaning on the IP, but also leaning on the actor, because they might make some deal with them where it's like, hey, we want you for 5 films, right? So that's what the next question is. Is franchise fatigue setting in due to repetitive narratives? And I think that's a really good point. It's like, is it the fact that we're tired of the actors, or are we tired of seeing the same things over and over again? Like, it's like, hey, there's not one new film this year. They're all the second, third, fourth, fifth, thing of, it's like, what's new that's coming out? And then when you find out something new came out, you're like, wait a second, that's also a remake from something from the 70s. I just didn't know. It's like, it's crazy that you can't come up with new ideas where like in the 90s, you know, I was watching Planes, Trains, and Automobiles and the 80s, like, and having like was it Uncle Buck I was talking about, like all of these classic films they used to make that they just don't make anymore, and these were one-off films that were excellent and now they're like remembered forever kind of thing, you know. Was it Chris Farley, Tommy Boy, Black Sheep, like, you know, comedies that are just, you know, forever in the ethos and you never need a second one. And it's like, you know, where are these new ideas, because those aren't based on books, you know, like it's crazy.
See, and it's funny you mentioned new ideas. I think franchises are definitely getting repetitive. I mean, take a look at the Fast and the Furious series. Every movie, it's fast cars explodes. Now, granted, though, all those movies are fun. Like, they're all just goofy schlock. And I'm here for goofy schlock all the time. But then you have these newer movies that are, like, either unique or a derivative of something. They don't always have to be, you know, a new idea, because everything can derive from something. You know, Star Wars is just the hero's journey. That's what Lord of the Rings is. But I think, one, it has to do with the marketing, and two, what it is that they have the appeal of making it a derivative and not just a sequel, a remake of something, a book based off of a book or anything. And I take a look at, you know, A24 is a company that I bring up quite frequently with this kind of thing. Is all of their stuff is either hit or miss. You either love them or hate them. But every movie is unique. Every movie, you have everywhere
and
from
romance things. It's not like they're non-conformist. That's one of the
familiarity
questions
versus
that I
novelty.
had. It's like, hey, solutions. One of the solutions that is one of the questions is, hey, you should, like, international, all the international films or international schools or international ideas try to help fill that void. You know, it's happened a couple of years ago with Parasite. So a lot of people are discovering Korean films, but there are a lot of more examples. There are fantastic movies in France, in Europe. There's a lot of tradition of, well, the French is the one that invented the thing, you know, it's not the Americans. So the whole thing, you know, hey, can we feel this void of Hollywood is not producing good stuff with other cinemas that are producing good stuff, but it's not reaching, like Frank, what Eric was saying before. It's very complicated to see in the US, even worse. But even here, I live in Ireland, it's not that easy to see like French movies or well, UK is easier because it's like the neighbors, but or German films, or, like, you know, I don't mind subtitles. I'm kind of used to them. So
sure,
if it's something that's gonna attract me, so Koreans, I love Korean films too.
Well, I think Korean, French, like, you go on Netflix and you can find a bunch of Bollywood, Korean, and all these, like, just films that you would never think of. Like, do you remember the Uganda Who Killed Captain Alex?
Yeah,
film. Yeah, okay. So that's they're low budget. They're like the first Uganda film company, and they made this movie called Who Killed Captain Alex, which is just like martial arts, real stunts. Like, people throw real glass bottles at each other. I wouldn't be surprised if the bullets were real. Like, everything with this is just incredible to watch, and it's free online. Like, you can just go watch this movie, and I think people are more discovering other country stuff, which is falling into the more newer, fresher material. Like, Japan has this movie called Mutant Girl Squad, which is like, Greg, I know you're always like, what the fuck are you talking about? I could tell you about a lot of movies where it's like, it's just like this girl has a chainsaw on her butt that comes out. One girl has like a belly that eats stuff, and her stomach, like when she pulls up her shirt, there's like a big mouth and eyes, and it like sucks up stuff like Kirby, and it's wild, and it's just like the Suicide Squad-esque type team-up movie. And people are just now discovering these wild movies, and these are fresh, more exciting ideas. on the independent market.
That actually, the next question I put up here too, it actually kind of bleeds into that because that made me realize the other one I see on Netflix too are like Brazilian films because I'm like learning Portuguese and like there's some of them are funny and like it's like I just wouldn't expect it. And what's it called? So the next question we have here is: are Hollywood's diversity efforts perceived as genuine or tokenistic? And the reason why I grabbed this one based on what we were talking about. It's like
hot water right now.
Well, the funny thing is, like with films that are made in other countries, they're made based on their culture. Like when they take the old Grimm's tales and then they force in diversity, and it's like, dude, that was a German film. Like that's why everyone was white in it, right? Like that's the reason.
Frozen had that problem.
Yeah, like. And it's like this whole idea where they need to take old things and then inject diversity when there's already diverse film ideas out there. And that's the embarrassing part is Hollywood's over here trying to force it into old stories that they wrote back in the day instead of actually putting somebody on like the Korean films and the Korean shows and the Brazilian films and Brazilian shows and the Japanese films. Like they should be promoting that stuff or working with teams like that to build stories from that culture rather than trying to like take their culture and shove it into somebody else and go, look, we're diverse. It's like it's crazy to me how much they try to like just shamelessly say, look, we include everyone, but they only tell their old stories.
Well, and that's what's kind of like the CW stuff. That's why I quit watching some of that stuff where every single time it's like, I'm the gay character, I'm the black character, and that was like their entire thing. But one of the
boxes all the time.
Right. I think there are check boxes that Hollywood needs to hit now when it comes to diversity. And sometimes I feel like that is corporate bigwig. Sometimes it's like, I don't really think it's the writers. I don't really think it's the directors. I think these corporate bigwigs are like, but we need to make it gay. Or like, we need to make it this. Like South Park did that.
You know that South Park. Yeah. The South Park meme. Yeah,
that one.
Yeah, put a chicken and make it lame.
But what? Right? Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Make it gay. Put a chicken and make it gay.
But then you have these other culture movies, and one of the movies I watched last night was Princess and the Frog with Disney, and I think they hit everything very well with Louisiana, New Orleans, Cajun culture. I thought it was awesome. Like they had the white guys, they had the blacks, they had everything in it, and it didn't feel like they were trying to force everything in there. I think Hollywood, with their efforts, they can tell they do get stuff right on the mark, but there are stuff where it is just pandering to that audience. Now, granted, I try not to be so critical of it because I know it is just check boxes, but there are those times where I'm like, you finally got it. Like Brokeback Mountain, that is a love story. Like when it comes right down to it, that is a love story. It's gay, but it is a love story. And that's all that mattered with it, is that it was two dudes having butt sex in front of horses in the mountains. Like that's what that was. So, which is a love story.
Eric wants to say something.
Yeah.
Like, Chad, shut up.
First off, Chad, I think that studios should just put you in charge of their marketing.
Just you on the screen that says butt sex.
You thought there was something. You thought this movie was going to be original. It is, but there's butt stuff.
I was going to say, let's ask 5 white dudes about diversity. I think it's a great idea. But echoing those points, I do think that authenticity is what's most important, and
that's the key.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, like saying, oh, I have a friend from I have a friend from Mexico, so I'm qualified to represent Mexican culture. I'm really fucking not. I'm thinking, and I think to myself, it's like I think that when you do approach a diverse role and stuff like that, the research has to be there, the care has to be there.
Of course. And also crazy stuff like what Sean Penn was saying, that he cannot, if he was doing Milk today, he cannot play the same role because he's not gay. He say, hey, it's called acting, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, someone got mad at
So what?
Blind
So
crazy.
if I'm gonna portray a blind people, I have to be blind. To do it? So what are we talking about? It's like what?
Yeah,
It's like crazy shit.
That's gonna make this film really hard.
Someone got mad at Bryan Cranston for being quadriplegic in a movie. Like, obviously he's not. So they're like, oh, but
Yeah,
he's
the
like,
French
acting.
remake. Yeah. It's called acting, dude. So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, and I remember that they were when Spielberg redid West Side Story. There was a lot of controversy because one of the I think it was the girl that was playing the Maria. She was not Puerto Rican. She was a Colombian. So they said, "What? Are we fucking high here? Are you crazy? You watched the original one. There was no Latinos there, really.
Arnold
What are you talking
Schwarzenegger
about?"
robot.
Well, didn't they also?
A cyborg that's taking jobs from good working cyborgs.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I also wanted to point
Not
out
dumb
too that
insane.
this is normal when it comes to like being having a diverse cast of everything. Did you know in the original Wizard of Oz, it was like 147 midgets, but 200 of them were children?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah.
Those kids are taking jobs from hardworking midgets. That's not okay.
Exactly. How dare you?
Yeah,
Now, granted, I do disagree with Peter Dinklage that they should have used real dwarves.
Yeah,
for
that was
the new Snow White
yeah.
and everything, because that would have
And
been
all the
hilarious.
actors say, "Hey, dude, hey, this is our bread and butter. We're not gonna do it. Just come on, dude. These are movies, our gigs. Shut up, dude."
And also,
nobody has Game of Thrones gigs, you know.
right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Christian, that actors act. Period. You know, that's what it should be. And the thing is, like, I was just doing a rewatch of the original Frasier, and David Hyde Pierce is brilliant as Niles. I firmly believe he loves Daphne. Now, David Hyde Pierce is gay, and I'm not sitting there thinking to myself, "He took a job from a straight actor. How dare he?" No,
Neil Patrick Harris took a straight.
Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris.
I Met Your Mother.
Yeah, he's the perfect ladies' man. It's funny.
Yeah.
Jim Parsons in Big Bang is.
Is he gay?
Yeah, he's gay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
huh. I didn't know that.
There's the what's that show, Modern Family, where they got they have the gay couple. What? Yeah, the one that
Cameron isn't.
Yeah, the one who acts the most gay is the straight one.
And you
but
get
that's the
that
thing,
though.
It's just acting, dude. That's the whole thing. And it's not like, hey, there haven't been movies about controversial topic for decades, you know. So it's like, oh no, this is the queer thing is a new thing, and John Waters like, hello, been doing this like since the 70s. What are you talking about, dude? Have you watched my movies? It's like we're reinventing the wheel. No, the wheel's already invented, man. So the only important thing is Ariuka says, authenticity, you know, and also vision, and not compromising that vision because you want to hit boxes or because you have a marketing team or you have producers that say, oh, you're supposed to go these ways. And no, sorry, man. Prefer take pay cut or whatever, but I'm not gonna go. And that's what happens when you have a big budget. So there's a lot of nervous people that say, hey, this is not testing well in this audience. Oh, this is not testing well. We have to change it. And then you have Frankenstein's, you know?
Yeah.
I do, and I actually, fun story. I took a diverse communications class, and I brought up international versus like American remake, like American adaptations, and people said, well, the American adaptations need to have Korean actors, French actors, whatever in these movies in order to make them an actual adaptation. I'm like, do you know what the definition of adaptation means? And sometimes you get good stuff out of that. Like you get the original Ring, you get The Grudge, like you get pretty good stuff out of it, or even The Office. I think that was a British show originally, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct.
And the American one. Is it Australian?
No, they did an Australian one. The first season, it was like 9 episodes. Was like half of them.
It's not gonna last.
Yeah,
Don't recommend it.
You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about. Why the United States puts out the most amount of like world-renowned films. That meaning like a film comes out of all these different countries, but like the top ones always come from the States. And it actually got me thinking about. I wonder if a good reason for that is that most other countries are pretty homogenous. They have a lot of the same, like most of them speak the same language. Most of them look the same. And the U.S. is very diverse. And because of that, I have a lot of friends from around the world who can't do accents. And I can do tons of accents. Like it's not hard at all. I don't have any struggle to like pretend to sound like a different, like a foreign language or like an Arnold Schwarzenegger, like any of those types of things. But it's super interesting. I almost wonder if part of why you see so much, like people are like, oh, you got to have a film in the States, but it needs Korean actors. It's like, well, find good Korean actors first too. Like that's another big deal. Like you have to be able to find people that can fill these roles. Like you can't get a blind person to play the guy. Well, spoiler alert if you haven't seen Book of Eli, right? But you can't get a blind person to play a character who's moving around like he, like an incredible, speeds and not accidentally run into something. You're not going to get a Daredevil character who's an actual blind lawyer. You know what I mean? Like you're not. Imagine they find a guy who can do martial arts, but doesn't practice law. They're like, he's out, right? It's like they're trying to like make sure that every single part of it is exact. And it's like when we used to make films and we didn't have people that could act, like what are we supposed to do? Wait around until we can find them? It's like, or use the resources we have. And that's what indie film characters do. Like when people make indie films, like they're just going with what they have.
Yeah,
and
that's what you do. That's what you do. That's what Eric does.
Yeah.
Eric?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I totally misrepresented. I'm like, wait, does Eric just put on different accents and go into different movies? Like,
no, go now, get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper. This is a romance movie. Get into the chopper. No. But I like this next question. Will Hollywood decline, elevate decentralized global creators? So what you're saying is that they're going to bring in directors from other countries? Like,
no, it's more like I think that them failing is what's going to actually help those other countries who, like we were talking about earlier, the films that are coming out. I think that they will finally have time to shine because these other films are such garbage that people are looking for like independent films. Like it's what, like that's why it's so cool. Like independent comics, independent film, independent music. Like people are looking for these things because like Hollywood has all these checklists which are preventing them from creating good movies and ignoring storylines entirely. Where you can get independent film creators like Eric.
Right, exactly, and he does all of his independent accents as well. It's great.
Yes, I do, and I believe firmly that the film.
I think that, I think people are understanding this now too. That directors, I think, what was it? Rubber is a German movie,
Really?
about the killer tire, or is that from? It's anyway. My point is that they're realizing that other directors and independent directors in other countries don't have check boxes. They can do whatever they want as long as they make a good movie. Look at Old Boy. That was originally a was it Japanese or Chinese?
Korean.
Thank you. It was one of the anyway, but those, and it was it's a creepy story, but it was an original story, and because it got so big and so looked at, Hollywood made a remake of it.
No, there are many. Like Vanilla Sky is a original Spanish movie from Benavar. Champion is a Spanish movie too. So there have been remakes for a lot of countries.
Yeah, and I think
and I don't think it's Chad. I don't think that what Dylan said before. I don't think it's a thing of a lack of diversity because there's diversity everywhere. If we go to any country, we're gonna see people from all over the places. But the big thing is the power of the big studios. All the big studios are American. So Universal is American, Disney is American. So of course, even because we have big studios here, the Harry Potter movie was done by a UK studio, and the Lord of the Rings are New Zealand studios. But those are like small ones compared to the big guys, and especially when you have a cinema. You are contracted when you want to have distribute movies. You have like there are quotas that you are you have to program what we give you. It's not like the cinema say, "Hey, no, I'm gonna just program this, program that." Not like that. It doesn't work like that. Yep. That's why, for example, in France they changed the law to benefit their films. It's like they have a quota of the opposite, so exact named to be like French movies to compete with that, to in a kind of like a better, giving an outlet to all the creators to at least show what they do, So
yeah.
But I'm sorry.
Oh no,
go ahead.
But I mean, I do personally. I love hearing like seeing films from other countries, seeing how other countries view and look at things. Like I think I mean this last October, I think I watched a slasher from I think it was Finland or Iceland, ended with land definitely, and it was pretty damn
What
enjoyable.
was it?
The name I forget brilliantly, but then I go on and people say, "Oh, this is just a remake of this movie," and I thought, "Oh, well, that's interesting," because it was the first I'd heard of it. But I don't know if you have seen Dale and Tucker versus Evil.
Oh yeah, Alan Tudyk, and hell yeah, man, that's a classic.
Such a great one.
Here's the thing, I love that movie, and also I just learned that there was a Korean remake of it.
Yes.
And
Yep.
yeah, I was watching some video on YouTube. I'm like, wait, what? And I thought, how's that even work? So I find it interesting to think that, America's not the only person, or yeah, America's a person. I'm brilliant. America's not the only country remaking.
Construct, get it right.
Yeah. Yeah, hang on, let me go. I mean, I do know somebody named America. I'll blame her.
Well, there was
get back here.
There was at least one person named America. That's where the name comes from.
But I think it is gonna help get and I use music as an example for this, where it's like BTS and Psy, Blackpink, like they're all Asian descent, or they're all Asian musicians. They're getting more played on the radio now. And I think that now that people are looking more for other country stuff, independent films, it's going to be more common to see films from other countries go into our theaters. And truthfully, I think that'll help the theaters a lot more as well. I mean, I saw the Boy and the Heron in theaters, and I saw the subtitled version. I thought we were buying the dubbed version, but it doesn't matter because I didn't care, because it was Studio Ghibli and it's from Japan, and I like Studio Ghibli. And there was quite a good number of people in the theater for that movie. So I think it's definitely gonna help. I think it's gonna help the actual film industry now that we are bleeding into the more foreign film stuff.
Yeah.
Now,
and also bringing events to cinemas. That's something that I've been doing. Not only musical, the Taylor Swift, the Eras tour, blah blah blah, that make a lot of money. But also, for example, here they show like opera, or they show like ballet, or so, or when there's for example, it's a World Cup or something like that.
Yeah,
so they show also it's a fantastic place to see. It's a big screen,
Yeah, and it shows you go in and you can't. People won't have the opportunity to go overseas to see, Les Mis or whatever. I'm just giving an example because I know nothing about Broadway plays or anything. So, but people won't have the opportunity to go see that original, or even like The Lion King, which is here in the America. But if I can go to the theater and watch it, it won't be the same as if I saw it live at the actual theater. But I see it on the big screen, and it's still exciting. So yeah, I think it'll be great. So,
yeah, Christian, I like your next question. What about new media? Are video games, VR, and interactive media becoming stronger entertainment rivals?
Yes.
I would say yes and no. I think that video games were pushing. Yes, in terms of like revenue, in terms of media awareness, but it feels like it's going through the same problems as Hollywood and needing to check boxes. Like now, where like a lot of AAA releases now feel extremely safe, and like no boundaries are being pushed. So I'm finding a lot more indie games are filling that or like scratching that itch for a really good story, or I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah,
but like the new Call of Duty game, I'm expecting zero surprises when I go into that. I'm not expecting any, narrative that's going to make me go, whoa. I'm expecting a safe, tested, like, okay, this will appeal to, everybody, versus, I'm trying to think of the last really good game story I played.
Silent Hill 2, the remake.
No, I just finished, for example, yesterday the Ghost of Tsushima. If you haven't played it, The Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, Ghost of Tsushima. That's a great one.
Yeah, that's a
Great one.
fantastic story. You know what I'm saying? That's a really good story.
I have that one too. Yeah.
And one of my favorite ones is The Last of Us. You know, that's a fantastic story too. If you haven't, especially the second one, for me is one of the best stories I've ever seen ever.
It's kind of it's almost like the best games coming out now are either incredible stories, or like Eric, like you mentioned, like Call of Duty. It's like having games just get reskinned over and over again. Like in all reality, like I mentioned earlier, there's the hero's journey. It gets reskinned a billion different ways, but we actually still enjoy it. Like my wife found I'll say a YouTube series, but there's some app where you can watch it where it's an entire film that's filmed vertically the whole time, and it's like a bunch of shorts. Like they're like 30 seconds to a minute long. You watch it, and then it ends with like a dramatic pause, and then they make you go buy their app after 16 of those. They're like, "Oh yeah, go on our app and give us tickets." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "This is brilliant." And we found out some of them like were released on YouTube, so we started watching them on YouTube, and they're the same story 1,000 different ways, and I'm still interested in every
Yeah, but
one.
they're all funny. Are you talking about the shitty romance ones?
Yes.
Like I married a billionaire, but I didn't know. And
no. It's like I'm really broke. All the rich guys are jerks, except for the richest rich guy. He's the best, nicest guy in the world, and he's going to save you from all the other rich jerks. It's hilarious. They have it like a million ways, but 100%. Like my wife and I keep watching these because they're interesting. And so it's funny. I think they either have to be like Christian was just saying with Ghost, Ghost of Takashimi, is that what it is? It's like
Tsushima, get it right.
Yeah. It's like that is like those types of games that have like incredible depth to them and are very unique new stories. And then there's the Call of Duties. Like I play Rocket League and Call of Duty. They just keep putting new skins on it. It's the same thing. I'll play it forever. Just like I was saying with Sonic the Hedgehog. I can watch a billion of those things. I would never get tired of it. So it's kind of interesting. Like I don't know. Like if it's necessarily that video games, VR, all these things are taking over. It's more like, can they tell a really good story that hasn't been told before?
Yeah.
Or can they make something that people don't care how many times it's redone? They'll just watch it because it's perfect. Like it is what it is.
Same. I agree with both of those statements. And I do think that honestly, this is a very interesting question because yes, I do think that it's becoming a strong entertainment rival because one, I could pay $70 to play a 14-hour game with longer if there's collectibles and everything. And I can be immersed into it and I get to control the narrative, especially if it's something like, Skyrim or any of those where I get to branch off, or even Baldur's Gate 3, which is legitimately like, hell yeah, that is one of my favorite games too. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are two of my favorite games of all time. Yeah. And then you have these like little nice guys or these little nice relaxing games like Animal Well, Undertale, and all these that they have lower graphics. They're like pixel based, but they can tell a really nice, relaxing story. And I don't have to go to the cinema and hang out and pay $30 or $50, $60 to sit in the theater. I can stay home, sit on my butt, and play games. And that's why it's kind of incomparable with streaming services as well.
You also, I mean,
you could do an entire panel on this. Video games and movies.
Well,
one's an the thing is, one's an interactive experience though, and one's a passive experience. And I think you get. It's why I think that it's a hard.
Philosophizer.
It's a real hard time to to adapt, say, a horror video game because we're all frightened by different things at different times. Like what scares the crap out of us, as we're playing a game, may not work as well in a movie because horror in particular, we all have a different experience with it. Like Resident Evil, those dogs coming through the window. Spoiler alert for a very old game, but
oh no,
my favorite series. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, 7 and 8 are amazing. 4 is good. Yeah. I really liked 5 as well. I'm sorry, I liked 5.
My favorite is 3. The old one, not the new one.
Christian's over here, like I can't wait till this panel's over so I can go slay some zombies.
Yeah. I'm playing the Silent Hill 2 remake right now, and oh my god, that game is incredible.
That's the next one.
Yeah, I love Alone in the Dark, which is just David Harbour, the game, beating up monsters. I think it's good. I think video games are becoming a strong contender to cinema because it is like not only watching a movie, it's playing a movie. Go look at the Uncharted series. It's like watching a huge movie.
It's kind of though like Eric was saying
Playing.
too. It's kind of like what Eric was saying though. There is a difference between passive and active, like where they're involved. But the funny thing is that I also agree though that people actually do want to get more involved, and it's probably because the passive stories aren't being told well, and so people want the story that they have more control over. And it's funny you mentioned like what's it called? No, what was the other game you just mentioned a second ago? They made
Skyrim.
No, that they made a film of Uncharted.
Oh, Uncharted, yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
Like that, like what's it called? The Assassin's Creed games, God of War. Like I literally just watch people play those games.
Oh, I don't. Black Flag.
I would get lost in them because I would want to explore every single thing in it. But like those types of games, what is it? What's the key swords? Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. Kingdom Hearts, I could just watch somebody play that, and ironically, that's how Twitch became a thing. Like people want to watch people play video games because the stories are sometimes that good. And that's why a lot of video games can get adapted into films because they're in order to make the game fun, they had to tell a really good story. And the story is so good, it could just be a movie.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, look at the Resident Evil movies is a good example of it. And I mean the ones with, what's her name? Why can't I remember?
Mila Jovovich.
Thank you. Those movies are all fun. They're not Resident Evil, but they are their own self-contained universe, and they're just fun, schlocky zombie shoot 'em up movies. But it's Resident Evil. It's what we got, and it's what we enjoyed. And you play the game.
I don't agree. The only one that I like is the first one. The other one's like,
that's fair. All right. Like the Uncharted
when they did Nemesis. Oh, the love stories. Okay, I'm out. Done. That's it. I'm out.
Eric, just cut us off because we all talk over each other.
Yeah, sorry. Eric can be like.
I can feel you want to talk so bad.
Okay. No. I was going to say that the Resident Evil ones. I agree, it's its own universe. I do agree with Christian that they're not great movies. I will say, okay, fine. The eye candy in the movies is extraordinary, but the point is, in terms of like being an actual like adaptation of the games, it was weird because Capcom said we don't want an adaptation of the games because then people won't play the games. We want its own thing, and I think to my and I'm just like, what? Because I mean, it was their mandate, but to me, I'm thinking, when I went to go watch Lord of the Rings, I did not want to see those books on film. That's the last thing I want. It doesn't make any sense.
I did. I love the books too, though.
But it's like back to the Sonic thing I mentioned earlier. I watched the cartoon as a kid. I loved it. I played the video games as a kid. I loved it. I played the Sonic Adventure, which was a totally different adaptation of the original video game. I loved it. They have a live action animated one. I love that. It's like I just love the IP. I don't care how it's presented. Like just give me
his shadow.
See, but then you get Then you get the bullshit stuff like the Silent Hill movies, which the second movie, Revelations, just turns into a Pokemon battle at the very end. And you get those.
The first one,
like the first one I thought was fun. I liked the Doom movie, but the Uncharted movie, I absolutely hated that movie.
Yeah,
and it wasn't even the casting choice. It was just the fucking movie. Like the story was bad because I didn't.
Well, I never watched the movie. I never played the game. Never watched the movie.
Oh, okay. I highly recommend watching or playing the games. They're some of my favorites.
The game are good. It's like
we got the tattoo from his
Tomb Raider, but with a man. That's and with more
less
plot behind it.
Yeah, no.
Dude, the Tomb Raider movies are great. The Tomb Raider games are great. Not so much.
Oh yeah, there we go.
The games. Yeah.
So real quick. So one last just thought on this because we're going to be switching over to our next panel in a second. So basically, where do we think that Hollywood is going, especially like seeing like because there's been certain things that have been happening recently. I've noticed. I believe it was Kevin Feige has been like apparently firing a bunch of staff members because they're trying to get better stories back in there. So he's just like mass laying off people that have been involved in the garbage that's come out recently. Do we think that Hollywood has learned its lesson and is about to pivot towards, maybe becoming, something worth watching again? Or do we think that they're going to be going downhill and indie's going to take over? What's our thoughts real quick with like 30 seconds? So we'll go Christian.
I think it's going to be a combination. There are some people who are going to keep tuning, honing the same tune until they disappear. And there are also that are going to be able to pivot. So I think it's going to be a mixed bag.
Chad.
I agree with Christian, but I do think that the indie market's going to start dominating more of the streaming services, and a lot of people are going to start going towards there because the streaming services are going to be a lot easier to build. Or it could also be the opposite too, where it could now be easier to get an indie movie into a theater because the big bunch of Hollywood people are going to the theater. So, but I do think it's going to be a mixed bag, like Christian says. So,
Eric.
Okay, I think that indies, if they're able to get the backing, could absolutely take over. It's just a matter of creating audience awareness and marketing. The interesting thing is, when does it stop being indie? When does indie become mainstream again? And then it's just gonna be in this endless cycle. I agree that with the prior 2 points, if Hollywood is able to get their act together and produce quality entertainment again, then then it will balance out. But right now, if things stay the way they are, it's going to be an indie thing.
Greg.
Yeah.
He's like, I agree.
I agree.
It's me, Shadow. I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, me? Yeah. But no, that's interesting because my biggest thought is that I think that either one of two things will happen. Either Hollywood may collapse in on itself, or what they're actually going to do is, it's not that indie films are going to outpace them, is that they're going to wise up and realize indie films are worth investing into and just eat them up. Like literally just start buying them out, because it's like, instead of hiring Hollywood writers that charge 5 times what they're actually worth, they'll actually get independent film creators with independent ideas who have great stories to tell but don't have the backing. And they might end up, I would love to see a Shark Tank of independent films. That would be incredible.
That'd be great.
Someone
Or
comes
a
up
comics
with a
too.
board. Maybe I'll have to make that show. I said it here first. Nobody take it now. But what's it called? Like, to have it where people present, their storyboard. Like I remember going to Warner. I think it's Warner Brothers that made The Matrix. And I remember seeing the storyboard for The Matrix. I would love to be like on a panel, of sharks that are looking at these things, and they're getting a quick little glimpse. Maybe someone makes a Pixar short, like a 30-second clip of what it is that you expect this film to kind of look like, and then pitch those to Hollywood execs and have them make that film. And you have to get brought on as a sub-director kind of thing. Like, there's no way that they can like just boot you from the film for that, at least some of that content. That's what I expect. So I'm either expecting Hollywood to fall in on itself, or they absorb because they realize that they're they need the new to become new again, kind of thing. So that's my thought.
New Sierra Nova business opportunity right there.
Yeah, just Sierra Nova Shark. Sierra Nova Sharks.
Okay. Yeah. All right, we don't need Shark Tank. We need Thunderdome. Let's make this official.
Let's give everybody guns.
Yeah, the Purge.
Awesome.
The Purge.
Purge. It was absolutely great. So real quick before we go to the next panel, where can everybody find you, Christian?
It's on popstudio.com, UNPOP studio.com. That's where you're gonna find all our social media there. It's easier. Or you can Google Pinocchio or Unpopular Studios. You're gonna find us everywhere.
Cool. And Chad, where can they find you?
So right now you can find me on Substack on the Comic Brews. You can also find me on Blue Sky at Rolling Squid Bones Comics. And currently we are becoming a small publisher, so stay tuned for our website. I'm working on it. Currently it should be out by Christmas. So yeah.
Nice. And Eric, where can they find you?
I'm in hiding now. I can't tell you. Anyway, no, just kidding. Eric on Paper on YouTube, on Instagram, on I'll be joining Blue Sky soon because I'm a follower. Anyway, but Eric on Paper everywhere.
Join us, Ed.
Nice. Awesome. So yeah, thanks for joining us. And we're about to move over to our next panel, which is comics and movies. So a nice little pivot from the dying of Hollywood. And so now we have
gets to just stay right there. So.
All right, I'm gonna stay right here.
How film influences comic storytelling. And we welcome to the stage Austin Janowski. And huh?
Well done.
Nice. Yeah, I got the last. I got the. Is it Polish?
It's with a Y, so it's Slavic. It's Croatian or something.
Yeah, I got you. I got the Polish one. That's why I can read it. And I lost who the other person that joined was. There we go. Oh, where's your name on here? Miguel Martinez.
There you go.
The thing was moving around. It's awesome. So I'm gonna let's see. Is it just Greg? Is there a fourth person? Am I missing?
Yeah. He hasn't answered. So.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Cool. So wait, Greg, are you gonna stay in and moderate them?
Sure.
All right. Cool. I'm gonna go get some coffee. I might hop back in because I'll probably want to be part of this, but I'm gonna grab some coffee and let you guys get started.
Cool. All right.
First, introduce yourselves, though.
Yeah. So, Christian, who are you? What do you do?
I'm an independent publisher. Been doing crowdfunding for almost 12 years now. Back in the day when it wasn't fun, wasn't hip, wasn't cool. And we've published 6 books over the years in several languages, several countries, and head writer, editor, publisher, translator, marketer, anything but drawing. That's me.
Miguel.
Hi, so I am an indie comic creator. I just kind of started pretty recently, like maybe 2 years ago. We have a comic Quetzalcoatl out. We have 2 issues of that comic, and I'm kind of like Christian, where I do kind of everything except drawing. So I had to kind of learn from the ground up, like translator, distributor, writer, stuff like that. And I'm also a film producer. So I produced 5 feature films, and now I'm pivoting towards like trying to be more of a writer director. So that's kind of starting from the beginning a little bit. Most of the films I've produced are like comedies and documentaries, but I really want to make horror. So I've started to like really get into that kind of part of the industry.
Cool. Speaking of horror, Austin, who are you and what do you do?
Hello. So I'm Old Man Totem Pole. I've been working in comic books since 1994. Started as an inker. I've been able to work on Iron Man, X-Men for Marvel, stuff for DC, Image, IDW, and a bunch of others. Got into writing 7 or so years ago after publishing my first book, Son of the Millennium, way back in '94 with Allied. Scout Comics, Stanley the Snowman. I have a horror series, Zombies Were Human 2 through Tin Sky, and my newest one is A Killer in the Desert, comic adaptation of a film that just premiered yesterday on YouTube. I'm also a working actor. I was in Bad Monkey for Apple TV. Please don't tell anyone, but I'm going to be on Stranger Things next year for Netflix, which is pretty cool. And
nice.
Another TV series called Grids on AMC. So, yeah, I kind of level up with the whole acting sort of thing. But I write and direct some films, and my most recent is a horror comedy called Killer Magic that's now starting to hit the film circuit. So, happy to be here.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a few questions. So let's start off. How have popular movie genres like superhero blockbusters or gritty thrillers shaped the tone and themes of modern comic stories? Anyone can go.
Well, I think you can really see this sort of like kind of permeation of like the way that big blockbusters are told a little bit into like the like big comics. So they almost have to have a sort of what is it called? Like if the movies change something, then the comics kind of feel like they have to change it, and they have to sort of start reflecting it. Yeah, like a little correlation, a little bit. You can see that, like I guess, on a bigger scale, and with you don't see it that much in an indie scale, but what you do see is like this need to be a little more polished. So I noticed that especially after, I guess, like 2012, the like people in the indie space were like, oh, I need to up my game because there's more at stake right now, a little bit. And so the I think comics did go through a little bit of polish when movies started looking that way. I don't know if that's good or not. I kind of like unpolished indie comics? I don't know. What do you guys think?
I know for me, with films, going through the storytelling aspect was more important in films than the actual graphic, because technology did not match. So I think that as things were going and all these really cool movies were coming out, it was inspiring comic creators to not take the idea themselves, but kind of like tweak it a little bit. I know for me, I love the genre of different things, and then I would kind of try to put my own spin on it. And like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is a perfect example. They loved the whole martial art movie craze that was going on in the 80s, like the American Ninja and all that sort of stuff. So they kind of came up with their own characters. And because of that comic, you had all these sub comics that kind of went with TNT. And that's how you kind of had the whole boom of the black and white indies. That's how I got into it. My first comic book, Silent Millennium, was black and white, specifically because of that. It was cheaper also. But then you see kind of waves going along, like with Image had a lot of superhero sort of things, but they kind of changed the way that things looked with the technology aspect with coloring, but also the movies that were coming out too was pretty cool too. Invincible was a direct correlation to all the, super happy-go-lucky sort of superheroes. He wanted to make something completely different, and he came up with something incredible. So is it a direct correlation? Yeah, but I think there's a good influence between what's coming out films and what's popular will inspire creators to kind of put their own spin on said genres. I don't know, Christian, do you think the same or
Yeah, I think that especially when the MCU started to be hip and to be mainstream, because if you guys remember back in the days, the movie, comics, movies based on comics were really scarce and not too good because not only because technology budget, but it was also seen as a really minor genre, like for kids or only superheroes, so it's not really important. So he elevate them, and also with the burnout, that created more, gave room to more indies, I think, and also because of technology stuff like crowdfunding, like Kickstarter, like Indigo, that provided a tool for almost anyone who have a good idea and a good campaign and a good marketing plan behind it to produce at least something simple and easy, quote unquote easy, quote unquote simple, So
Yeah.
it was a whole we'll say microcosm or like momentum that things influence each other and push each other, and the creation of Image, and then McFarlane and going bankrupt, and then pivoting to toys, and then so it was a whole really big pot that got different ingredients from a lot of places, and everybody was influencing everybody, and everyone was like paying attention to whatever else. If you're an indie, you pay attention to what mainstream doing, and then the opposite. Mainstream is paying attention to what indie is doing. The Walking Dead example is one of the clearest one. Well, that was an independent comic back in the day, and somebody said, "Oh, maybe we can recuperate this thing that nobody has done, like putting zombies in TV." So it's all and so I think it's a whole movement of indie, mainstream, indie, independent, technology, all that created this resurgence of especially indie comics nowadays, so for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But also now thinking about it, and Miguel, maybe you'll agree with me, licensing is something that's really been big since the late 80s, from the Terminator to Aliens, right? Dark Horse was like the first real publisher to take these licenses, G.I. Joe with Devils Do All That, and really kind of put a whole new way they looked, the storytelling of them, and that was really, really cool, and got a lot of people interested not only in the stories themselves, but back in the movies. So it kind of perpetuated not so much Marvel and DC, but the independents, big independents. And then IDW took a big a page out of their book also, and kind of did the same thing, which was great for me. Like, I love the Alien comic books, and then you got the mismatch, and then the buying and all that too. So, yeah, it's been really good, really good. And I don't know if it worked well, but I know, like with Marvel, when Disney bought them, they tried a lot of storylines in the comic books that hopefully worked well enough to kind of go back into film too, right? So it's kind of like a testing ground to a point. All in all, it's a win for us for the most part.
Yeah, we already kind of saw that with Miss Marvel in 2015. I think that's after Disney purchased Marvel. So they tested it and then they brought it in, and then we saw that whole lifespan of that character, which is really interesting. Logistically, Austin, I don't know. Did you say, do you draw?
I used to draw when I was much younger. Unfortunately, I have bad arthritis in these beautiful thumbs and joints now. I can to a point. I'm not fast enough to do sequentials and stuff like I used to. So that's why I think I'm more into the whole, creating and.
Well, because I wanted to say like I had a conversation with my artists and stuff a lot about this, about how like technology advanced so quickly in this like Photoshop space, especially with tablets and like pens, and they made it so consumer friendly, and like the people can buy it for very, very, very cheap, and it works very well. That I think that's seeing this big boom in like indie comics, and specifically like indie comics with like having created fans from the MCU because they're that young, because they can purchase it with at that low a price point. And so we're able to see all of this sort of like visually interesting new creators coming in.
I will say, like for me, when creating films, I'm thinking cross genres. Like when I come up with an idea or an IP, I want it for multiple different platforms. I want to write the comic book. I want to make a film for it. I would like to see different things. Like Stanley's A Christmas Storyline. When I thought of it, I would love to see this as coming out on your TV every single year. That was the main goal. But, financially, I was nowhere in the position or able to try to do that. So we started with comic books. Whereas now, like, I'm coming up with film ideas that can be an adaptation, like The Killer and the Dead. We're working to make it into a feature next year. I'm talking with producers and stuff like that now. And it can be influenced on both ends. The problem with film nowadays is, and the problem with studios, and I think you're talking it towards the end of your last panel, talking about the implosion of Hollywood and everything like that. From the other side, had my toe in the water looking at the big things. What's interesting is there's a couple things. One, you don't have to be in New York and you don't have to be in LA now to make really good stuff. And the reason for that is there's a lot of states that have really good incentives that are being done. Georgia, started it. Florida walked away. Georgia took over, and a lot of things are now being filmed there, which means there's a lot of more agencies. There's a lot more actors. I know that Southeast market is my thing. In the last 3 or 4 years, it's grown by 5-6 times. New York and like that is now starting to do that. Tennessee, you've got Carolina, you've got Louisiana, you've got New Mexico. So that's great because there's a lot of not just independent, small independents. There's a lot of bigger studios making cool stuff now, which hopefully because of that can influence the comic books because there's all these fresh ideas. But Hollywood themselves are scared to do so because they're losing money as it is. So they're going and regurgitating and taking IPs that have done well in the past, have done and make money, and you've got more and more and more. Marvel is a prime example. They went too fast. They tried to do these secondary things, hoping everything was going to be like Guardians of the Galaxy. They've lost billions of dollars on that. So now they've cut back. But has that influenced the comic books that are coming out? Not really. The sales have been steady across the board. But the new Batman film kind of came out, and now you got was it Ultimate Batman, Egregious Batman? What's the new Batman? I don't know. There's so many books, but that's now caught fire, which is great. So now they're going to branch out, do storylines from that. They're putting irons in the fire. They're throwing stuff up against the wall, hoping something's going to stick, because attention span for most of the generations that are now spending money are like that. That's the main thing.
Yeah, and it's cyclical, right? Like it's the films influencing comics, sure, sometimes, but it's also like I've gone into pitch meetings when they're like, "Hey, is this based off of something?" You're like, "No," and they say, "Can it be based off of something? Can you put out a comic? Can you put out a book?" And
Yeah,
then we can sell it to these investors, and we could be like, "Hey, this is based off of a comic book. You like comic books? They make money." And just and it's interesting, and it also does make it a little easier to sort of get someone on your side, but it takes a lot of work.
If you have a good pitch deck and your idea is not just one platform but multiple platforms now, because the technology is now there, then you're more apt to have someone spend a good few minutes listening to you than a kind of couple of seconds. If you have an idea that's absolutely amazing that you want to make a film and that's all you really want to do, then you're not going to go ahead and get very far. You know what I mean?
Like people, not a lot of people will read a script. Less people will. Well, then more people will watch a pitch. Will look at a pitch deck. More people will watch your short film, your proof of concept. But way more people will pick this up if you give it to them in their hands, and they'll look through it and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, what is this?"
Well, there's so many writers that are out there now pitching so much more content to these studios. You know, I talked to a literary agent. We had talked about representation. He's like, I'm literally getting 200 scripts like a week to possibly look at. And I can only imagine what the studios are going to do. And God forbid, like the comic book people are just, if one independent, publisher kind of falters, they scatter and they try to find another publisher to do so. That's like, hats off to you, Christian. Like I've kickstarted a few things. 6 years of being successful is just mind-boggling to me, dude, because I don't have much hair here as it is, and more just kind of like, nope, I'm done. And then every single time, just nope, I had a full head of hair. Nope, I'm gone. And like, so kudos on you for that. And doing like kickstarting for like films is even worse. So good on you, dude. Like that is amazing for this genre for comic books. So it's kind of, Greg, we're switching back to, I think comics are more influencing film than films influencing comic books like it did back in the day, because we have the freedom to tell storytelling in broad scopes to a lot of people, whereas older Hollywood is afraid to do it. Is it going to implode like the last panel said? No, there's too much money involved. They're not going to allow it to happen. Is it going to morph and change like streaming and kind of switch? I think so. And then I think you're going to see a new round of filmmaking and filmmakers come out that are going to influence the storytelling for comic books. I think we're kind of like right here. And I think we're going to go back to that. And I'm going to introduce I guess
yeah, something that we were talking about before is that the whole idea of a comic is a good entry point for creating something. Is one of it has the lowest capital level in order to produce something that you can, as Miguel was saying, take and put into hands of people. Is for us, it's just a byproduct of what we want to achieve in the end goal. I totally agree with like I was saying. That's what we do novels too. That's why we started to go to do short films now, and we're gonna do animation too. Is because we want that to move around. It's not just one medium. I would say I call it the Disney model. Like do it once and sell it forever. So why are you gonna sell it once if it costs you all this to get there? And crowdfunding is a science for sure. I don't recommend to everyone, and if you're gonna do it, you have to take it very seriously because it takes a toll for sure.
I agree. All right, Greg. Next question.
Cool. Oh no. All right. In what ways have cinematic techniques such as camera angles or lighting effects influenced comic panel layouts?
Ooh, that's a
Yeah.
yeah. I will say, from my perspective, it's interesting trying to mimic the kind of the two. Yeah, lighting techniques are really, really important because they're a really big story element for setting the mood and background. Your environment can be a character in any of the stories that you're doing, and because of that, I think comic books nowadays are focusing more on the entire image than just characters themselves, and not worrying so much about the background. Back in my day, there were background artists specifically for Marvel and DC. Like, that's what they did. They got hired specifically to draw backgrounds because of the speed, and they want to be ahead. And it was a whole, production line aspect of it. I used to tell people, like, if you can draw backgrounds, you'll be able to get steady work, because a lot of people hate drawing backgrounds because they suck. They're boring. But nowadays, they do so much for setting up the story and moving it along in comic books. The coloring, we're our own worst enemies when it comes to technology. Everything is so pretty and so high level. You can't afford to not do the 10%. So as movies are incorporating better cameras, the 6, 8Ks, where basically you can see like the minuscule of details, you have to make sure that your backgrounds and everything are lit and set up in such a way that you can kind of immerse yourself even more so into things. And the same with comic books. Also, color palettes in films with the lighting go quite a long way for helping the type of story depending on the film that you're doing, right? Dull colors show more sadness than bright colors. Cool colors show more of the spectrum of despair and sadness and stress, whereas warm could be considered happy or angry and kind of go like that too. So it hits the emotional spectrum. So comic books are kind of doing the same thing. It's interesting to me how you got like a black and white or gray comic book with one certain color, but that color fits the mood of the story that's going on, which is really cool too. Minimalistic works just as well as oversaturation. Yeah, it's really cool. And camera angles, dude, man, you can like go super up or super close. Like, when there's close up, there's close up. Like when I was on Stranger Things, like we were doing the close up, like literally the camera was like, right there. Like, oh no, I know it doesn't feel natural, but it's going to look great. And I'm thinking, oh my God, did I trim my nose or something? Like, am I okay here? Because you can't be self-conscious when it comes to being in front of the camera.
The Demogorgon is not going to eat you because your nose hair.
Yeah, well, you just pray that the makeup makes you look halfway decent and whatever like that. But it's cool because it's such a great visual that you can now draw that accordingly, and you can kind of mimic that, which works with your brain and puts a new way for them to follow the story along, which is really cool. It's neat. I don't know about you, Christian. What do you think?
No, for me, mainly, I something that I've been seeing lately, not only from movies, is from video games. For example, the lighting in video games nowadays is unreal.
Yeah.
Pun intended. So, because it's crazy. And of course, that's I permeated not only the comics, but animation, for example. That's something I do on a regular basis. Like, now back in the days, used to be like a couple of people. Now it's this whole department. So just the light of the thing, so it has elevated the game like crazy. How much the video games has been really paying attention to that, to lighting, to camera angles, to techniques, and of course also that we're talking about before, technology too, Photoshop and all the programs and the drones. And so now we have all this incredible array of tools to enhance visions, so it's crazy.
Do you guys know what I've noticed in animation and in comics is that so like take something like Toy Story 4 when it came out, I guess. Animators began to try to replicate not just good lighting, the idea of how lighting and light is captured through a camera. They tried to replicate that, and I've been going around in the last 2 years. I've been going around to a lot of indie comic festivals and like indie comic cons and stuff, and a lot of people drawing comics now. Maybe it's that they never read a lot of comics to begin with, and they just sort of started making comics because of movies, but they started drawing how things look like through the lens of a camera more than how it looks like on a panel of like an old comic book. And it was like they started drawing, what is it, like when there's light at the edges of your frame and it sort of bleeds into the frame, like the new Star Trek movies, like the 2009 Star Trek movie, like that. Like they started doing light rays, they started putting more things out of focus.
Yeah.
And then like rack focusing and stuff. And so I think that's really interesting, of like just the technicality of cinema being translated to like animation, being translated to comics. And like it or hate it, it's something that is really cool, I think.
What's really neat is, I didn't mean to cut you off, but the servers and the amount of memory that we're actually able to save and work on has blown up. So there was a time you could only design so big because your computer could not handle the amount of data. Now that's not really so much the case. So they can do a whole lot more. Also, color palettes have gotten much more sophisticated. Like you were saying, they're trying to color like the film filters and all that sort of thing, which is great. They're trying to mimic, and they can do so because like Adobe, it was very smart with their cross platforms. You can interchange between two. You can kind of drag and drop and color and choose colors and everything like that, and build a library of colors and filters and brushes specifically to texturize or color a comic a certain way for the genre that you want to do. I mean, it's very sophisticated what's going on. Yeah, it's not like back in the color, which was just basically they put color on from a color palette at the press for these comic books. Like that's how it was back in the day. You got your negatives and you shot them and you basically filled in which negative, which was yellow, cyan, magenta, or black, different colors that were set up, and it was straight color. There was no blending at all compared to what's now. And gaming, I think gaming is a perfect mix between comic books and film. They do the best of both worlds. What they can do, like Stalker 2 just came out. It looks absolutely incredible. If you have not seen anything about Stalker 2, go ahead and check that out. It's a great new game. It's a big world sort of thing. Great color, great character, great texture, great backgrounds. Everything about it is really, really cool, and it fits great with the storyline. It's just, we're spoiled, I think. I mean, I've done panels in the past where people were complaining about certain superhero films, and I'm like, man, when we were growing up, we were dying for something even remotely kind of good. Like, we loved Spawn. It did not age well, but back then we absolutely loved it. We loved the first Batman. Michael Keaton was amazing. Yeah, he couldn't turn his head. I don't care. He's Batman. He's flying all over the place. Now you got, Marvel and everything. Well, I don't think. Shh. You haven't suffered. You don't know. You don't know the pain that we've gone through.
Yeah, you haven't watched the Fantastic Four from Corman. So
Thank you. Yeah, like that. I mean, seriously. So just be thankful and grateful that we have this really amazingly good stuff. Is the storytelling on something's great? Not really, but I'm thankful that it's actually here, so I can either fully embrace it or like, hey, that's really cool, and I'm sure there's going to be something better down the road. Yeah. And that same thing with comic books too. You know what I mean? I'm thankful for a lot of the comic books that are out. Are a lot of them great? No. They have the technology to do it. Some things are better than others, but I'm still grateful that it's out there. I mean, it's a little irritating that, you know, they're taking up my space on, you know, the shelf, but that's my own fault. I got to elevate my game, right? That's, you know, I got to elevate it above so it can get on the shelf.
Yeah. Yeah. Lighting is actually like super important for us, especially like mittens. Everybody comments on just the color for mittens because it's just like bluish gray because we're in space, but that's also because Mittens sees that through his like eyes because he's colorblind, and that's so that's like a huge thing on why we have it like that. So yeah, just wanted to say that so we can move to the next question.
Well done, sir.
I forgot there's questions.
Yeah, you guys are just like. You find that character arcs in movies impact how you write long-term development for characters in comics? Discuss.
I can't, the way I like came into Spider-Man or something, right, was through the movies. I watched the Spider-Man 2002 movie before I read any of the Spider-Man comics, so I sort of that impacts the way I tell stories, I guess. So I'd like to hear from someone who was introduced to these characters from comics, so that maybe it's the other way around. But yeah, I think movies have always impacted how I tell stories in comics, because that's just how I see things. Like I watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer before I ever read The Amazing Spider-Man, and Buffy took so much from the first 100 issues of Amazing Spider-Man. It's not even funny. But so I want to hear from people who like did it the other way around.
It was comic books for me first, but that's just because when I started collecting when I was 14, so like 1984. You know, Chris Claremont was like my god. You know, X-Men was like the book, and Frank Miller and you know, all of them. So we were blessed that we had a creative team of writers and artists that stayed on for a minimum of 12 to 24 issues. It's not like it's nowadays where everyone's bouncing around. So you got used to the characters and the slow build and the relationships and everything like that. So I think they wrote stuff like it was back in the movies. So to me, creating characters and story arcs, that was my first thing. Now, that being said, I will say that movies nowadays do a good job doing that in a shorter time span. Now, movies have 2.5 hours to really kind of go ahead and do that. And I'm not talking Hallmark films, but it's all basically the same cookie cutter sort of thing. But they're supposed to, like, that's what they do. That's the genre, and people like it, and they move on. If you're actually able to get a movie franchise like Marvel did with the Avengers and everything, you notice that they did standalone comic books first to introduce the character. You have an understanding of what it's about, who he has a relationship with, and then they're put into situations that stretch them as a character, stretches their morals and with their relationships with their main people while introducing new ones and everything like that. So it was well thought out. That's what I've taken with movies. Being able to not only just the character themselves, but how they interact with other characters over a long period of time, and how that can change. Now, how it doesn't stay the same, how different circumstances and different events affect that character that you created and the characters that they interact with, and kind of move on naturally and realistically. So that's how movies have helped me nowadays, not only in comic books, but what I'm doing in my films. I don't know, what do you think, Christian?
Yeah, me as a be more I'm more about character arcs and character development, because I come from theater. That's why I did my major, and that's what I did a lot of years. So for me, it was more the novel or the story or the short whatever for written for, and then extrapolating that and put it in a real life context, let's call it, and then seeing conflict, interaction, and changing and forcing and moving actors and so I'm kind of weird in that way. But what I have taken a lot from cinema, it was Austin was saying before, I totally agree, is the timing. is the rhythm. There are
the
some,
beats.
and hey, give me quickly, especially when I work in anthology stuff like that you need to get quickly to the point, and it's an art form that to do something like 10, 12 pages and it'd be a good story, you know. So
Yeah.
that's something I've learned really from watching masters of it, you know, like in cinema. Like, hey, I need like 90 minutes or sometimes even 80, and I can give you everything, a whole arc and a whole development. So mainly rhythm, more than the development of the characters, how the pace. That's the key, I think, and that's the main influence for me in when I write. Whatever it is movies, is cinema, is leading, whatever, is that timing. Okay, so if I play it out, okay, so this character does this is conflict, this is happening, then the other things happening. Okay, so what's the span that I have? What is the time that I have? So can I cut this, and do I need this? Do I don't need this? So depending on the medium, but yeah, for sure, more than the arc development or or the character creation is the timing, the rhythm.
Yeah, the pacing. Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah.
What about you, Miguel?
But also on like just like a larger scale of this, but like from reading comics, and from kind of basing it off comics, I've sort of learned how to make things that other people would enjoy. And the way I mean that is kind of the way Austin was talking about comic book movies now, and how they're reflecting comics more. Like you have, if you want to do like a little witchy supernatural thing, we have a show for you. If you want to do like a teenage Spider-Man show ish with like a female character, we have Miss Marvel for you. If you want to do like big, and like movies are, and like cinema, well, the TV Disney Plus stuff, it's starting to feel like that. It's starting to feel like you can pick and choose the adventures you want to go on, kind of like when you go in the comic book store and you pick up new issues and stuff. Like if you don't want to read this, you don't have to watch it. You can just pick this up, and then when they all come together in like the big event of the summer or whatever, then you can like maybe catch up if you want, if you care about that storyline.
Yeah.
So like I kind of sort of started learning how to do that and learning how to incorporate that in the writing when I do it in the comics.
That's cool.
Brings me to the next question. Do you think the way movies market their stories, when they actually can do that, has influenced how comics are pitched and sold to readers?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They have a really quick, like I said, you know, attention span nowadays is really fast. So you need 10 seconds to really kind of pique their interest to take another 10. And comics going to have to be the same way. And a prime example of that is now Kickstarter, and the videos and the imagery in you know, crowdfunding. You have to have a really good image. You have to have a good first 10 seconds and kind of go from there. Film nowadays, especially like horror, because for some reason I've gotten into horror, fell into it. You have to have something really integral happen the first 5 minutes for people that want to kind of stick around and see what's going to happen. And that's the same thing with the comic book. Slow burn stuff doesn't really happen much anymore. So you can have a slow burning movie, but you have to have something to catch their interest and make them go, huh, okay. And then they'll kind of watch a little bit longer. And it goes back to like the beats and the pacing of the story, kind of go from there. But for marketing, yeah, oh yeah, they're for from a film person and everything, trailers are really important. The problem is that there's a lot of trailers coming out that really don't have much to do with the movie themselves. Like they'll catch you in, or they'll put in characters and it's nothing to do with the film. So people feel cheated, and then you have bad talking. Even though it's a great movie, people feel slighted, and then it's like, you know, you're dead, you're burned, and I don't care if it wins Oscars, you suck, you lied to me, I feel slighted, I'm, you know, my death to your family, you know, dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow, all that sort of thing, you know, God for, you know, because you wound me specifically. That's how people are thinking nowadays. So a trailer has to convey what the movie's going to do, but you got to catch their eye, and some studios don't care, just as long as you're spending money. Other people do. Comic books is the same way. That's why people got so pissed off about the cover looking so amazing and the interiors looking so bad. It did not match. But in today's market, most of the comic book people that are popular are cover artists. One, you make good money, it's fast, and they can do multiple different things. Those are the whole superhero comic book people now. So they don't mind that the interiors do not match what the covers look, because there's so many different ones, which is intriguing. So that is how it's differentiated between film and comic books in the marketing aspect. But both of them you have to catch them quick. You have to catch that interest really, really within the last like 10 or 15 seconds. Otherwise, they're just going to move on because there's so much other stuff to look at.
Austin, man, when I was like 5 years old, I would get so upset when the cover was like this like really great like colored shaded thing, and I opened it and it just wasn't like that. I was so upset.
Yeah, you're like, oh, you feel so slighted. You're like, oh my god, I spent my hard-earned money on this book, and I was gonna put all this valuable my energy and my emotions into it. And like, what is? Let me just read it anyway. And then, you get over it, you get a Coke or something, and you eat your chips, and you read. I'm like, oh, it's not a bad story. But still, you just feel, just so wrong.
Yeah, I usually have the artist of the comic that does the interiors do the first cover if I do more than one cover, and then I have like a variant or something if I have money for that.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I don't know about you, Christian, but like I'll have cover artists that isn't the interior artist, but the quality is the same. Like the level of quality between the interior art might not look the same, but the quality is basically the same between the two. You know what I mean? There isn't that drop off or complete change type of thing. They're in the same ballpark. Do you do that, Christian? Is that?
Yeah, no. Normally, our cover artists tend to be like very recognizable figure in the indie community, and people have done like work for the big ones or done cinema stuff like that. But yeah, we kind of have a correlation because it's the whole what I might call the sandwich principle. Like, hey, if I come to your venue and I pay for a sandwich, don't give me a burger because I paid for the sandwich too. I don't, you know what I'm saying? So don't try to sell me the burger. No, this is a burger that it has this kind of bread. It's a sandwich. No. I know what a sandwich is. So give me my sandwich, and you can keep whatever else you are thinking of selling to me. I don't want you fool me, because that what gets people angry. And the problem for me for the trailer is not so much that they give another information, is that they give everything away. So why am I gonna go to the movies? I already see the movie already here. So this is what happened. Oh, this is what happens, and this is the guy, and this is the bad guy. Okay, and dead. Oh, okay, done. So why am I gonna go to the cinema now? I already saw it.
It's interesting. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's interesting because I learned there's two type of trailers. There's the type that you make. It's kind of like what a sizzle reel back in the day used to be, to go to investors and distributors to kind of give them a basic overview of what it's going to be, so that they can market and get that out there and make money. The problem is that they don't make a different trailer. They should, but they don't, and some don't. And they put it out there, and it basically tells exactly what everything. This is exactly what's going to happen in the film. So one, you don't have to watch it, and two, are you confident in the film, or are you just like, here's the whole thing, hopefully you like it and want to spend money? Well, then you obviously aren't that confident in the film, because you're basically telling us everything we have to anyway. You're not building any suspense or interest that we like, well, I have to go find out what this is, take my money. That's the problem. Like Hallmark, okay, I'm not going to Hallmark. I love Hallmark. I was in a Hallmark movie. I'm very thankful, called The Soulmate Search. But that's basically what they did. They made a trailer that was for distributors, but they put the trailer out for everyone to watch. And they were basically saying, this looks great, but now I know what everything happened. I don't have to watch the movie. So what they do, they didn't put it out for a good year or so people could forget, and then they put it out.
That's exactly what happened to me. That's exactly what happened to me. I thought that was a special thing.
No. Oh no. Like when I was on Bad Monkey, it was back in 2022. It was during COVID. First big booking. I was like so excited. I'm going there, and I'm going to be in I was with Zach Braff on Scrubs. It was Rob Delaney. He was Pete on Deadpool, and you had Meredith Hagner, who's married to like the new Captain America, and he's Kurt Russell's son. That's who she's married to. So I was in the scene with them. I had a whole thing. Spent the day with them. It was great. We had a good time. It was in Miami, right on the beach. Fantastic. It was supposed to be coming out in 4 months. COVID happened, and then the strike happened, and then it was supposed to be pushed back to like 2025. And I'm like, oh my God, it's not ever going to happen. And it's going to be bad, and there's no publicity. And then all of a sudden, Apple just started coming out just in the last few months, and it blew up, and it's great. And it's like one of the top things of the year, and I can't believe I have a small role in it. But there are times where you'll have like distributors sit on things for whatever reason. Like they don't want to fill the docket, or they have another film that might be close to it that they're more concerned about making money than this one because it's better. There's so many aspects of different things that are going on behind the scenes that could make a movie come out, not come, like Batgirl. No, never happened. Just gone. No, we're not going to do it anymore. It's
right off.
It's done. It's there. Just put it out. It's going to be okay. There's going to be people who are going to like it. It's okay. I feel horrible. I've had 2 films that just gone, just never happening.
Brendan Fraser was going to be like Firefly, and I wanted to see that. Guess not. Guess I won't. Yeah, we'll see that.
Oh, Greg wants to see it? No, absolutely not. Take that.
Just wait for streaming. But last question. With films creating expansive universes, how has this affected the way creators approach shared universes in comics?
Everyone wants to do it.
Oh, yeah, they've tried. And they've been trying for years and years. And some are successful and some aren't. Yeah. But here's the thing that I've noticed, that there's a lot of creators nowadays who are like, it's mine, me. You're not touching my stuff. This is my stuff. I created my stuff. You're not going to steal my stuff, because if I share it, you're going to steal it, sort of thing. Whereas you should have love for the comic book and just kind of just do whatever and cross, whatever. Independent markets or independent comic books, even independent films are scared to kind of go ahead and do that, because there's just so much. You put so much into your IP, right? That you don't want it to be messed with in any form or fashion. But if you have like-minded people, then it could be really cool. And this has been going on, and they've tried it on and off since I started in the like early 90s. I know that Image did it, but they're their own house at the time, so they could cross-promote and do whatever. Dark Horse did it with a bunch of their books. Like that was the thing. They had one book where you had cross between the two, or different stories and like that. Nowadays, there's so much that I think, Greg, it's hard to have a cross world and have people have the attention span to do so. And I think that's the same thing with film. That's why I think with Marvel and their next tiers of movies and everything, they've lost interest, because it's been a little bit too long. They fell in love with these characters. Who are these new people? What are all these new things? They don't have the attention span to do it. And that's why I don't think it quite works much anymore. But that's just my opinion. Miguel, what do you think?
I don't know, because it's weird, right? Because there's a lot of indie, like, people who do indies that are like, oh, this is how I hit sort of the mainstream, right? I make it a numbers game, and I try to just output these things and to make them kind of interconnected. And I've seen people try to do like these like this like shared universe, but it's kind of like what you said. They don't output fast enough because we don't have the money to, and so we're marketing this thing as a shared universe, but there's only like 2 issues of it,
right?
And so people find out what it is, they like it, they want more, but like it takes you like another year to put out something, and so
the promotion sucks. Like people,
yeah,
you hate promoting your own stuff, but you have to promote other people's stuff too, and that gets exhausting because you only have so much time in the day. You got to take your cat out for a walk. And you got to feed your chair, and you get confused on things because you're saying cat and chair. It's just, there's just so much time. But I agree with you on that, Miguel. Sorry.
Yeah, what I saw it is like, especially with people who are starting up. No, I have this story, and it's gonna be like 30 numbers. Dude, what are you talking about? To start, create something good. Start with number 0. Let's see where it gets you, and gather feedback. Let's see, try stuff. No, don't start with the with no. The worst Michelangelo was mentioned in the previous panel. You don't start with a cathedral like your first project when you're in architecture school. Start with something small, like you mentioned, like a chair or a stool. Or something. Okay, you learn about structure, you learn about pillars, you learn about the weight distribution, and then you get let me do now a table, and now I'm not going to do a wall. And with time, yeah, of course, you're going to do a cathedral. But it needs to be, is what Miguel was saying before, it needs to be something like natural, not forced, it has
to make sense, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And it have to be part of the vision, and you have to take your time. And we were saying before us into it, I totally agree, is that there's no patience anymore, not only from the reader side, but also from the creator side. Say, hey, let me work on this, let me build it, let me pull the bricks here, pull the mortar there, balance this. Okay, let me see how this way is going on, and the contra weight. And it's I just like and start creating without any and I call it you mentioned before, Austin, is that the whole, I call it the spaghetti theory. Like, hey, I just throw spaghettis on the wall to see which one sticks. And 1/6. Okay, that's the good one. No, dude, you should be a little bit more, especially if it's something that you have created. You should be nurtured. Those are your kids. Those are your parts of you. You're just gonna abandon them because somebody says something mean on a comment or something. Come on, man, get a grip.
I will say, and with the community, independent film community, like in this area, my thought was, if we lift everyone up, then everyone does better, and it elevates not only what you're personally doing, but what we're doing as a whole are doing, and it puts more eyes on us. So, and with the expansion of stories and whatever on your IP, you got one that's good, you have to make sure that it makes sense while you're expanding it. Don't do it for the sake of doing it to try to get short-term money. You want to have long-term success. That's what a lot of people don't think about, and that's what a lot of films aren't doing well. Some do, some are doing it well, but others aren't. DC is a prime example. DC did not think specifically about expansion and what they were doing. They assumed that the iconic aspect of their characters would carry their fan base and more fan base just on the names alone to success. And that was not the case, obviously. But they also didn't have faith in what they were doing too. They kept panicking short term, and they kept kind of switching things up and changing things up and whatever. Will James Gunn do well? He's going to do absolutely fantastic. I'm happy to be a part of it. You just let me know.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he does. I'm hoping. You notice nowadays in films and IPs, the people that are fans of said IPs are the ones that are really shining, right? Joe Favreau is I want to be him when I grow up, and that much he does, because he loves the IPs that he works on and what he does.
Yeah, and Filoni too. Yeah.
Right, and it shows. The ones that don't really care about the IP or have an understanding, it fails. It's like comic book editors who have never written a comic book, but they're supposed to be editing said comic books. It's going to fail. Yeah, grammatically, it's great, but the storytelling is stale. You're not helping the aspect of it. Same thing with an artist who wants to ink themselves, but have never inked before. There's things that they're doing wrong and they don't want to hear, whereas ones that will listen and will adapt are better. Being able to focus and learn and adapt, those are the films that do extremely well, that inspire the comic book people to want to tell a story a different way, and they're the ones who actually do it because they care about the IP, they spend time on the stories, and they put it out exactly how they need to. And hopefully they can find like-minded people, expand their and interact with others and lift up.
Yeah.
And we're drinking again.
Yeah, I think James Gunn's gonna do pretty good. I just watched Guardians 3 with my wife, and I was like, I don't know if this is a good what is it like adaptation, but it's good, and I think like fans of the comic like this thing, and they like it because it's more about confidence. It's like, because if you're not a fan of the thing and you try to make the thing, you're always second guessing yourself of like, oh, are fans gonna like this? Is this what they want? And you get in your head about it. But if you're a fan of the thing, you're like, oh, I like this. And I'm a fan, so I guess fans are gonna like that. It's like a confidence thing.
Yeah. And they have to understand different genres, you're telling stories a little bit of a different way. Well, how you write a book is not how you're going to make a comic book, which is not how you're going to make a film. You know what I mean? But it has to, the foundation of the stories has to match between the two. How you're making the story switches between each thing that you're doing, but the quality has to be there, the storytelling has to be there, and the visuals hopefully will do it justice. You know, what do you think, Christian?
Yeah, for me, it's a thing of two aspects that you guys have been already touched upon. One is trust. Hey, trust that this person knows what he's doing. Trust, let them work, let them do what they want. You know, of course, supervise because it's your work, but don't try to, because you read something 10 years ago. Now you're gonna just step in into being and tell no. There's a famous quote of Frank Zappa saying that the music industry has been destroyed because when I started in the 70s, what Frank Zappa was saying, the producers were not the one didn't know about music, and they kind of like let us do what we wanted to do. But the new batch in the 90s, was in the 80s, are the sons of the people that they think they're hip and they know more than the creator itself, and it's just the one that met in the thing, and that's a recipe for disaster. So the thing is that you have to, it needs to be kind of bad, and that's what they're struggling right now, because they have deadlines and they have huge budgets and they have a lot of people nervous. So they say, oh, I need to step in and fix this, or I need to step in and blah blah blah. So, and that's when the Titanic sinks, you know, right away. So,
yep. C3PO, what's going on?
Somebody's phone's like freaking out. I thought it was Justin. It's on mute. No, it's not Justin. Oh, I do have another question. I just gotta find it.
What's up?
I do have another question, but I have to find it.
Oh, okay.
Since you guys.
Oh, kitty.
He's been screaming at me this whole time, so I guess I gotta pick him up.
So spoiled.
I don't know. How has the success of film trilogies or episodic storytelling influenced how you structure your comic book arcs?
Comic book artist?
Arcs.
Arcs.
Like a plot arc.
Honestly, for me, it has, and I do my storytelling arcs, and like they did back with Marvel and everything like that. Like Marvel would have a 12-issue series, but they have like a 4 or 5 issue arc, or 6 or so in between. And the reason they did that is because every 5 or 6 issues, they could make a graphic novel. So they could make twice as much money, the comic book and the graphic novel. That's why they kind of did what they did. So I don't make long stories. I make anything between 3 to 5 issues of said thing, so I could do the graphic novel. That's just what I learned. With zombies, I make graphic novels that were 96 to 120 pages for the same sort of thing. Again, that's just kind of how I was taught. But I will say with the movies or TV that I'm doing, like I'm going to be working on a web series called Repo Decimal System. It's a comedy. I got the scripts done. I'm starting to work on casting and stuff now. But that is going to be a 10 issue or 10 episode web series. That's going to be no more. It's going to be 28, 26 or 28 minutes. It'll be 30 minutes, but 28 to 30, depending if we're able to do some. Anyway, producer was explaining to me, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But storyline, it's going to be arcs. It's going to be kind of like acts. You have like basically 3 acts in film, whereas comic books are arcs or whatever. So at least for me, that's kind of what I do. I do old school stuff because I'm old. That's what I do. How about you guys?
Yeah, mainly my art influence is been more. I learned it. I think I'm repeating myself, but I think I told you before. Is that mainly from theater that you have the 3 actors is clear, and also from literature that you know. But the main influence for me, the late ones, like I would say, visual ones, has been TV series, especially good ones. I don't know, House of Cards, The Sopranos, stuff like The Wire, stuff like that. That hey, these guys have an idea of what they want to go put these characters through, and they start to building. Okay, then we're gonna show you this side, and now we're gonna show you this side, and now we're gonna show you from here, and now we're gonna put this in the middle, see what happens. And so that to me, for me, that's really the mass part. Why? Because they have time. You cannot compete with that. It's not the same that you have a story in an hour and a half or 2 hours, or you have a story that you say 16 hours or 20 hours or 30 hours or 40 hours. Of course, there you have time to build, there you have time to develop, then you have time to characters to really change and go through things and enter and exit and be switched or be killed, like happened in Game of Thrones. So you have all this real depth on, and you can really get into it, So for me, that's the biggest influence. Is like long format, like novels and TV, and of course, obviously, theater.
Yeah,
that's my background. That's that will really help me to create and develop arcs because you have the time. So in comics, what I normally do is like I condense. I cut steps between them, and I kind of do the same, but I don't over extend, or just because I want to feel a graphic novel, I want to feel this. I don't have. That's the beauty of indie too. I don't need to think about that. Just say, let's see what the story.
That's cool.
Takes me,
Yeah, and in particular, how I've written the Quetzalcoatl story with a co-writer is it's sort of what we do the 5-issue story arc, and then I'm really interested in anthology comics. That's kind of where I come from, and so I wanted to switch it up and be like, oh, the next like volume is going to be little anthology stories, building up like a sort of a way of building a history for this character that they've gone on these different adventures and trying to condense it to like 22 pages or something.
That's cool.
And then go back to like, oh, okay, now we're gonna do 5 issues of like one story, because we had all these ideas, but they weren't like enough to fill out 5 issues. So I think that's a pretty interesting way to go about it, because the anthology, and I think I gravitate toward anthology because that's how that's sort of how films and like maybe some TV works. It's like Monster of the Week, or it's even like I'm really into like short horror movies, like condensed things, and that's sort of what an issue of a comic feels like to me.
Well, with TV shows, you got two or three different types of storylines. You have the long storyline of the main character and what they're going through. You've got a secondary storyline with the secondary characters, and then you have like what's happening, like a procedural, like The Rookie is a prime example. Usually they have like something happening every day, and then there's secondary characters kind of going on, and then what's going on with him. So there's different story arcs that go on like that. With comic books, it's really fun to kind of do that sort of thing. I've worked on ones that kind of did that. With Stanley, the Snowman, it was basically a two main character thing, and then you had secondary people. Whereas, Jen and Stanley brought to life, Jen's family left to go to Florida, left him behind. He's going to go after him, and he's chased by the news people. And then so the story arc of the news people is one, and then you got that, which is another in between two within the graphic novel itself. But story arcs can be just one issue. It can be a couple issues, depending on how long you want that. If whatever serves the story the best to me, and I think that works very well with episodics. Films, not so much, because they have a finite amount of time to tell a lot of story, whereas with TV, they have a lot more time to kind of go ahead and do that. Some can be convoluted and some can, but yeah, for me, TV's really helped me help the complexity of the characters that I'm building in stories, especially my horror stuff.
Cool. So that's basically it. We're gonna just go around and you guys can tell people where they can find you. Christian, where can people find you? Even though you said that like 5 times.
No worries. It's good. So hopefully one of them sticks.
Yeah.
Sunpop Studios, unpopstudio.com. You can find us there. Then you have everything, all the socials there. Or just Google Unpopular Studio or Pinocchio, and you're gonna find us real quick. So, yeah.
Miguel.
You can find me at Macabre Martinez. On Instagram, Blue Sky. I'm not on X anymore, so that's about it.
Oh no.
I'm not on X either. So you can find me on kind of on Facebook. I'm not really much on it too. I'm doing Blue Sky. I think that's a fun new thing to go there for comics and stuff. News. I have a new Patreon page. I'm just launched this week, so join up. You can learn a little about me, about my comic book stuff, about my film stuff. But if you want to see any of my acting sort of thing, you can still see me on the Soulmate Search. I think it's on Peacock now, streaming, or Bad Monkey, which is on Apple TV, which is kind of going on. And my YouTube channel, I'm looking it up, Austin Janowski 6059. And you can watch my new film, A Killer in the Dead, which premiered yesterday. And Patreon is where you can buy a few of my things, or just Google me if you want to know some my old stuff, or not, just whatever.
Well,
thanks for having me. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Well, cool, man.
Yeah.
Love these panels, man. It's always great. Pleasure.
Yeah. It's better when I'm just sitting in the back. I like doing that.
Well, you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your panels. Hopefully, I'll see you restaurant this weekend. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take care, guys. I'm also splitting up. It's gonna be a little bit late for me in a little bit, so.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye. See you tomorrow, Greg. Take care, man. Thank you.
Dylan needs to stop having the same brain as me.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Greg, I actually didn't click anything that time, so that wasn't me.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Oh. What's up?
What's going on?
Life is good.
Things.
I'm just looking at the live counter here. You're past your hour number 6, and you guys are going to be doing this for another 2 days. I'm quite impressed. So kudos to you guys.
Yeah. If you want to just take on over, you can do that.
Well, we're now going to be talking about cookie recipes and
that's fine. You do whatever.
chicken feather collection. I don't know.
Even though it took like a month to like put this all together. Probably more.
Every year, I am amazed at how well you guys do on this. It is a serious undertaking.
It's a big
That's
deal.
totally what I think every time.
I look forward to this every year, and you guys do such a great job. And if it's up to Ray and I guess this con just became about cookies and all kinds of like meat smoking and duck hunting and whatever else. So.
And there's one more that's coming. There he is.
I was about to say, where's Chris? There he is.
Chris, good to see you, man. Good to
Can
see
you
you.
guys hear me and see me? I've never used this laptop for.
Sure can.
Thumbs up.
Awesome. Awesome.
All right.
Well, good to see everyone. Hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving yesterday.
I just had some again, just a
Indeed.
little bit more.
Yeah, me too, like a
Nice.
couple hours ago.
I'm doing
Okay.
more on Sunday. I'll be in Kentucky on
I have
Sunday.
so much pie.
So now you're gonna have Kentucky Fried Turkey.
No. I have a rule. I don't eat fried food.
What?
No, I don't. The only fried food
Your
I
fried
eat
food.
is chicken. And
Yes.
Mine
I like
fried turkey
anything else?
sounds pretty darn good.
I live in the
Fried
South. They
Oreo.
fry Oreos down here.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh yeah,
We
fried
you-
Oreos.
You get Kit Kats. No, they take Kit Kats. They put them inside of Twinkies and then they deep fry that. That's what.
it's insane what they can fry here.
It's an
Yeah.
artistic interpretation of having like cholesterol in an artery. That's the Kit Kat in the Twinkie.
In St. Louis, we have this thing called trashed wings, where you dip your wings in hot sauce and butter, and then you fry that. You pull it out, you dip it in hot sauce and butter again, and you fry it again. And then if you really like hot sauce, you cover it in hot sauce and then you eat it. So they're
Love
twice
that.
fried with hot sauce, and they're so good. And we did turkeys that way yesterday.
Question. What's your life expectancy out there? That sounds like a walking heart attack.
Well,
Hey, listen, in New Jersey, the air is poison. So even if the food doesn't kill us.
Fair enough.
Everything's out to kill you nowadays, so just enjoy it.
Enjoy death. All right. I got it.
All right.
I guess it gets us all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Welcome to our chicken wing panel. Or just talking about chicken.
We can.
We are.
We're
Fried
gonna go
food.
around the room or virtual room, whatever, and you people are gonna tell the two people right now that are watching, three. Oh, it's going up. Where they can
Everybody
find
share it.
who you are, and then we're gonna get into this. So Alex can go first.
Oh, me first?
Yeah.
Is it because I'm in the top left, or am I just in the top left for me?
Nah, you're in the top left.
My name is Alex. I'm from Lucky 33 Comics. We started in 2021, making our flagship title, The New Luminaries. Then we worked on Astronaut High Schooler, and then Max Axel and the Wild Circuit up there. And then we came out with New Luminaries 2, and then we came out with New Luminaries 3. We also have issue 2 of Astronaut High Schooler as well. And we got a bunch of other stuff in the docket for 2024, 2025. So
And then they
that's
created
me.
Mega Man. No.
Oh, you know what? I'll tell you a story about that later because we're one step closer. I swear to God, one day. I'm like right there. I
I saw
swear.
your post about Amazon like doing that show, and then I was like, "Ooh, Mega Man's actually going to be in something."
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. I feel like the second wave of Mega Man is around the corner, and like now's my time to shine. So we'll get
Gonna
there.
hit with a vengeance.
Yeah.
Now, Ray, where can people find you? Oh,
You can find
who are
me
you?
on. Well, okay, let's start with who I am. How about you can find me, but you don't know who I am? It's going to be a new little mystery, a game, if you will, scavenger hunt. Ray Jameson, also known as DM Ray on Facebook. DM is short for Dungeon Master. I play a lot of tabletop RPG, and I've been on the creative side of the comic book game just recently. Issue 1 of my title, The Madcaps, was launched last April, successfully funded. Issue number 2 coming out in the new year, based off of the first homebrew campaign I ever ran. I'm really enjoying this adventure. And to find me, my apologies, the last thing I'll say is you can find The Madcaps on, there's a Facebook page. You can also find me on what is known, I like to call Twixter, which is getting a lot of flack lately, but you can also find me on Instagram if you're not a Twixter kind of fella. I am done.
I'm Justin, and you can find me at Justin Stories, Tin Roof Podcast, Paladin's Maledict. I'm a D&D guy, tabletop role playing in general. I write. Like I said, I'm a podcaster, so I do quite a few different things, kind of a jack of all trades like most of us here. And yeah, I'm just super excited to talk about games. We guys started talking about Mega Man and it got me all excited. So that and D&D, so I'm ready.
Oh, it's on me. Okay. Chris Saloff. I'm the creator of Homebrewed Comics, the writer, artist for Crit, Constantly Running into Trouble. That is our flagship title. We have a few other titles in the works, which are going to be coming out next year. I'm also a dungeon master. That's how Crit came about, based on a tabletop game that my friends and I play based on Dungeons and Dragons rules. It's a modern story, not like Ray, who's got an awesome fantasy story. Mine takes place modern times, kind of like a superhero D&D game.
It's just as awesome, but for different reasons.
Yeah, I have guns. You have bows and arrows.
Yes, that's
a
right.
big difference. So you can find me at homebrewedcomics.com and at Homebrewed Comics on Instagram, Facebook, the Twitterverse or Xverse, whatever you call that. I don't really use it, but it's there.
Cool. Okay.
I don't Twitter either.
I get on there and I'll share something that I'm like, I don't like this. I just don't like it.
I started using Blue Sky, but I'm not really a text-based comedian. You know, like I feel like I'm funnier in video, and I feel like when I'm like typing something out, I'm like, nobody gives a shit about this. I'm not witty enough in like text like that, you know? Which sucks because I'm a writer. So
I just don't like the engagement levels on there. You get like some interesting people that comment on your posts, and it's just
yeah, I very rarely use Twitter. Like back in the day, I used to use it to like talk to people in the ska community, but outside of that, not so much.
I miss MySpace. I'm just gonna say it.
Oh man, me and my wife were
okay.
We were just reminiscing the other day about MySpace, and we were talking about it in front of my kids, and they were looking at us like we were crazy.
Dude, Tom's living the dream right now.
So I just actually had this conversation. I met Tom a long time ago.
Cool. That's
We went to a
great.
MySpace party back in the early 2000s.
I love
and I met him when there was like maybe like 500 to 1,000 people on the actual site.
Oh,
this
wow.
was like right when Friendster started to fall off, and I had a wouldyohitthis.com account, and then I migrated onto MySpace.
Oh my god, the early days of the internet.
Yep. I miss AOL too.
AOL,
Yeah.
ICQ, MSN Messenger.
Yep.
We can reminisce about all the awesome social media that was around before social media was a thing.
Does anyone remember the BK Lounge?
Yes.
That sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar, but I
feel like a bunch of people forgot it existed, but it was during the AIM days. There was this thing where it was like, this was like probably late 90s, early 2000s. They had little characters walking around a lounge, and you could then have an AIM like message with them, but they were all over. Yeah, it was the Burger King Lounge, the BK Lounge.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
The BK Lounge makes sense, but like the Avatar thing doesn't. I remember when Sony tried to do that on their PlayStation.
Oh, dude, PlayStation Home was awesome.
Yeah,
that was actually really cool. Like I embarrassingly used that a lot. It was actually really fun.
I met people in like to play games there because say what game they played, and I'm like, oh, cool. Look, we have in common.
Yep.
They need that for D&D. Since this is a tabletop thing, we need like a D&D avatar group like that where you can go in and say like what kind of role playing you like.
You know, speaking of which, I think it's funny that both of you referenced that your stories come from D&D, because I think that's a lot more common than people let on. Like, I think a lot of fiction comes from people playing D&D with their friends and being like, I'm gonna make this into a whole thing. I've done that before. So like
the Elder Scrolls series was based off of D&D campaign.
Yeah.
So all the Dunmer and everything in that's all based off of Drow from D&D and other stuff.
I meant to mention it while I was doing my stuff, but I totally spaced because I was like, gotta remember everything, and then I didn't remember everything.
No pressure.
I'm in the process of writing not a comic book, but a novel that's based off of like the origin story of my homebrewed character. So yeah, like D&D definitely helps originate a lot of stories like that. Critical Role has been one that I've been influenced by a lot.
Yeah, I think the thing about, role-playing games, especially when you do it with good friends, there's so much potential for improvisation and there's so much potential for character development that it gets exciting really quickly. And there's nothing more fun than like yapping with your friends and coming up with ideas and ending and building off of each other. And like role-playing games are designed just to do that. It's like, it's really cool.
Yeah, collaboration.
Yeah. So with Candela Obscura that you guys will be seeing over the rest of the weekend, that was really cool because none of us had I had played it for like an hour or so with my son to try and figure out some of the rules before I GM'd it. But beyond that, none of the other guys in the party had played until we started recording the podcast. And then after the first 2 sessions, they were kind of starting to get it. They played D&D, and so like they had some idea, but doing everything that is involved with Candela was pretty new because instead of like multi-dice and polyhedral and all that, you're just using like 9 6-sided dice. And so to watch them like figure out the moves and the strategy for this game, where at first whenever we first started playing, it's like, oh, it's completely about role play, which is fine because I mean that's part of the fun. But then it became more of, oh, okay, we're figuring this out. We can kind of see where the strategy is and everything. But then to also watch them like come out of their shells and start really role playing and like getting involved with their character and like basically becoming their character for the hours that we played was awesome.
Yeah, it's a really good place to. When you come up with characters and stories on your own, you're from a very focused perspective. And if you get a group of friends together, they're all bringing their history, their likes, their dislikes. If I'm going to write a story, all 4 characters are going to end up being a ranger.
There I
but
am.
If I have a buddy with me who's a big dude and likes to play
For some
big
reason,
dudes,
I can't hear
he's
anything.
going to
I have
come to the
do
table
the
with
phone
me.
now. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can go to the settings here. Audio.
I'm getting thumbed right now.
Just
intimately thumbed.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
That's a double thumbs up. No pun intended.
He might be on pause again.
Oh, now you're frozen.
I always get Greg to do the silent laugh because the joke is so punny, but it's so corny. You just can't. You gotta laugh. You just don't want to admit it. I think it'd be really funny if Chris was actually just not moving to make it look like he was frozen.
He's a he's an NPC.
Yeah.
The mannequin challenge. That's what he's doing.
He's doing a great job. Chris, blink twice if you're in trouble. He's good.
But so I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. It's funny too because right before that happened, I saw somebody else's thing pop up saying that somebody had short memory or something like that. Like it was like I don't know what that was about, and then it went away. So I don't know what that's about. But anyways, to get started, the first question we have is how has game storytelling influenced comics' approach to non-linear narratives? Now that's a whole lot of words, but basically,
what a question.
Yeah, how is the storytelling that games have created? Like they have these, obviously they have these major overarchs, and then they have all these little short side stories. And how has the collection of those things affected comics, approach to storytelling?
I think I got a good answer for this one. Look at Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Okay. Yeah.
I would say that a good portion of comics today, and before Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but they're centered around characters. And if you build a character that can work in a million different scenarios, you will have a successful character. If you have a character that stands out on their own at all times, no matter what, you can put him in a different costume, you can give him to a different person, you can have a different writer write him, you can put him in a video game, you can have him in a fighting game or a side scroller or a racing game or a skateboarding game, and it'll still make sense. You got yourself a winner. And I have always believed that what people want to see is themselves in the characters. So telling a really good story with really cool twists and a really deep plot and gorgeous history is super important. Nobody's going to give a shit unless the character rules and unless the character is really cool and everyone wants to be that character. So I think like games specifically rely very heavily on the character. You want to play that protagonist. You want to be that person, whether it's a person that you create yourself, a NPC that you turn into a player character, or a character from a video game, or from a cartoon or a comic or whatever. Being able to put that character into a billion different scenarios non-linearly will make them outlast ones that have a very specific context, one that will only exist in one world at one time. So I think that, like, growing up for me, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, fighting games, those kinds of like crossover things, that was like my brain exploded. That's how I played with my action figures. It was Power Rangers versus Mega Man versus Captain America. And seeing that be allowed, and not only allowed, but encouraged and enhanced.
Celebrated.
Right. Like the X-Men benefited from existing in a Street Fighter world in a way that we didn't expect them to when those games came out. And that changed the way that everybody looked at those, both comic books and video games. So I think that, that's a good answer to that question. Is that,
I think somebody stuck this guy the questions before the thing.
I got Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on the brain.
But that's cool. And Chris, because you were just coming in, but basically we were talking about how, video games, they have like one major arc, but they always have all these little side quests and these other things. So they have like these individual unique stories throughout it. And how do you think that that's influenced the comic book approach to storytelling? And we've kind of discussed that, it's almost like instead of having it be a plot-focused storytelling journey, it's more like a character-focused storytelling journey. What are your thoughts?
Wow, that's one to unwrap right there. So you're trying to tie in like how video games themselves, like let's just use a very popular one, Red Dead Redemption, right? Super popular game, and how pretty much the reason I don't play it is because they
cutting out.
They've gone the way of. Am I there? Can you hear me?
Oh, it's funny. The second you asked now, am I there? You came in crystal clear, but right before that, it was a little jumpy.
I had to download an app on my phone to do this, so I'm traveling at this moment. So I'm sorry, guys, and I'm not in my studio. But I don't know. Like I've been reading a lot of modern comics, and they do this thing where they'll have like an event, and then they'll have these little side stories, and then they go back to an event. I hate events personally. I know they got really big in the 90s. I just want like good storytelling, and I feel like a lot of those side quests that they're doing now are not nearly as good as some of the things that we see in video games, like Red Dead or Mass Effect. Mass Effect might be my favorite video game of all time, and I would love to see some of the writers from video games actually go into comic books, to be honest with you, because the writers we have, they came from YA novels, and I'm not enjoying them. Give me some really good, sci-fi or fiction writers, really good writers, and let's see what that stuff. Because writing, and if you even video games, when you have a good writer on a side quest, that story is good. When you have these little shitty writers, they kind of bring in out of left field. Those side quests are so boring, and they're just write-offs. I want to see some really quality storytelling.
That's funny. We kind of mentioned that when we were talking about films in the last couple of panels, how video games have gotten so good that you could just watch them. That's like literally how Twitch came to be, where it's like, nope, like I just watch my brother play like the Assassin's Creed games or the God of War games. Like it's just an interesting story to watch. Even the little side quests, the little things you learn about the character along the way. And that is super interesting. One of the things that made me think of was how Greg and I have discussed making ash cans as part of our like comic collection. And that's kind of going to be what those are. They're like little side quests that allow us to build our world a little more, let you learn a little more about our characters without it being these super long, drawn out stories just for the sake of being long, as opposed to being a good story. So, it's like if what's it called? Dilbert or Garfield, like the small comics that are 4 panels long, you know, that can tell a story. You should be able to do it in 4 pages. And I like this idea of having these short these little micro journeys that happen along the way. And it's funny because that's what side quests are in games.
So for our struggle, you know, I always want to put everything together. Everything in my mind always has to exist in one overarching story. And when we were first expanding outside of just the New Luminaries, we wanted to make this racing comic, and I was like, how are we going to put Max Axel in the Luminaries universe? Like, what? It's like in the desert there's this race? That doesn't make any sense. And then my brain was like, you know, this is very much a video game idea. Max Axel is very much like a video gamey thing. I was like, what if it is a video game inside the Luminaries universe? So like if you're a character who lives in the Luminaries universe, you can just go to the store and buy this like you'd buy Mario Kart here. And that I was like, oh shit. What
You're
if
like
all of the stories that we do that aren't the New Luminaries are games? And then funny enough, I have a character in our universe who has the ability to go into video games. There we go. Because I've been trying to figure out, like, I'm very much character focused. I love making characters. I love having as many as possible. And I want them all to exist in one universe, but I don't want it to be like, I'm doing Marvel where I'm setting up this universe over 50 to 100 years. I don't have time for that. And then B, I don't want to do it where it's like, this is a world. They've always been here. You just never knew. I wanted to do something where it was like, this is a living, breathing world, but there's also still potential for newness, for surprise. And like we found this happy medium with that. And it's funny because all of this is very non-linear. Like in Max Axel, there is a scene that happens in the New Luminaries book 2, which isn't going to be out for years. And eventually you're going to put that together and be like, damn, this is like 5-6 years of planning for one little reference that ties it all together. I get it, but okay. So that's our goal. And it's very non-linear.
Rod, Justin, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, Alex brought up a really good point that so like one of my favorite game franchises to play was like Spyro and Crash Bandicoot. And so like whenever he was talking about that, building that character where you can take that character and put it into so many different things. Like obviously like Spyro, there were Skylanders, and then like they did the racing thing with the Skylanders and so on. They really took that Spyro character and just like ballooned it, because like in the first game, you know, you do the whole thing where like you're freeing the dragons and, you know, fighting Nasty Nork and everything. Well, then what do you do for a second game? Well, you teach them how to swim, you complicate the flying, you make it more interesting and more interactive. And they did that so many different ways throughout the entire like thing with Spyro, and turned him into a TV show and all kinds of things, that it really like added those layers like Alex was talking about to Spyro. And then, you know, Mario is the same way. You got Mario Party, you got, you know, Paper Mario, you got regular Mario, Mario 64, Mario 95 and a half, and so on. And that was just kind of like where my mind went. I've wanted to play Red Dead Redemption, but that's one that I haven't played yet. And so I guess I'm going to have to, because I'm not super familiar with that one. But I know it's got great storytelling because everybody tells me it does. So
it might as well just be a movie. It just should be a movie. It shouldn't even be a video game. It should just be a movie.
The first game that I came across that was like that was a 007 game back for the PS2, and I can't even remember the name of the game, but they had like actual actors and stuff do the voices, and I want to say,
that was it Tomorrow Never Enough, I think?
It might have been.
Yeah, that game was really fun.
I remember one of the missions, she had like a little EMP car. You had to shut down the other vehicle by driving up close to it.
Yeah, that's the one.
I remember that one.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
For the record, I've never played it. I just remember my buddies playing that one scene. For the PlayStation 2.
Awesome. And Ray, your thoughts? You know, what basically, how has game storytelling impacted comics? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's been one way and then the other. What I mean by that is the iconic stories of the 60s, 70s, and 80s in comic book telling, I think is really, really awesome. I'll give you one example. Venom appears in Spider-Man $299/300. But his first appearance of stalking Peter is 2 years prior to that. And I consider those little tiny things the equivalent of what we're talking about here in side quests. Now, for better or for worse, in the 90s, it became very art focused, and you had a lot of artists that were so good, I'm going to write my own comic. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily bad. I'm just saying there was a shift in how stories were told. And a lot of video games just surpassed comic telling at the time. For me, one of my favorite franchises, I've only played the first 4, is Metal Gear Solid.
That
I
first
love how
game-
everybody just jumps. That first one for the PlayStation is just terrific.
Unbelievable. The VR
joke
missions.
was that everybody talks about it being a movie now, but when like Metal Gear Solid 4 came out, the joke was, have you played the new Metal Gear Solid? No, I don't need to see a movie right now. But now it's the norm, and everybody thinks it's awesome.
It still has the longest cutscenes known to man.
I
played
Kingdom Hearts begs to differ.
I don't know. I don't know
There's
about that.
45 minutes of every Kingdom Hearts game is cutscenes.
So I played Metal Gear Solid 4 once, and every cutscene I would make a meal. I was prepping for competition, so I would make a meal in the middle of those cutscenes, and I did it on purpose. I would watch the cutscene, and I would see if I could cook a meal in the time frame. And sometimes I would
Sounds
finish
accepted.
a meal before the cutscene was done.
That sounds like
literally pulling chicken out, cooking it, cooking the rice, and then eating the meal.
The
And I would
meal
still
prep
be watching
challenge.
the cutscene.
Yeah, I was about to say that needs to be like a hashtag. Like that needs to be a challenge where it's like, the Metal Gear 4 meal prep.
Whenever I
Gear
signed-
Solid 4 meal prep.
Whenever I signed on for this panel, I was like, I'm gonna figure out a way to talk about Metal Gear Solid, regardless.
have
Like,
to.
I don't care.
And you have
And then it got brought up before I brought it up. So I'm glad that it did, because those
So-
games were so much
Yeah,
fun.
They're terrific, and all 6 of them are rather all 4 rather. I'm thinking of the 6 of us on here. I got my numbers mixed up, but those 4 games. I'm a father of 3, and I'm pretty busy for the most part, so I can't invest that many accumulated hours into. I can't, like, as soon as I start, it's like I accept my fate, and everything else is going to hurt because of this decision. I just can't.
Oh,
But
yes.
those games are. I feel, especially PlayStation, but the other games, Xbox, the other platforms rather. They all contributed. I felt they saved the storytelling medium of comic books. It was the other way around, and then there was a learning curve in the 90s, I think is the best way to put it. And I think games raised the bar, and I honestly feel a lot of people that were writing were inspired by games. The younger bucks, will say, at the time.
It's funny. Earlier, we brought this up on earlier panel about how video games went from crappy graphics but good storytelling to really good graphics with bad storytelling to eventually everybody could make really good graphics, so the best storytelling would win. And it seems like it progressed like that. And comics probably went through the same thing where they started off with okay artists and really good stories. Then the artists got really good, and then they decided that they could tell stories, and then they ended up getting really good artists with really good storytelling. And because now everyone can get access to this stuff, where like even just with the internet, like you could learn, like someone who's really good at art but can't write stories can learn storytelling. Right? You'd have to go to school or, read immense amounts about it. Instead, you can watch YouTube channels for, a few days. And now you have a really good understanding of the basics of storytelling. And the opposite's true, too, although much, much harder, I would argue, to go from like being able to write stories and then learn how to draw sequential art. There's available YouTube videos and, tutoring online. Like you get all this stuff as opposed to having to go to a specific.
I did it. That's exactly what I did.
Yeah, it's incredible. Which way did you go? Did you go the storytelling route to becoming an artist, or artist to storytelling?
Oh, I had no idea how to draw when I first drew Crit. I had no idea whatsoever. I hadn't drawn a picture. So,
That's quite the ambition, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. That's why every book I tell people you're getting the best work that I can give, because every book I'm learning something new. I'm working with new artists. I'm trying new things. I went with the idea that good storytelling can save bad art in the beginning, and but it's true. You look at those old comic books that had and and I think of my kid, right? We put on Dragon Ball Z, like the first Dragon Ball, and she's like, I can't watch this. The graphics are terrible, right?
Man.
And so you go back to like old comic books, and we appreciate them. But a lot of the younger generation, they're not going to appreciate that old Steve Ditko art. They're just not going to as much. But the storytelling still saves that art. And then you were saying like some of these artists, like, we talk about the Image boom. I love Image. Don't get me wrong. I grew up in the 90s. But some of those guys should have just stayed as artists. Like I love Jim Lee, but there's a reason he's not writing comic books anymore, because he knew that he was better as an artist than he was as a writer. And sometimes it's good just to stay in your lane. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I can't do that. Speaking of video games, I don't know if you guys have seen, but I'm currently working on an indie fighting game. We've been working on it for about a year now. We're really close to launching the Kickstarter. And some of the guys that have come in, they think they know programming, and they don't need to. That's the thing. We had this conversation. I was like, you guys don't need to know how to program a video game. Just create your characters, write your stuff, let the programmers do their stuff, and we'll do ours. And that's also like true if you look at I'm gonna bring up back to like Mass Effect or even Star Wars, The Old Republic. If you look into those video games, and Ray will like this. So those guys that did Baldur's Gate, that did all that stuff in the very beginning, they all made their video game based on tabletop gaming rules.
Yeah.
So like if you look at Baldur's Gate 3, one of the biggest selling games of last year, still selling high right now, literally built on tabletop gaming rules.
Yeah. It's literally 5th edition.
It is 5th edition pro video game.
Yeah.
And so if you look at the way if they build the framework for the game off of the rules, and then they take the storytelling and they bring it from the tabletop, that to me, when I was writing my comic book, said, hey, why don't I just start the story from the tabletop? You get organic storytelling, you get real world like interactions, real world personalities, and all of that stuff. And I think that's something in some of these video games, those personalities and those interactions that lack. You look at games that do really, really well, and the games that people feel like, hey, I can relate to the characters. It's not just about putting a good character in. Like when you're playing Metal Gear and Snake's walking around the box and you're like, that's cool. I wish I could do that. Like I remember playing Metal Gear 1 and going, oh man, like I really just want to go find a pistol and put a silencer on it and run around and shoot people with darts that knock them out.
I was
picture
literally
myself as a
in a cardboard box. The second I was sneaking up on my brother, like, he's like, dude, I know you're in there. It's like we played the same video game just 20 minutes ago.
What are you talking about?
I know it's a good video game.
My
that's
friends,
when
we have
you
an
know your game
we have an
is good.
ongoing joke where if we act surprised, we go "Dun-dun," with the exclamation mark.
Yeah.
I just thought
all the time.
I remember seeing a couple of cosplayers like dressed in the box, like they're crawling around in the box. I just realized it'd be awesome to have a couple people following them dressed as guards that just have like alert. But yeah,
dun.
Yeah, I was gonna say though that's very cool though. Like being able to start from the game. I just realized why that probably helps is that one of the things that is true universally amongst independent creators, whether it's music, film, comics, novels, it doesn't matter. The reason why many of them aren't good is not because they don't have the capacity to make great art. It's that they try to break all the rules. They're like, I don't like any of the normal storytelling. I don't like any of the normal art. I'm going to break all of these rules. And one of the things I always talk about is when it comes to marketing absolutely anything that exists, there must be some level of familiarity with it that is merged with novelty. And that's how you create something new. The best example is the smartphone was created a decade before the iPhone came out, but nobody knows that it existed. There's a whole documentary called Big Magic about this. It was literally created a decade before that. Nobody bought one because it was so new that they couldn't understand why they would want to carry a computer around. Mm-hmm. And yet now we cannot live without these devices because we slowly worked from a boombox to a Walkman to an iPod to an iPhone. Like it needed to go through that transition.
Are you talking about the original Palm phone?
No, not like the Palm Pilot and like the keyboard. I'm talking about there was one that was made. It never went to market because they couldn't even get the funding to pre-sell it. Like it literally crashed before it ever came out. Like
interesting. I want to read because I worked in electronics for a long time. I helped launch a lot of the original, smartphones. And I remember when Palm was around, and we had talked to one of their vendors. I went to a big like convention for them, and they talked about a phone. And this was before.
Maybe it was. I'm trying to think about. I can't remember the name of what it was because like I actually met one of the people who created the first prototype of the touchscreen smartphone 3 years before Wikipedia actually shows it. And he's currently in talks with the Smithsonian Museum to like get their prototype into there and then interview the remaining founders because like most of them are dead. Like he was like one of the first 100 people to put something on the internet kind of thing. I was like, what? I'm like, that's crazy.
Weird.
So
I love that stuff.
A couple of things about smartphones and video games and all that, and like social pieces. Who had a sidekick? You're talking about marketing. Who had a sidekick?
I wanted one, never had one.
New cool friends
I literally
of mine
signed up
who
for
did.
T-Mobile because they had the sidekick, and I didn't know why I wanted a sidekick, but everyone had one, and it was cool because it had AOL Messenger on it, and MySpace on it. And so there's that, and then video games on phones. When like now, all we do is play games on our phones.
I used to have
I
those
remember when they had Snake.
little rolly ones.
I almost bought
Sudoku was my jam.
I almost bought a fucking, I think, Windows phone or maybe like a Samsung. I don't remember what it's a Sony Xperia Play because it was the only one that had Minecraft on it. And I was like, I just got to play Minecraft on my.
You could play your PlayStation Network games on the phone, and it was
In another universe, I picked that phone instead of the iPhone that I actually got. And my entire life is different from that moment on.
See, I love the old. I had the Sony Ericsson Walkman that like slid up, and it had what's it called? It had an iPod or an MP3 player built into it. It had games in it. But the one trick that I learned that I found out later, Dreamcast was the first online gaming system, but nobody knew it. So nobody played it.
And it failed.
I used to play
too far ahead of
Dreamcast
its time.
online.
Its price point was bad, and they couldn't get developers on to use the internet connectivity.
Fucking loved surfing the internet on Dreamcast.
I remember when I was in college, I had the Sony Ericsson like freshman year, and I found out that if I plugged in a USB into my computer, I could use it as a hotspot way before like smartphone hotspots. And I'm like in my mom's car on my laptop on the internet, and I'm like, oh my God, this is the future.
I'm a hacker.
When I was on tour, that's what we had to do. They gave us specific phones that you could plug in, and they would work as hotspots for your laptop. And I remember crazy. The first time I was like, I'm plugging my phone into my laptop. What? And then I'm like, on the internet. What is this magic?
It was I lost my mind when I did that, and then I got so mad that I had a smartphone, and they're like, yeah, if you want to use the internet on it, you got to pay to connect it. I'm like, I already pay for it, and I used to pay for it on that crappy phone, and it gave me better internet than this thing's giving me. Like, what's this about?
Now my son is like in the back seat. I want your hotspot.
but real quick, so I tangented a minute ago though. So I was talking about video games and how having a set of rules helps with storytelling. That's what I was trying to get at. Was like
that went very far left.
we talk
about side quests right here.
Basically, I think that's why starting with a game probably helped with the storytelling. Was you had rigid rules you had to follow and let everything else kind of fall into place. And I think that really good storytelling, like I even the best example would be something like what's it called, Pulp Fiction, where there's like a bunch of rules to storytelling, and one of them there's a beginning, a middle, and end. So he had all them, but then what he did was he reorganized them. So he followed one rule, but then he broke another rule. And the best art that comes out that's a new form of art is always when they follow all the rules and then they choose which ones they want to break intentionally rather than just not following any rules at all. So by like restricting your storytelling to how you play the game already forces you into a certain structure, and people want structure even if it's entertainment. If it's just chaos, that's not entertaining. That's stressful and anxiety.
Yeah, it's funny because I really think the only rule that matters in comics and video games is the rule of cool.
Rule of cool.
I think that as long as you can get your audience to go, that's fucking cool, it doesn't matter what the I mean,
it doesn't have to make sense as long as people.
Cloud carrying the Buster Sword, Sephiroth's sword, Metal Gear Solid hiding in a box. All of that is stuff that is unbelievable in real life. But you are like, that is so fucking cool. I want to cosplay as it.
But that's the thing, though. It's like believability isn't the rule. The rule is the hero's journey, right? Like
it's just
Dylan.
Does this vibe? To your point, by allowing Cloud to hold the Buster Sword, knowing what it's made out of, right? You have just essentially made a rule in your universe that a flimsy little man can carry a sword that's what 200 to 300 times his weight. If you were actually to make that thing, they've done it, and it's like the thing weighs about 600 pounds in steel.
When you
It's
think something, you just let it fall.
Right. Like you're making the rule that that's a possibility in that universe. So at the same time, you can't do the same thing later on and have him go pick up a piece of steel and say, this is too heavy.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
that's true. Yeah, the
Like
word
that-
you were looking for earlier, Dylan, was creative constraints, like you're saying there, Chris. If you have, like right now, if I said everybody imagine a painting, completely custom, and everybody's going to take a while to think. But if I say imagine it's seagulls flying over a frog while it's in a toupee and doing a pirouette, suddenly everybody can think of that really, really quick. And when you have certain constraints, the constraints don't necessarily have to be outside of your rules. Like you just gave the example of the Buster Sword. So, okay, that's now a thing, but on my terms. And I think that's the real balance of a video game and then adapting a story from the rules. Okay, well, I'm going to just take what I like, but the rest is going to be like, we're going completely off the rails here. And usually I find personally with my own story in the Madcaps, I wanted it to feel like there was a world that existed before and a world that existed after. And I wanted to feel like somebody was just dropped in the middle of it. So yeah, there's all these things going on. The coolest thing I liked about it wasn't just having my own established rules, but not explaining it to anybody. Just having people, oh, this is new, this is interesting, and
yes.
and kind of go from
But
there.
the thing is, you know the rules, right? And that's,
Yes.
we use the same basic structure for storytelling, so you and I can probably connect very well on this. And using those tabletop rules, even though we've both homebrewed a lot of the rule set, you still probably go by the core rules and the OGL of most of what you do.
Within reason, yes.
Within reason, yeah. I mean, you're
Yeah.
going to change some things. I mean, like mine, I have a modern
Yeah.
story, so like there are things that you change to fit your setting, but those are the rules in your head while you're telling it, and it's up to the reader to pick those rules up. So what I love about storytelling in this medium, especially, like yes, there is the rule of cool, and I use it too, even though some of my guys absolutely hate the idea of rule of cool. I put it in there. Why? Because it's cool to me, and someone else is going to like it. As long as we maintain the rules of the universe, we're fine, right? Like those are specific things, like how magic works, like, especially like in your game and any kind of tabletop game. There's got to be rules that your players have to follow for things to flow properly. And so when your reader picks up later on, oh, that's how that works in that universe. Cool. Yeah, I always go back to Star Wars. If you've interviewed me before, you know this, guys. It always comes up. The reason The Last Jedi sucked was because of the gravity bombs, and they ruined all of their rules. Oh,
Well, yeah,
It broke the rules. That's right.
The biggest one was to putting a damn Starcraft into hyperdrive and being able to blow up a major ship. It's like, why wouldn't you have done that against the Death Star?
Yeah,
That doesn't
who needs a
make
Death Star? You could just send those things at planets.
There's 2 full arcs of Death Stars, and no one thought to do this. And magically, some lady in the future is like, "Oh, I know how to do this. What if I just did hyperdrive?" It's like you could have done that the
Dylan-
whole time. Like,
Dylan, you
geez.
should have never said this out loud, because the next story is going to have a new Death Star 5
I
times
will
as
say-
big, sent into hyperdrive.
I will say, as someone who is not, I love Star Wars. I watched a lot of it. I did think that was really cool, and I didn't think too much about it afterwards. Now that you bring it up, hey, that doesn't really make sense. But I was like,
It's a cool concept, but it breaks the lore. That's the
yeah,
problem.
I was like, I
Very cool,
didn't
but
think about the
wrong
lore, and like
audience,
from an outsider non-lore perspective, it's cool. And then once you kind of dig into it, you're like, oh wait a minute.
You know what I like
Wait
to,
a second,
the thing
yeah.
I like to say about that movie was that it's a great action movie, an okay sci-fi movie, and a terrible Star Wars movie, right? It's one of those things. Like, sure, if I want to watch, what was that? The one with the bugs?
Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers, right?
If I want a criticism on capitalism, I'll watch Starship Troopers. Goddamn it!
like it's a crazy,
satire
exciting,
of capitalism.
it's like a crazy, exciting story to watch, right? That's kind of like what it is. Like if you look at that other Star Wars movie, sure, it might fall into that type of category where it's just nonsense, like a gravity bomb in space. Like Like that was amazing.
Apparently, you can set fire on metal in space too now, according to the new shows.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, so it's like they're breaking space rules now. Now they went from like, you know, adding magic to our world to like literally physics doesn't exist anymore. It's
Right,
like
and that's where that rule of cool kind of dies for me. When you
Yeah,
have
it jumps the
stone
shark.
on fire with no like fuel,
It's a
added
lack
on
of
top it.
consistency. That's
It's
the only
jumping-
thing that beats cool is consistency.
Oh yeah, that's the thing for I tell this with like business owners. Like the reason why McDonald's sells more burgers than the best burger joint in town is not because their burger is better, is because it's always identical. It is the same thing every time. I know what to expect, and that's the thing. It's like that's why storytelling has to have rules, because you don't want it where the person is so confused that they're like, what? Right? Like that's why like M. Night Shyamalan, like the ones like, what a twist, right? Like it's always like something happens at the end. It's not unbelievable, right? It's just a twist. If it's such a big twist that you're like, I think that head popped off, there's nothing left, this is not connected to the story anymore, right? You've destroyed the whole, like, I can believe that this is real in your universe, just like the gravity bombs in Fire in Space. Like, now I don't believe I was in your world for a moment, and now you disconnected me from it.
Yeah, that explains
now.
Shyamalan's first flop, The Village, was for that reason. His twist was not consistent with his other movies.
Right. 100%, yeah.
Not twisty enough.
And I mean, I liked the movie, but I
original
didn't like
twist
it for an
had
M. Night.
If I'm not mistaken, the reason it ended up that bad was the original twist leaked, and he had to change it.
What was the original?
I heard that too, yeah.
I'd have to look
What
it
was
up,
the
but I remember reading the original twist, and it wasn't that far off and made sense. And then just it ruined it. And like, I like M. Night Shyamalan's early work, his new work, like even the new movie he just put out. My kid loves that movie. I don't know why. At the end, I was like, none of that makes sense. How would he pull this? Anyway, I'm not going to derail our conversation. But consistency is key, especially with storytelling, because you do get people invested in your world, in your lore, how things work, how things move along. And when you have people invested like that, like, again, why the Star Wars community fell off so hard it was partially bad storytelling, but it's also breaking the lore. You know, when you're when you have bad storytelling, but you're still selling it within a way that these people can understand. We did go through the mid to late 90s and early 2000s with terrible comic books, and we still enjoyed them. I'm just going to put it out there.
That's the thing. It's like, if you can't have 3 movies made, another 3 movies made, comic books made, video games made, and then try to make movies again and ignore all of the rules you've just established throughout this.
But that's the expanded universe. It doesn't exist. We're just going to pick and choose what we want. Sorry, I will get off my high horse on Star Wars.
Fucking nerds.
I'm wearing literally a Dungeon Master shirt with my birth year on it, because that's how big of a fucking nerd I am, okay? See, I didn't think it was appropriate. I was going to wear my other shirt, and it says these are natural, and it's 220s on my chest.
I was trying to find. I've got one that says "Don't hate the flare, hate the game," and it's got a mind flare on it. I bought it because our first BBEG at level 5 for one of the campaigns that I'm currently playing was a mind flare, and so I basically bought it to troll the party for whenever they played the boss.
That's awesome.
I'm very much like with you, Chris, and I would imagine with Ray as well. On like in my games, I tell my players, like, listen, it can be cinematic, it can be super cool, but let's make it make sense. So if you ask something, more than likely I'm gonna be like, okay, well, I might need a little bit more explanation, or I might need this. We're gonna have to roll it this way, explain it this way, so on and so forth, to make it to where it makes sense. One, within the rules, but also like within like physics or whatever would actually be within that realm of what we're playing. So like, you know, old school D&D. Okay, well, you know, your revolver crossbow would only work this way and this way because of X, Y, Z, and so on.
My revolver crossbow.
I actually want a revolver crossbow now. Thank you.
You're welcome. I homebrewed one for that same campaign that I was just talking about.
From games, immersive world building. Well, that's a whole another reason why I chose to use D&D, was because there's so much ability to world build within role playing.
Deep dive.
It's kind of funny, actually. One of the things that Greg and I did that started our journey into building out a lot more intense of a world in our comic space was, so we talked about consistency. So like my background was in marketing, and I just happened to run into Greg and be like, let's make comics together. This is awesome. And one of the things that I was very adamant about, and I was glad Greg was as well, was not like breaking consistency. I didn't like that, Marvel essentially created the multiverse just to correct stories they messed up. It's like the idea that we can set rules in our universe and keep them, but we went a whole other level above that, and we actually asked a friend to build out a 3D map for us so that we could figure out where all the buildings were in our city. So when bad guys are taking a left down Elm Street onto 15th, we know what restaurants are there. Like we wanted that level of detail. And just coincidentally, the friend that was building this was using Unity to build it, the video game development platform. And we're like, oh, that's interesting. And so it kind of like almost spawned from there. And so we're like, okay, well, now we're going to need other rules. Like he's going to need to know what our characters look like. We need to say how high they are, like what color hair they have. Do they have a family? Like all this other stuff. Like we need background so we know where do they live in the city? So when they go to get to the scene of the accident, like we know how long it takes to get there. Is it reasonable? Like we went way over the top.
We go on like Google Maps and we actually like do directions.
Are there sounds?
I'm just gonna say
phonetically
that
pronounced,
sounds
or do
like
they
a
make
fucking
pug
pain in the
noises?
ass.
What?
That sounds like a pain in the ass.
Oh, it's awesome.
Depends on the
It's
person.
awesome.
What'd you say?
I was just going to say, depends on the person. Like for some people, that would be crippling, but for others, they would be in their world.
For us, one of the things was that, like, let's say, for example, Greg had a scene where we had a bunch of people merged together, and I kept asking why. I'm like, why the hell are all these people here? So we had to make up reasons, but we didn't want to make it up and forget it later and have it not make sense. So we had it where like these two gangs are doing a deal where they're exchanging guns and money, right? So we already knew that, but why are these other people there? So this one guy who blew up is floating down the river. Okay. So if the guns are getting exchanged, they got to be near the river. Oh, we'll have docks on the river. That's perfect. There's docks in a major city. So let's take the map and put a set of docks. Okay, well, now there's supposed to be police officers there, but why are they there? One of the other guys is running from something. Like, why would he end up there? Okay, his partner lives near there, and so he's just meeting up with his partner, right? So now we know that he's there, and based on that, it's like gunfire starts going out. Is this cop going to try to stop it, and why? It's like, is he going to really get shot for no reason? Oh, his family lives there, so he needs it to be safe. That's why he stepped out and takes a bullet, right? Like that's
pug noises.
You pug noise. But for real though, like that was like a really cool way to build out our story. Was like, why are they doing this? Why are they there? You know, what's the purpose behind it? And similar to having like the games as like a guideline for rules. It really helped.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting all.
It really helped with these rules, like building this out. But the world building all started because we were trying to develop a video game, and then ironically, it helped with our storytelling. So that was kind of how that impacted us.
I will take umbrage with you trash talking the multiverse earlier, because I think that the general understanding of an everyday person knowing what the multiverse is has really fucking helped comic books in general and storytelling in general, and just like movies, and like people being able to understand that something can take place in a different but also similar universe is a big fucking deal that I've spent my entire life trying to get lay people to wrap their heads around. And now it's like, my wife understands the concept of a multiverse. We're in fucking business. Like that's a good thing for people who want to tell stories.
It was the iPhone before the iPhone. That's what it is.
There you go.
Too early for its time. So yeah. So what are people's thoughts? I'll wait. Where are we going? We'll go this way. So yeah, Chris, what are your thoughts on the immersive world building of games, and it's basically how that has impacted comics, or how it can or should impact comics?
I think, well, for one, if you're looking at like the big comics, most of those worlds are built out. You do have some new stories that come out, and people use some world building to get out like their new stuff in there. But for the most part, we know, Marvel Comics takes place in America, or in our setting. As they use real world settings, so they don't really have to world build because they've kind of just piggybacked our own history, which is fine. DC Comics, for the most part, originally wasn't trying to, and then they wound up just doing it anyway, and shoehorning their cities into America, which is again fine. I think for creators like us, we have to world build, but if you look at indie comics that are coming out, especially like
codes.
well, they have cheat codes. But if you look at some of the guys who, and I want to say this carefully, they just put a book out, right? They just want to get their idea out. They get it out as quick as possible. They throw all their ideas out there. They spend they create a 30 to 40 page book, and nothing makes sense because they've only world builded a little bit here and there. I've actually read some books from creators and said, hey, take this and cut it into 3 books, and then world build here, and then have your action and your storytelling here. Go back and do a little bit more world building, because if you get the reader invested in one book, then they're going to come back for the second book, and you can world build more. You can't, if you have a new Spider-Man title or I think the new Avengers run, it had like 6 issues of just world building, and they can do that because it's established. Okay, you're putting new lore into an established world. People want to see that. If they don't know your character and they don't know your setting, and you spend half a book world building with nothing interesting going on, you're going to lose your reader real quick. So I think for indies, you've got to do a little bit here and there. You got to drop in a little bit of world building, and then have your story, and then drop a little bit in, and keep that momentum going until you have a reader base, and then you can do a larger lore dump on people. Ray, anyone that plays tabletop games, if you have 4 guys, 5 guys sitting at a table playing a game, if you do an entire session of lore building, you lose your entire your audience, and you're lucky if someone comes back the next time, right? Treat that like your reader base. Do a little bit, but have it set. And this is a big thing. Have it set before you start telling your story, because if you start if you start off telling the whole world that your starships don't run on fuel, and then 30 years later, all of a sudden you introduce it, you're fucking yourself. Anyway.
Unless you bring in the multiverse, of course.
Yeah, do a multiverse. Star Wars multiverse fixes everything.
Hey, the Star Wars Visions was really dope.
It was.
It has its
I'm
purpose,
hit on
that's
all
for
Disney
sure.
Star Wars. I just hate Disney as a company, but it's okay.
One thing I love about that is, so this is something that Greg and I did, was all of our comics, we started off with origin stories, and until we had a podcast with Ed Jowett, and basically when he mentioned to us, so I don't know why it never came to mind, but then the second he said it, like it's exactly what you're talking about, where if you don't have a fan base or a readership and you just start like telling this origin story, it's like, why do I care? Now we know where it's going, but they don't. And it's something where I was also talking to Greg, when we create trailers now, I don't care if I spoil stuff. I'll show people the stuff. They're not going to remember it. It's brand new to them, right? And if that's the most interesting thing, I want them to see it. Right. And that's why I realized all these Marvel films that they do this, they were still blockbuster hits, even though they were spoiling the movie. Why? Because not everybody actually knows these stories. We do. So we see that one little spoiler, like, oh, I know what's going to happen. But
There's no such thing as a spoiler in indie comics. I swear to God.
That's what I'm saying.
Anybody who's not sharing every goddamn fucking page of their indie book is a
100%. And so
fool.
That was the big thing that we did, was a bunch of our issues started off as issue one, and now we're basically calling them like issue 0 almost, and then jumping to the future, and now we're going to just do flashbacks to world build. Like the whole idea that one of our character, Ink, he gets powers from tattoos. We were going to have multiple comics of him training and like getting the tattoos, and it's like, that's not the interesting part yet, right? We don't care that Batman is Bruce Wayne until after we see him kick a bunch of bad guys' butts, and we're like, man, where did he learn to fight like that? Oh, the League of Assassins, right? Like you want them to ask questions and then answer them, not give them answers to questions they never even asked. So like I 100% agree. It's like you should know that lore so that you don't accidentally break rules in future comics from your past comics. But I definitely love the idea of like, yeah, don't worry about the world building initially. Jump into the action, get people interested, and then just sprinkle the world building in there, and then slowly over time, you'll get this fan base around it.
In the 90s, I think it was late 80s, early 90s, Marvel had a rule that you could world build but you had within the first 7 pages, your characters had to show their powers, had to have a fight, had to
That's
have
a
something
great rule.
exciting.
Yeah, that's a great rule.
And if you look at the success of those comic books from that time period, okay, the readers were caught within the first 7 pages. If you didn't have them, you lost them, and that was the rule. You had to have something catching in those first 7 pages.
Point.
So if you world build for 10 pages, you lost your audience. So if you sent your editor a comic book and he got it, and on page 8 you're still world building, he sends it back. You know, I like those rules. You know, we talk about rules in your storytelling. Those are rules that I do like getting your reader invested in the first few pages is important. You know, especially in comics, because no one gives a shit who we are.
Like Chris, I had you review my book, and I think it's page 6. There's an undead outbreak, so it just adds exactly what you're saying. I really like that idea.
No, I liked your book because it caught me within the first few pages. I didn't have to scroll and read, you know, half a book before I felt like I was invested in what's going on. I'm like, oh, this is fun. You know what I mean? Like, especially, I don't know your world. I don't know anything about it, but I know undead. You know, when I see undead come, I'm like, okay, what, you know, when you throw, you could throw undead, you could throw goblins, you could go throw a ton of stuff at me within the first 6 pages. I'm going to be invested because I know those properties, right? You don't have to world build to say, okay, there's undead in this world. I know what those are. That's simple.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's a good point. Would I be able to share my screen here?
Yeah. If you share, once you share it, I think it says present on the bottom.
Can you all see my screen? I'm sharing my screen. Okay.
Just clear your web browsing history before you do.
Oh, I hear it works. Can I share my screen? Can everyone see my screen right now? It's a map.
Okay, so this was cool. When I was doing my own homebrew, and I built all my my entire world. It's a big continent, an island, if you will. I drew it out, and then because my inner child is artistic, I can at least color. So I ended up coloring it out and burning it up and stuff. But that entire world, once I had that all set, I started putting lore into all of this. Now, kind of adding to what you were saying, Dylan, I for my book, I'm not talking about this entire world. I'm talking about one little tiny town. And the very first homebrew campaign I built off of this lore started in this little tiny town here called Itada. And there's a couple different issues going on, but believe it or not, I ran the campaign based off of with 15 players. And there's a big city issue, and they had to travel upstream, and it was a big ugly thing. And a lot of them died off, which was my intention. But I like the idea of establishing the entire world in your head, but showing the characters, you don't need to bore them with those details. They're not going to be interested yet. You don't want to show that stuff. You want to be like, here, watch cool thing happen, like Chris was saying. I really like that idea. Get 7 pages in. Something, you got to win them over with something. I like that.
Yeah, I tend to do a majority of our world building on the back end. I think that personally for me, putting too much up front, and we ran into this, you know, we've been writing stories together, me and my buddies, for 15 years. And we used to run into the problem where we'd spend so much time putting together this history and the religion and the trials and tribulations and who's in charge and who does what. And I'm sitting there like, can we get to the fucking story? None of these characters are going to be in this book. What are we doing here?
This is too Tolkien-esque.
And it was literally until like we were writing the first part of the New Luminaries is about a team called the Luminaries, who don't appear for the entire book, because from the first moment of the story, they disappear. And the story is about the new Luminaries, the people who show up to figure out what happened to these guys. So we had originally built this story as like, you know, it's the Avengers and they're at Avengers Mansion and they're all doing their Avengers thing. And then this thing happens and all the Avengers start disappearing. And we were like, if we're going to make these characters disappear in the first couple of pages, nobody's going to give a shit about them in the first place. So let's not show them at all, so that when all of these characters are like the Serpent and Camo Joe and all of these names, the audience is going to be like, who the fuck are these people? And then eventually when it's revealed, the whole time, the Luminaries, you find them, they're revealed, we get them back, and you're like, this matters because I've been caring about these people and not knowing who the fuck they are the whole time. And it's like, I don't know if you watched the Watchmen TV show on HBO, the like 6, 7, 8 episode miniseries. It's fucking brilliant. If you get a chance, go watch it. It's really, really, really good. And the whole premise is like all of the characters that you are following that you're supposed to be like the self-insert for don't understand what's going on. And I thought that was so fun to like, the audience is the vehicle for the character, and both of y'all are just in the dark. And things are happening, and they start to make sense, and you start to piece them together, and you want to know the answers. So, like, when we world build as we slowly reveal things, and then those things start linking together, and then it starts mattering. And for us, it's like, if we do it on the front end, we're going to spend all this time creating this really cool stuff that we never show. And then if we do the world building on the back end, only the stuff that actually matters to the story is going to bubble up and appear. And like, that's when we do a flashback because we need to go back and introduce a character so we can explain something. That's when we do, an aside where a character explains something. We have moments in there that we give space for, because doing it all on the front end or world building in this world, there's these characters who do these things. I agree with you guys. I feel like that's like a slog to get through. So when the book starts now, 5 minutes before the luminaries disappear, with one character talking to another character, and you don't know why that's happening. And we really don't find out that the luminaries disappeared until like a couple pages later when they're talking about it with another character. And each slowly reveals another like mystery that asks another question. So you get an answer, you get a question, you get an answer, you get a question. And eventually you find yourself full of answers.
Have you ever seen this guy, Jordan the Stallion?
Yeah, I know that guy.
I love this guy because what he does.
Come here.
Yeah. What happens is he shows
little
you
closer.
he shows you a video of something that is super interesting, but you're not sure what it is. And like you just said, like it's this curiosity hook where you're like, what the hell is that? Like one of the recent examples I saw was like a Godzilla breathing like steam. And he was like, oh, it's a humidifier Godzilla, but it wasn't. It was like a toy or something. But the whole point, you're like, what the hell is that? And then he pops in. He's like, yo, let me tell you what that was. And it's funny because it's like a short story where you could world build on something like that, where you show something so extraordinary that you're just like, what the hell am I looking at? And so it's okay to not have that explanation yet, but it's good for yourself to know what it is. Yeah. So it's like, it's definitely I do love that idea of like, what is going on here? I need to know the answer. And then you can have that person lean in and be like, yo, come here real quick. Let me explain what you just saw.
All right. Well,
wait.
That's like a wrap, I guess.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, I gotta.
What a way to end.
I got some stuff to get done.
Chris,
Holiday
it was
weekend
good to
and all.
see you again. I'm in the
Yeah,
same
Ray,
boat.
let's hook up. Let's talk.
I just want to say one thing for you guys, just because, well, two things. First one is, before my launch for the Mad Caps issue 2, I am going to be running a D&D campaign. I'll make it somehow connected to the issue. So if you just follow my Facebook page, I will post that and say, hey, who wants in? And second thing, I can't say until later, but probably in the new year, I have an artist who's worked for Image since like 92. He's not one of the founders, not quite day one, but he's doing a cover for me. I just got to say that, and it's killing me. I can't say who it is, but I have to go like Chris, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Ray, good seeing you.
Yes,
Guys,
you too,
for having
man.
me on.
So,
I've
Ray,
got
real quick,
big
where
news
can
for
people find
Homebrew
you?
Comics. What?
Oh, yeah. So, where can people find you? And anything you want to broadcast real quick.
Yeah, I got big news coming in January for my whole brand, Homebrewed Comics. We've got some new
Beautiful
stuff coming out. Like Ray, I've got some really big artists coming this year on board
Nice.
that I met at New York Comic Con and made some really good connections. And so going to be doing some big stuff next year. But
Beautiful.
guys, thank you for having me on. Ray, hit me up about that date. If I'm free, count me in.
Where can people
You can always find me at homebrewedcomics.com, or I'm an Instagram guy. Just look up at homebrewedcomics. I'm there and keep up with my stuff. Issue 7 is about to drop of Crit, and I'm rolling right into issue 8 and issue 9 are already written and in the works. And I'm launching 2 new titles next year. So keep up with it.
Right.
DM me for a comic review if you need one, Chris.
Definitely. Well, as soon as this one is done, it's going over to you. I just I think I did post a thing on my Kickstarter. I'm behind. Right when I launched the Kickstarter, I got divorced, and so I've been floating around for a while trying to find a good place to stay, and I finally got a home. So the art is almost done. Just got to get the colors done and then lettered. So it'll be out soon. But again, happy holidays, everybody. If I don't talk to you guys before Christmas, because I work in the tax field, so it's my busiest time of the year. Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
My dad's like that. He just disappears.
Pretty much. Just keep up with me. Message me, hit me up. Ray, keep up with me. You guys always.
for sure.
If you have any more shows, let me know. It was good, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Great having
Good to see you.
See you, Chris.
And Ray, I know you got to go. So where can people find you? What do you got new?
DM Ray on Facebook. You can also find the Madcaps on Facebook page. You can find me as Raymond the DM on Instagram and Twixter. Unfortunately, DM Ray was taken. And I don't think I have anything else to add. I know I'm going to have a lot of art to start showing off in January. And as I said before, it's murder not being able to show this stuff off. My first issue was colored by Dan Kemp, who's done over 100 issues of Spawn during the McFarlane-Capallo era. And he's going to be coloring all the interiors and almost every cover I have for issue 2. And blah, 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 bling, 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 blah. That's all I have to say.
Justin.
Well, at the end of the con, I am going to have a link for PDFs to two homebrewed classes for Candela Obscura, which I'm super excited about. The one is called Industry, and the other one is called Creative. And in both of those, they have like subclasses essentially. And so for Industry, you have mechanic and more of like a like techie, like brain like style where it's called the Architect. And then for Creative, you have a novelist, and then you have a musician, because I really like playing bards in D&D, and I wanted to have a couple of different options to do that. And that's one of the coolest things about what you guys are getting ready to see, and we'll see a couple of times this weekend through our through our Candela stuff, is one of the guys plays my homebrewed class of novelist, and it was so much fun to see it actually come to life.
That's really cool.
And then I have a couple other things coming up, but yeah, I'm gonna keep those quiet for a minute.
Where do you find you?
Oh, okay. So you can find me TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. I don't Twitter. I don't really do much socials outside of those. YouTube too. Paladin's Maledict or Justin's Stories will get you to one of my things, and then you can get to all the other things too. I don't have a website yet. That's something I want to work on as well. But I make cooking videos. I talk about music and comics and whatever else I feel like talking about through all of my different things. So
awesome. And Alex.
You can find all Lucky 33 comic stuff at lucky33comics.com. It's a little old and beat up, so if you want to find new stuff, go to TikTok, Instagram at Lucky33Comics. TikTok is at Ezra System. And you can find us on YouTube. And you can also just find me in outer space. I'll be there.
The gravity bomb.
With
the gravity bomb, yeah.
Slicing ships in half with my hyperdrive.
My spaceship ran out of fuel.
Oh my god!
This was great. Thank you for having us. I wish you so much
you.
luck on the next couple of days of this grueling comic extravaganza that you guys embark on every year. Thank you for having us, and I'll be here again next year, of course.
Yep,
beautiful.
definitely.
Thank you very much, fellas.
Yes, thank you.
See you Sunday.
See ya.
Ciao.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's playing right now. So yeah.
Sweet. Is it live on YouTube, Facebook? What's it live on?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, both.
So people could, if you're on our YouTube or Facebook, you could be watching that right now. It's Justin's like.
Where's the link to it?
Let me get that.
I wonder if it would go live while we're live, because I wonder if it can dual stream.
It is live. There's one viewer. Let me get that copy link. Where is it?
That's cool, because I didn't know you could.
I didn't know that either, because it's pre-recorded. Are you missing my every panel?
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, which I'm gonna have to do for our podcast tomorrow, so like we could still technically do something while that's going on. But yeah,
Nice. Yeah, started streaming. That's awesome.
So click that link, people, and they can. I'm also going to put in the event page, and you can watch Justin's campaign. I gotta find that. There we go. Yeah.
You shared the Facebook one on YouTube.
What?
On YouTube, you shared the Facebook one. Oh, because you post on. I forgot. I post on all of them because I can't post from here, but you can. Look who's special.
You can't. Oh, that's weird.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So, like, technically, we could end this now, and then that could just play. Or
Yeah. No, that's what the original plan was. So.
Yeah, that runs from now until it ends, which is like 9, I think, because like 2 hours, and then tomorrow and Sunday will each be an hour at the end of the expo. So at 8-ish, both days it'll play. So yeah.
So Greg, where can people find you?
SierraNovaComics.com, all social media at Sierra Nova Comics.
Yes, all social medias. We see, unlike everybody else, we got Sierra Nova Comics because we were different. we got it on everything. We're on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Tumblr, Pinterest.
Oh my God, we technically do have a Tumblr.
I don't know if I missed any, but if I did, then it's ours. We have it. Like we made it everywhere. But yeah, definitely go check us out. We'll be here tomorrow, noon Eastern time, and Sunday, noon Eastern time, till 2 p.m. It's gonna be awesome.
But Tim will be here to help.
That's what G Fuel and coffee are for, and Thanksgiving leftover dinners too. That super helps. So we just have to microwave our meals. We don't have to worry about it. Yes. Have a great night, fellas. That was to all of you fellas out there.
All right.
Awesome.